The June 17, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, so if alarms should activate, please leave through the exits. There will be city marshals who will be able to advise you when it's safe to re-enter the building. We make this announcement at every meeting. It's just cautionary. We have no reason to believe that will ever be the case. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Cindy DeLong, Religious Science, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Please join me in a moment of quiet as we recognize the one divine power, infinite, that resides within us and around us at all times. And we turn to this power and ask blessings upon the proceedings of this day, recognizing the leadership of our city, the people who are represented here, the activities, the contributions, the volunteers that make our city prosperous and successful. We're grateful for the proceedings of this day, for the opportunity for each person to be heard, and for each person to listen and act wisely. We allow this proceeding to go forward in blessings, in peace, in joy, and enlightenment. And we say amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. All right, we're going to start off the day with an awesome proceeding. We're going to swear in our newest member of the City Council, our councilman for Ward 4. Would Stavros Anthony please come forward and have his family join him? Stavros' wife, Bernadette, is here, as well as his daughter, Elizabeth. His other daughter, I believe, is out of town. Going to tell us where out of town? No. Okay, it's a secret where she is out of town. Okay, we're pleased to have you with us today. This is a very important day for the city of Las Vegas. Stavros, if you'd be kind enough to raise your right hand, that your daughter is going to hold the family Bible, and this is the oath of office. Do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in our city government, that you are a bona fide resident at your stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter, so help you God. Thank you. There you go. Okay, Stavros, you received your certificate of election, correct? All right, now Councilman Wolfson is going to hand the beautiful roses to Bernadette and Elizabeth. We're going to have a photo of the new councilman with his family first, so we'll step out of the way. Great, and now if the council would join the new councilman and his family, please. Great, thank you. And now, Councilman, the mic is yours. And I always advise my friends before they speak here that the Gettysburg Address took Abraham Lincoln 90 seconds. Okay? And the great Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Oliver Wendell Holmes, he always said, if I had more time, I would have made it more brief. So with that admonition...
I get the point.
Okay, fair enough.
Four pages.
You got to be kidding.
It's big font. It's big font, though.
Where's your daughter out of town?
Okay, I could not come up here without having something prepared to say, so bear with me a second. Thank you, Mayor Goodman, my new colleagues on the Las Vegas City Council, all my friends, my guests, and fellow Las Vegas and Ward 4 residents. And a special thanks to my family, who are the most important to me. Those of us fortunate enough to be elected to serve public do oftentimes with great sacrifice to our families. They usually begin the campaign with great support, and then there's a lot of anxious uncertainty. They help make phone calls, they knock on doors, organize events in the morning, all day, and at night. But the final votes, when the final votes are counted, it doesn't matter what the outcome is. The event's over. There's no more doors to knock on. The ones I know they're going to be there for me are my wife Bernadette and my daughter Elizabeth and my other daughter Irene. And I have just thank you very much for putting up with me for the last 6 months. It's been a bear, so thank you. The election was long, it was difficult, but it was a very rewarding experience. And I want to thank Glenn Trowbridge for working hard to represent the residents of Ward 4, both as a candidate and chairman of the Planning Commission. I want to thank him immensely for running in this campaign, and I know that we disagreed on certain issues, but I know that he would have represented Ward 4 to the best of his abilities, just as I would. I also want to thank you. I also want to thank David Steinman for his service as interim city councilman. David, where'd he go? Oh. David. I know he has the respect of the entire city council, entire city hall, and the residents of Ward 4, and his leadership skills have made this a smooth and seamless transition. So thank you, David. Now the real work begins, and I'm ready to work with the mayor, the city council, and city employees and all stakeholders in making Las Vegas and Ward 4 a great place to live. I'm confident that my experiences in education, law enforcement, and service on public boards will enable me to fulfill my duties. There is, however, one area that the mayor and I differ on. A lot of you probably know what that is. And the difference is he drinks gin and I drink single malt scotch. That's our difference. That's all right. We can do that together. I'm honored to serve on the city council, and my goals are to create jobs, keep our neighborhoods and parks safe, fiscal responsibility, and ensure smart and responsible residential and commercial growth. I pledge to conduct my business in an open and fair and ethical manner. I will listen before I speak, understand before I decide, and work hard to confront the difficult times ahead of us. However, I'm confident we have the best people on the City Council and in City Hall to make sure that this remains a great city to live in. And finally, well, not finally, but next, I'd like to, I have one more final. I'm almost there. I want to thank everyone who elected me to the City Council, and I appreciate all of you showing up today. I have my family and my friends, and I have captains and police officers and lieutenants, and I tell you, all of you, for the last 6 months, you knocked on doors, you made phone calls, you put stamps on letters, you wrote postcards, you knocked on more doors, you drove me around so I could knock on doors. Some of you gave me checks. That was a good thing, too. I appreciate that. But I tell you what, there were days where I said, you know, I don't want to go knock on any doors today. And one of you would call me up and say, we're going to go knock on doors. And I went. So every single one of you inspired me to work hard every single day to win this election. And I am indebted to you for the rest of my life. So thank you very much, every single one of you. And finally, I want to thank my church and my God. Going to church on Sunday gave me the strength to understand this was not about me, but it was about serving my church, my city, and helping people. I believe God has a purpose for everyone, and my purpose today is to be the best city councilman that I can be. Thank you very much.
Now, I know that a lot of folks here are going to want to have pictures, and what we'll do is we'll have the rest of our ceremonial portion of the agenda, and as soon as that's completed, we'll take about a 10-minute recess, and then Councilman Anthony can have pictures taken with whomever he would like, and that would be a nice way to take us into the regular City Council meeting. Okay? Very good. So if I could have the podium. Good. Thank you, Brent. All right. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and we'll continue with the recognition of the June Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask Municipal Court Administrator Jim Carmody to join us at the podium to help present the award. Jim? Okay. And I'm proud to announce that the June Employee of the Month is Municipal Court Marshal John Ochoa. John, please join us. John has been a city employee since 1988 and is responsible for creating the Municipal Court Homeless Veterans Program. This program is designed to help homeless veterans through the court process in order to get their cases resolved in a timely and efficient manner. And the program also provides an avenue for those homeless veterans to obtain work cards so that they could get a job and break the cycle of homelessness. Since its inception 3 years ago, the Las Vegas Municipal Court Homeless Veterans Program has helped 187 veterans clear their warrants. The program has allowed the marshals and municipal court to be more productive and efficient. John is a good example of the type of employee we have here at the city. He's gone above and beyond in performing his duties to help a group of people who sadly are sometimes forgotten. So on behalf of the entire City Council, we'd like to congratulate John Ochoa on being named the June 2009 Employee of the Month, and along with this beautiful plaque, John, you're welcome. John has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and congratulations.
Thank you very much,
Jim?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, as you already said, John represents the best in terms of an employee who goes above and beyond the normal call to take care of citizens of this community, and especially in this program. According to the U.S. Vets, 80% of the people that we work with are able to break the cycle of homelessness, which means about 150 individuals in this community I thank him on behalf of. You're a great example of why we're proud to work at the city. His boss, by the way, was Employee of the Month and Employee of the Year, Sergeant Wakowiak, in 2005, Your Honor. Okay, very good. Congratulations, John.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to keep this short. I only have about 5 or 6 pages myself. But I would just like to thank the staff from Municipal Court that has really helped me with this program, and my fellow marshals, my brothers and sisters in the marshal's office, and the court and administration for allowing me to do this and getting their full support. So I want to thank everybody, and I just want to thank the city of Las Vegas also. It's a great place to work. Thank you very much. Thank
you. For our next item, we're going to recognize the hard work of the city's Animal Control Unit. I'd like to ask Deputy Chief Tim Schattler and Animal Control Supervisor Floyd Womble to join us at the podium. I'm glad we have some of the members of the City Animal Control Unit joining us in the audience today as well, because their efforts have earned the city a very prestigious award. The Animal Control Unit has been selected as the recipient of the 2008 National Animal Control Outstanding Agency Award. Animal Control, a division of the Detention and Enforcement Department, was considered along with other agencies from across the United States for this award, and our unit was recognized as the very best. The Animal Control Unit has a long history of providing public service dating back to the 1950s. The unit currently consists of 12 certified officers and 2 supervisors. The unit is responsible for enforcement, animal impounds, cruelty investigations, and public education. Animal Control's jurisdiction covers 140 square miles, and the unit averages more than 35,000 calls for service annually. Over the past year, the Animal Control Unit has worked hard to improve its operational effectiveness, increasing its public education campaign, and honing the skills of animal control officers. For example, average response times have decreased despite several animal control officers retiring and their positions being left vacant pursuant to our city policies. Animal control officers also increased their public education efforts to include organizing several community pet fairs to educate the public on the responsibilities as animal owners and to offer free services such as microchips, vaccinations, licenses, and spay and neuter procedures. I'd like to ask all of the animal control officers who are in attendance here to please stand up so we can give you a round of applause. Folks? I've got to deviate real fast. I had an experience with animal control. I have a koi pond in my backyard, and I love my koi more than life itself. They're beautiful fish. They've lived for tens and tens of years, and they're my joy. And one day, a rotten blue heron came into my neighborhood, and he had the greatest eyesight in the world because he dove from a wire right into my biggest koi and put his beak right through the poor koi's head. So I wanted to kill this blue heron. I called up my mayor pro tem, who is an excellent marksman, but he was afraid to get involved because of PETA, and I had to do it myself. So I set up a net with little ribbons on it, and then I made a loud sound, and the bird flew. And I saw that when he was trying to get away from me, he broke his right wing. So don't feel sorry for this bird. So I went after him. I figured it was even then, that I could catch a bird with a broken right wing. And when I finally got him to the point where I was going to whack him, my heart began to bleed for the poor bird and his right wing. So what I did is I called up our animal control officers, and they came out and they took this bird to a vet, and the vet set the bird's right wing in a cast. And then they drove the bird out to Lake Mead so it could be with other birds. 2 days later, the stinking same bird was in my backyard. I am not going to tell you the end of the story. All right. Tim, here's our proclamation. declare this Animal Control Unit Day in the city of Las Vegas, and we ask all of our citizens to congratulate this division for winning the prestigious Outstanding Agency Award.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank the mayor and council and city manager's office for their support, because without that, our officers couldn't go out and do the great job that they do every day. Secondly, on behalf of Chief Coyne, who couldn't be here, and George Dorsey, who's the manager of Animal Control, and myself, we just want to express how proud we are of these officers. There's only 12 officers and 2 supervisors who do all those things that the mayor said, answer the 37 or so thousand calls and patrol the 140 acres or square miles of the city. So they work very hard, they're passionate about their jobs, and they love them, and without all of those things, we wouldn't have received this award. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job. I know you did. Congratulations. Okay, for our next item, our Mayor Pro Tem, Gary Reese, will recognize the efforts made by a group of citizens coming together in one of our neighborhoods. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm really, really short today. Not this way. I'm not going to take much time, Mayor. Mr. White, would you please come forward? And Mr. White has some hardware he would like to pass out. Earl White has been one of our neighborhood activists for many, many years. He's always done a fantastic job getting people to do things that they really don't want to do. But Earl, I'll let you explain what we've done.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese. Thank you, Council, Mayor. Appreciate it. The Naked City, as it used to be called, which is now called Gateway, is an area that was really in need of love and care and assistance with the residents. And Walt Walters, who was a developer in that area, decided to do a community service project, and we called it Neighborhood Transformation Day. We wanted to transform the neighborhood from what it used to be to what, if you drive through there now, you'll see what it can be and what it's becoming. But we couldn't do that without the help of good people. Metropolitan Police Department, the city marshals, and especially the city of Las Vegas and their staff. And so many times, these ceremonies are to honor the citizens. So what we wanted to do this time was honor the city staff for the job that they do. We know that it's their job, that's what they get paid for, but it's still nice for them to know that we appreciate the help and assistance, especially in these budgetary times, in helping us take back our neighborhood. So what we would like to do is recognize those city's employees. We have 2 of them that are not here, Franklin Simpson and Lisa Campbell, but we do have the rest that are here. So as we call your name, we'd like for you to come on up.
Harry Williams. Harry Williams. Susie Martinez. Maria Castillo Couch. Rob Leverant. Tony Garino. And our Las Vegas City Marshals.
This is Pastor Dan, by the way. Give him a hand. We appreciate it. These are some of the people. Would you guys stand from the gateway? These are some of the residents and the business owners down there. Again, we appreciate what the city's done. We appreciate what the Metropolitan Police Department has done and the city marshals, and we thank you very much. Thank you.
I would just like to say the city's been involved in many, many cleanups like this, but this one here was very special to me because when I got over there, I couldn't believe the amount of people that was there. Mr. White went around and he had some faith-based churches came over with some volunteers. I don't know for sure how many we had, but it was one of the largest participants that we've had in one of our cleanups in Ward 3. And they did a fantastic job. They really made a difference over there. We ended up having a neighborhood meeting. We created a neighborhood association. They want to keep going like they're doing over there. It's because of people like Earl and Walt Wallers who they are working with the Metropolitan Police Department to continue to do those things that will make it a safer neighborhood for people to live in. Earl, from Ward 3, we want to thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. For our final two items, Councilman Steve Ross will recognize a special citizen and present some important summer safety information. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. We certainly don't have a shortage of absolutely incredible people in this city and in our neighborhoods. And this gentleman I'm going to introduce to you is one of those. I'd like to introduce to you a remarkable man. He has been a resident of Nevada since 1970. He's proudly served our country in the United States Air Force, was honorably discharged in 1973. He has had a successful career in the painting industry and serves as Senior Executive Director for the Painting and Decorating Contractors of America, and he is my friend. Please welcome Thomas Funstein. I work with him pretty much almost on a daily basis sometimes, but he's going to get me back for this, I know. Each year through the PDCA, the Painting and Decorating Contractors of America, Tom donates money towards scholarships that help Southern Nevada students. Tom has volunteered his time for youth programs and sports, including serving as assistant head basketball coach for the Las Vegas High School Wildcats. Through the years, Tom has contributed monetary donations, paint, talent, and manpower to Las Vegas High School. He continues to be a dedicated Wildcat supporter and helps the school by working the concession stands for every home basketball and volleyball game. This year, Tom was named an unsung education hero and was inducted into the Nevada Public Education Association's Nevada Hall of Fame. I would ask you that you help me in honoring Thomas Funstein today with this proclamation for his dedication to helping our youth and to our community. Now, before he sits down, I'd like him to share a few words. And I know Tom real well, and he doesn't do these things because he likes to get awards and be honored. He's one of those silent servants in the community that cares about our children and cares about our youth, and that's why it's important that he's here today. Tom, a few words?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I humbly take this. I've given a lot of service to the community, but I gave it because I want to. One of the finest things you can do is give something back to our youth. The pleasures that I get from the kids of Las Vegas High School and the communities we serve with, I get a lot more out of it than they certainly do. So, when you're bored and you don't have nothing to do, give some time back to your community. Give it back to the kids of Southern Nevada and Las Vegas. It's the best dream you'll ever live. Thank you.
Thank you. He's a good man to follow his example. Thank you, Tom, for being here today. Now, Mayor, if I can finish up.
Sure.
Fire Chief Gammon, would you join me up here for a few moments? And folks in the audience, we've got some posters at the end on both ends here by the exits. Please take a look at those. When you think of summer, we think of fun in the sun, swimming pools, and barbecuing. Everyone knows that when summer comes to Las Vegas, so does the heat. The City of Las Vegas and Las Vegas Fire and Rescue wants to keep everyone safe during the summer this year, and has some safety tips that the fire chief and I would like to share with you. Number one, never leave children in a parked vehicle for any length of time. In less than 4 minutes, the temperature inside a parked vehicle can reach 135 degrees, which is lethal. Lock your car wherever it is parked. That includes the driveway and in the garage. Children have used vehicles to hide in when playing and become trapped when they could not open the trunk or the door. Leaving a child in a parked car is a crime. People should call 911 to report children that are left in parked vehicles unattended. If your child becomes accidentally locked in your vehicle, don't hesitate. Call 911. They'll come out and help. If you have a swimming pool, make sure that all the barriers, such as gate doors, doors that lead to the outside, including doggy doors. People don't seem to think about the doggy doors, Chief. Are locked and secured so children cannot open them. Never leave toys in the pool or near the pool area when they are not being used. If left outside, a child might try to retrieve them and fall into the pool. Children, and this is important, children do not make a splash noise or scream for help when they fall into the pool. It is known as the silent killer. If a child is ever missing, number one, check the pool first. Then check your vehicles, including the trunk area. Make sure they are not inside the vehicle. Both areas can lead to death of small children in less than 5 minutes. Make sure matches and lighters are locked in a safe place, especially during the months of the 4th of July fireworks period, June 27th to July 4th. Make sure your safe and sane fireworks are kept in a cool, dry place and locked away from your children. In the summertime, we all know this. Drink plenty of fluids during the summer. Water is best, Your Honor.
Oh. Forget about it.
That's why the fire chief's standing up here with us. Alcohol and sugar beverages can actually make you thirstier, and if you're thirsty, that's a signal that your body needs some hydration. So increase your water intake. And this is also important, and as Las Vegans, we all know this. Wear your sunscreen. Wear a hat and light, loose clothing. When cooking with your barbecue, keep it at least 10 feet away from the building. Barbecues are not permitted on patios in apartments and must be 10 feet away. I would also encourage you to visit the city's website to get further summer safety tips at lasvegasnevada.gov. We invite all of our residents to visit our fire stations and get to know who your firefighters are and thank them for protecting our families and our homes. Chief, it's all yours.
Thank you, Councilman Ross. That was some great information there. Those are some outstanding tips that we need to be reminded of every summer. When a child is locked in a car, that's probably one of the worst calls that an emergency responder can respond to. Not only is it very traumatic, tragedy for the family, but it also affects the firefighters, the police officers, those who respond on those very deeply also. So please be mindful of where your children are at all times. Also be mindful of where your pets. It kind of goes unspoken, but there's an awful lot of pets that get locked in vehicles also. Along with summer, we also get a lot of flash flooding, and we're entering into the flash flooding season. We'd like to remind all of you and those that are listening to please use common sense. If you come to a roadway that's flooded, just turn around. Go find another route. If you can look out your window and you can't see the roadway, the water's too deep. If you're walking in floodwaters and you can't see your feet, the water's too deep. You need to find another route. We get this message out every year, but every year we still have these calls that we go on where cars get swept away and people get swept away. And if you are in a vehicle that gets swept away, stay in the car. Eventually your car is going to come to a stop. That's where you're going to be the safest at. And if you're not in your vehicle and you're swept away, do your best to get to a stationary object, either a tree, some type of post, something that you can hold on to until help arrives. So I'd like to thank Councilman Ross and the rest of the City Council for helping us share this message. It's a message that we need to, it's like spring training. We have to go over this every year and just remind people because it is that important. Last month, I believe we had the owner of Popalock up here, and he had mentioned that they respond on average of 60 to 100 calls per month free of charge for children who are locked in cars. And that's an actual figure. That's how often it happens. Now, most of those, the family members are right there, and they know it happened, and they're with the children, and it's really not an emergency. But every year we get those handful where we read about a child locked in a hot car, found in a parking lot, and those have to stop. It's a terrible tragedy for those kids, and so please be mindful. And as the public, if you see kids who are locked in a car, don't ignore it. Take the time to stop, call 911, get help there. We have no problem breaking windows and getting into vehicles if the child needs it. So again, Councilman Ross, thank you very much. It's a very important message.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, that concludes our ceremonial portion of the agenda. We're going to take a 10-minute break so Councilman Anthony can have some pictures taken with his family and his friends, and then we'll be back here, let's say 10 on the button. 10 on the button.
I want to give you some heads up.
Yeah.
One of the items on the consent agenda has to be the City Hall.
Right.
I'm just going to put it just so I can I'm not going to make a discussion. So I have to do it.
Whatever you have to do, you do.
I just want you to.
Okay.
Thank you.
you doing?
Come in, you guys. Where you going, Mike? Let's get a picture.
How are you? Good. Yourself? Oh, good. Excellent. You too. You too. How are you? Good seeing you. How you doing? Nice seeing you. How are you? Good. Yourself? Good.
How are you, sir? See you.
Yeah, so take your band. No, I'm just waiting.
Excuse me, sir. I'm going to slip right behind you here.
It's like standing in front of
Can I have your autograph?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Your number. I have one good tomorrow, my buddy.
Since it just ended, it may be a day or two.
How you doing, Your Honor? Good to see you, sir.
It's not as big as it would be on television set, but exactly right, and it'll be
I saw the clips.
He does a great job, and he put the show beyond there until there's several minutes that there's last more on there, and then it'll just rotate because no sweat. Hope that helps a little bit. Mr. Rogers, how are you, sir? How are you doing? Hi.
All right, folks, if everyone would please take their seat. Got a busy agenda today. I'd like to call item number 11. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time.
Your
Mayor
Honor,
Pro Tem?
we have none, sir.
All right. Then we'll go on to item number 12. Item number 12 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the special joint city council and redevelopment agency meeting of May 19th, 2009, and the regular city council meeting of May 20, 2009. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. How did that feel, Councilman?
Not sure what I did, but
All right. Items 13 through 85 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? I would start with item 13. I'd like to have that brought forward, please. Any other items?
Mr. Mayor, item 85.
And 85. All right. Any other items? All right. 13 and 85. May I have a motion as to the remainder of the consent agenda?
Seems like we got the first and the last, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to approve all those in between with all staff conditions, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 13 is approval of a 0.5% cost of living adjustment, which is a COLA, for eligible executive and appointed employees for the fiscal year 2009-2010, amounting to $161,120. Ms. Fretwell, this morning I read an article that suggested that we are giving a raise to our executive and appointed employees. I don't see it that way myself. As a matter of fact, I just see them staying exactly where they are, and even though they are valued employees of the city, many of whom work for us as a council and as the mayor, they are not really getting a raise, but they're having the ability to sort of just keep up to where they are during these very challenging economic times. So if you would, I'd like you to advise us who the executive and appointed employees are and exactly what we're doing and why we're being asked to vote on this.
Sure, I'd be happy to,
Thank
Mayor. As you know, we have various represented employees, and then we have employees that are not represented. The executives and the appointees are not represented individuals who work for the City of Las Vegas. The executives are primarily the managers up through the city manager in the organization who manage large functions within our organization. The appointives run the gamut from secretarial assistants, office kind of work, all the way up to professional kind of office administrators that run smaller programs for the city of Las Vegas. They're actually captured in two different groups. They're not all one group. So they're the appointive ranks that have their own pay scales, and then the executive ranks that have a separate set of pay scales. What we're doing today is recommending a 0.5% increase in the base pay for all of those individuals that are represented in those two employee groups. As you know, in the represented bargaining groups, with everyone but IAFF non-supervisory, there will be base adjustments, COLA adjustments for them in effective July 1. Those range from 2.5% to 3.5% in those represented areas. We have not reached an agreement with the firefighters union yet. If that doesn't happen before July 1, they actually will not see any adjustment in their pay schedule as far as a COLA is concerned until that contract is settled for future negotiations. As I presented to the appointive employees last week and made in my recommendation to you the 0.5% adjustment, as you all know, we're looking at a very bleak year next year. In our budget workshop, we indicated that we're in a good, stable position for this fiscal year. I'm very proud of the leadership that the mayor and council have shown in their fiscal management of the situation and the approval of the budgets that we presented to you. And I think that's created this year of stability for us. However, based on our financial projections for next year, we are anticipating that our revenues will continue to drop off, but our expenses will continue to increase. And what we made in our presentation, the suggestion that we made in our presentation based on our financial model, was that next year we would actually be looking at needing to roll back pay and salaries for all of the wage earners who work for the city of Las Vegas by 2% and stop the growth rate, a 0% increase in the growth rate for next year, fiscal year 11. So as I was preparing my recommendation for you regarding the appointives and the executives, I took into consideration feedback that I've received from the appointives and the executives. I took into consideration our financial projections, and I took into account what we could afford this year and next year. And so my recommendation is a 0.5% adjustment. In part, that is because this year there is a change in the PERS statutory contribution rate. And in each of the bargaining agreements, we've taken into consideration the fact that for CEA, we are paying the 0.5% adjustment as a part of the bargained contract adjustment for them. And we've given consideration for PPA, POA, and I guess to some degree IAFF so far in our discussions with them in our contract negotiations about the impact of the PERS rate adjustment. When I looked at all of those things, I felt that the fiscally prudent thing to do would be to hold the appointives and the executives flat. And in holding them flat, it means a 0.5% adjustment to keep them even with the PERS rate adjustment. If we didn't do that, all of these employees, 300 or so, would actually see a 0.5% reduction in their pay. Now, I will tell you that we've done some analysis of how the compensation has been running over the last 4 or 5 years. I'd be happy to show you that chart if you think it would be
I think it'd be very helpful to us.
I think, David, it's the second slide, the next one. Okay. You can see here kind of the trend since 2005, and I'll just point out which line represents which group of employees. The dark blue line are the executives. That's me, Orlando, directors, folks like Kathy Rainey who are managers in our organization. The pink line right below that is actually IAFF regular. Those are the folks we're still in negotiations with. You can kind of see the trends in compensation there, just below the executive average compensation. The next square pink bar is the appointives. We're talking about them as well today. You can see that they've been pretty flat. The executives have actually been going down. We have not given executive raises or bonuses in the last 2 years. Last year we did do an adjustment for the appointives of about 2.5%, which was consistent with the CEA agreement at that time. You can also see that PPA, POA are kind of escalating on an upward trend, as are the fire non-supervisory, fire regular. The green line at the top is IAF supervisory. That's the fire supervisors unit. That's all in, including longevity on what people are being paid. So you can kind of see that your executives and your appointives are either going down or being held very flat, and have been for the last 3 years. Even though we're making a modest adjustment, it's nothing compared to what has been happening in the preceding 10 years. And you know that one of the things we've been stressing in all of our financial reports, that we really need to try and get a handle on the growth rate in our salaries and wages as we get through this difficult economic time. This also enables us to take advantage of those savings this year in this year's budget that will hopefully help contribute to a better financial position as we enter FY11. And what I explained to the appointives is that if we were to go ahead and make a recommendation to the mayor and council that we give a consistent COLA adjustment to all of the appointive employees this year, we would basically be coming back in about 9 months and saying, we not only aren't going to give you anything, we're asking you for a 2% reduction. And that just seemed illogical to me. So I'm recommending to you that we hold everybody flat. Basically, everyone walks away even. And we won't be providing merits. We will be doing performance evaluations. We will not be providing bonuses. But what I have committed that we will do is look for areas where there may be compression, where the supervisory ratios, where people are maybe inequitable in pay based on peers in their group, or they have people that they're supervising that they're coming very close to not having an equitable balance between a supervisor and people they supervise. I have committed that I will look at that. There may be some other ways that we can kind of make things a little bit easier for the appointives that I'm looking into at their recommendation, and would be able to do over the course of the year, I think, after some evaluation. So not an easy message, but it's not an easy time. And I'll tell you that I'm very proud of this group of employees. They've stepped up. They're very happy to have jobs right now. They're very happy to have the current pay that they have. And 90% of them said that they're willing to give up future pay increases to avoid layoffs. And that's what this is about for us. It's about keeping people in jobs right now. As I've told you, I've had 3 goals since I took over as city manager. Our financial stability and our financial integrity, making sure that we can continue to provide our services to the community that they've come to expect, and to preserve jobs. And this is one of the many steps we have to take to accomplish those 3 things.
Right, well, I appreciate your explanation. I know that during our briefings, all of us, perhaps Councilwoman Tarkanian more vociferously than some of us, has indicated that she believes that there may be inequities here. And, you know, we as a council, myself as the mayor, when we hire folks, we really hire them to set an example, and we don't start them at the top of the range. Usually it's either at the bottom of the range or more towards the middle of the range. And it'd be a shame if these good serving public servants who work very, very hard for us are being punished because they're not a member of a collective bargaining group, instead of, or if they are being treated unfairly. I think we really have to look for fairness. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I think it's inappropriate for it to be characterized as a raise, a 0.5% raise, because basically what they ordinarily would be entitled to is 2 or 3% COLA, correct?
That's the historical trend.
Right.
Yes.
So basically, it's a reduction, the way I see it, of 2.5% rather than a raise of 1 0.5%. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Well, and as we've talked before, we're working as much as we possibly can within the confines of NRS 288 and are already approved and entered into collective bargaining agreements with our labor leaders to try and address some of the trends that you see here. And we can only do so much.
No, it's very ironic the way this whole thing has unfolded over the past several months, because we were fiscally prudent. We were able to save some money and be able to use it almost like a rainy day fund,
right,
and pick up an extra year, basically, of not having to start the heavy cuts that the rest of the country, as I indicated before, are experiencing. You ought to see these mayors when they sit down and talk to me back in Providence at the conference and tell me that they're laying off 1,000 cops, that they're laying off 500 firefighters. They don't like it. They don't like to do that, but they have no choice. And here, at least, we're able to keep people working, so they won't suffer during these challenging times. And I personally appreciate the attitude on the part of the executive and appointed employees for saying they understand where we are and ending up where you recommend it.
Well, and there is an issue with inequality, or the perception of an inequality among the appointives and the executives and the represented employees. I mean, it's something we're just going to have to deal with as we move forward. But the reality is we can afford what we can afford, and we have to do what we have to do, and this is my recommendation to you.
Okay.
We bring this item to the mayor and council every year about this same time, based on what we think we can afford and what we feel is just.
I felt there was a need for a public discussion of this, at least on the record, and that's why I moved to pull it off consent. But any questions of Ms. Fretwell or comments at this time?
Since you said I was so vociferous, I thought I should make a comment or two, not so vociferously. But mainly, I have a concern that we lump the executives and the appointives together. And I like the way you did this on your graph, Betsy. And I know how hard you've been working. And I know it's not an easy job. And my voicing of concerns had nothing to do with what all you were trying to do, because I know you're in a box. What can you do? But I just wanted on the record that I do feel that this is not equity here for those who are, that little pink square, they're down among the lowest of those who are paid. And the executives of the second highest behind it was a fire supervisory, right?
Right.
And I just hope that in the future, maybe when we come from salary increases, we could keep the two separate, the appointives separate from the executives. Because the executives sometimes, for example, we had Brad Jerbick, who gave up a bonus, I believe it was last year or the year before. And but, he got some vacation days aside, and we have more bonuses on the executives in the past. And I just would like to point that out. Because the appointives are among the lowest paid groups, as you can see. You've got a grouping down there of 4. And
Councilwoman, you can see from those last 4 dots on the 2008 numbers, and obviously we don't have 2009 numbers and won't have those until the end of the calendar year because these are payroll gross wage numbers. You can see that the lines weren't converging in 2005, and they are now.
They certainly are.
It's something we're going to either have to manage by adjusting the lower lines or making some accommodation the other way. I wish the times were different. They're just not, and so we don't really have the ability to adjust the pink line up right now.
And I know you've tried very hard, you and your staff, and I agree with what the mayor has said. I just want it on the record, and if you could keep the two separate in the future, I would feel far more comfortable.
I'd be happy to do that, and I think it goes without saying that the executives have really been holding the line. They got nothing last year.
Right.
No bonus.
It was the year before.
No merit. This is 2 years running now, where they've been going down. They have not been going up. They've been going down. So we're just trying to keep everybody flat where they are right now, and we got a lot of hard work to do over the next 12 months.
And I did want to reemphasize 0.5% for this group is not a increase of salary. It's just to make up for what was taken away. And I want people to understand that. I've had people call my office and ask about it. Interestingly, they didn't call my office about the others, which were 2.5 or something like that, but they called on this 0.5. And I just wanted to emphasize this is not really a salary increase. This is the second year in a row where it's been very slim for this group. And I would like that on the record, softly, not vociferously. Thank you.
I thought that was a compliment, Councilwoman, when I made it, but that's okay.
No, I like those compliments. I don't mind being labeled vociferous.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other comments? Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Betsy. There's, what did you base these numbers on? Did you say just payroll?
W-2s.
Okay, so in the green line on top, IAFF supervisors, that includes all overtime as well?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the base of their pay. That includes all of their payroll.
And that's the same for every line on here.
Thank you.
So if overtime were accrued for other people, it would show up in these lines.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor
Any
Goodman.
other comments or questions?
Please,
Yes,
Mayor
Councilor
Goodman. Betsy, thank you. I think as we were talking about Bill earlier this morning having a real difficult job the next couple of years because he's in charge of developing business for the city of Las Vegas in these difficult times. Like him, you have a very difficult job in the next 2 years and on because of the challenges we have with our the concept that 70% of our cost is labor. And you have some difficult decisions, and this is one of the more difficult ones. You've said it yourself. I will say this is one of my more difficult votes because I want to, or I do share the view with Councilwoman Tarkanian when you talk about equity and you talk about what's fair. And we have 3,000 plus employees in the city of Las Vegas, and about 2,700 of them, roughly, are represented through a collective bargaining unit, and basically they all got raises. Now, they got smaller raises than before, but they got increases in pay. And what you're bringing to us is basically a flat line. There's been a couple of different phrases used, but we're basically offsetting something so that they remain constant. Putting it another way, these 300 or so employees aren't getting any raise at all. And there's potential inequity in that. But what is going to cause me to go along with your recommendation is that I was one of the first advocates for what we're calling the new employee, because it was about 2 years ago that we started hearing about tough economic times and that we had to do something with our cost of labor. And I think this is consistent with our approach to creating our new employee in the next few years by setting an example, by basically being able to go to our collective bargaining units in the next few months and saying even the non-represented employees are willing to make a sacrifice. I've made sacrifices. We've all made sacrifices. City Attorney Jerbick, I don't think he's here right now, but somebody made mention that he forego a raise that he was normally entitled to. So this is all in line with the theme of making sacrifices so that all of the city employees remain employed. Like the mayor suggested, across this country, people are being laid off by municipal entities. So I think this is consistent with the idea that the city has adopted, which is the creation in the future of our new employee and just getting these labor costs in check.
And I may add to that, Mayor, that we got a report this morning that the Nevada unemployment rate went up by about 0.5%.
What is
so
it now?
We're
What
over
is it now?
11% now.
11?
11.2.
Yeah, that's what when
So
I was
that's
back in
up.
Providence. That's what they were saying their unemployment was.
And, the city's been very aggressive. We've eliminated 320 positions, in effect, close to 10% of all our employees. We reduced our budget by over 9%. These are not easy decisions. And we'll continue to do what we've got to do to keep the city fiscally strong, keep our services going to this community that they need, and to try and preserve jobs.
Okay, well, I think next year when we come to this point, if the economy keeps on going into the tank, we're going to be talking about 5%, not 0.5%, not 0.5 of 1%,
not a 0.5% like we're talking about today, but maybe we're talking about 5% across the board reductions of salary if it keeps on going the way it is. So I guess we have to be happy that everybody is where they are today, and we'll see what happens in the coming year. If the consolidated tax keeps on going in the direction which it's going, and it hasn't turned around at all, has it, Ms. Fretwell?
We had a little bit better performance. We're still in the red, but it wasn't as bad as the prior month. We're at negative 14% instead
Negative
of negative
14%. Negative 14%. And that's, so we have to live with that and provide services. Very, very difficult. These are not easy times. All right.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
could I just ask, Betsy, isn't it true that throughout the country, states have done research and stated, and as have other local entities, that if we continue with what we've been doing as far as the increasement of benefits and retirements and things like that for the public sector, that we're going to just drown ourselves? And is that not true? I think I've been reading that in the literature.
There's some research that indicates that people are upside down, and we see that in our 5-year projections that we brought to you in our budget workshop.
I wonder,
our expenses are overperforming our revenues. Our revenues are underperforming, and things seem to be fine as long as those revenues are keeping up with your expenditures. But in this case, we've got a couple of years of that not happening, and we're projecting that we won't see much of a recovery for another 2-3 years.
I'm wondering if you could fit in the busy schedule I know your whole staff has, but if at some time you could give us maybe a summary or to let us know what's happening throughout the country and
Absolutely.
what the thoughts are, because what I'm getting is that if we keep up the way we're going, nobody's going to have much, and we do need to do this new employee situation the way Councilman Wilson stated. And I'd just like to see the research on it, and I know that some states have come out with information on that.
We'd be happy to. In fact, that's one of the things I weave into my weekly reports. But we can maybe do a summary for you that shows the last 6 months' worth of that data. Be happy to do that.
And entities, study groups, research groups that have looked into it and what their determination is, either pro or con.
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I've sat here and listened to all the comments, and so much of it, it's hard not to agree with. And I'm just a little bit disappointed in my mayor today. He's always been very positive. It's just around the corner where we're going to have this turnaround. And today you're sounding a little bit more bleak, Your Honor.
Well, the problem is I was out of town, and I saw what's happening in the country. And I think Las Vegas is probably poised to come back faster than anybody. I really do. I think that I think for a lot of reasons, we've bottomed out here, and I think we are in good shape compared to the rest. But when I see what's happening around the United States of America with other cities, I got to tell you, it is bleak.
Well, you always hear enlightening stories, I guess. And to me, one I heard here a couple weeks ago was that the Empire State Building was built during the Great Depression.
That, the Chrysler Building, and Rockefeller Center,
and
right?
So
all in New
I
York
think
City.
that it's up to the city to keep things going in the right direction.
I'm with you.
And Betsy, I really appreciate your report. I appreciate all the comments and questions from our fellow council members. I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Host?
Hold it.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Item 85, R54-2009, approval of a resolution regarding in the City Council minutes, approval of a resolution recording in the City Council minutes the approval of the Executive Director of the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada of a proposed lease purchase agreement in an amount not to exceed $267 million for the acquisition, improvement, and equipping of a new City Hall project in Ward 3. Ms. Falder.
Mayor and Council, item 85 is just as you stated. It's just to read into the record that the Executive Director of the Nevada Department of Taxation has approved us to proceed with a proposed lease purchase agreement. It does not approve that agreement. It's just reading into the record the Executive Director's approval of us to pursue that avenue for financing.
Okay, very good. Any comments or questions of Ms. Falter? All right. Councilman. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Councilman Reese.
Yes. Again, thank you for your disposition on that question. I move to follow staff's recommendation of this item, please, with all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 86 is public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance regarding dangerous building located at 305 North Crestline Drive in the amount of $5,353.15 and assess a maximum of $113,550 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Michael J. Malloy, care of Judith Redfern, and this is in Ward 1. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Mr. Smith.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Level X Inc. to remove refuse and waste from interior of building and on the property repair, replace rear fencing, and install permanent fencing. To date, there have been 17 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property is not available. The original construction year was 1963. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,941 invoice for Level X Inc., in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $5,353.15, and consider assessing a maximum of $113,550 in daily civil penalties. And, Your Honor, if I may, I'd just like to give a brief description of this property. This was a property that, as you can see, was just filled to the
It's a pig pen.
It was in terrible condition, and we had to go get a court order on this to actually hire a contractor to go in and clean it. The reason we did this is because of the health and the safety of the individual that would live there, that at the time was living there, and because of him occupying this premises, that's one of the reasons this seems to have taken so long, because we're going through the court system and getting the administrative warrants and everything to get inside. So I just wanted to read that into the record of why we're at this point today.
All right, thank you very much. Is Michael J. Malloy or Judith Redfern here? Yes,
Pardon?
You are Mr. Malloy?
Yes.
I'd be happy to hear from you.
Originally, it was Lois Sartanian, and one of the group was going to bring in a community service and take care of the outside, and I was taking care of the inside. And the fence out back is a continuous, all up and down the whole alley. That lady next to 2 doors down from me, she's constantly replacing hers.
Did anybody live in there?
Pardon me?
Did anybody live with all that crap in there?
Yes.
Who?
Me.
You live with all that junk around you?
I got it cleaned up.
I know, but how long did you live with that stuff around you?
I don't know.
All right.
He's right in that he talked with me and we worked to have people help him with the outside of the house. What happened was, thinking we were doing something to help him in that, we had community agencies for the outside of the house. However, then they saw the inside of the house. And I believe you were using a fire in a way that wasn't appropriate. Am I right, Devin?
Yes, when we, like you said, we did get an outside charity agency to come in and clean the outside of the property. When we found him at the location, he was basically living on the back porch and lighting fires to keep himself warm and everything at night. And because, like I said, the health and the safety of the individual there is, when we saw the condition of the inside and the condition of how he was living, that's why we moved forward with abating the inside also, because of the health and safety concerns we had.
Well, I don't want to go for the civil penalties. I think he was trying, and I think we worked with him as best we could. But the inside was considered a hazard to your life by fire and by others. But I believe we need to have the basic cost for recovery of the city, right?
Correct.
So I would just say that I move to approve the amount of $5,353.15 with no civil penalties. And my understanding is that his sister is going to help, or his daughter?
I believe it was his sister.
Your
She stepped
sister
in
was
and
going
turned
to
all
help with that $5,000.
Well, the way it works is you don't have to come up with the money as much as, if we approve that, there's a lien against the property, so when the property is sold, the city would recover its
The house is not
cost.
worth but probably, the last call I got was 135.
Right, but as I
And
say,
I just found out one of my neighbors I talked to this morning, which has a tri-level, said hers is down to under 100.
Yeah. Well, nobody's trying to get the house, believe me.
The whole
Yeah.
neighborhood is.
Yeah, nobody,
Yeah,
and we
okay.
wouldn't want to take your house
It's
away.
more, the final, the 100,000 is more than the house is worth.
Yeah. And as the
And I
mayor,
own it outright.
as the mayor said, this would just be a lien against the property. You don't have to pay it. It's just there if you should ever move, or if the house should be sold, then the people who bought it would need to pay the lien. But you don't have to pay that right now. It's just a formal lien against the house.
Okay, the responsibility is totally on me. I don't want my sister connected. She's not good.
basically, it's not a lien against you or a judgment against you, it's against the property.
Yeah. So
Could I
that's
get, there's been, I got a box of Craftsman hand tools that I've had since the 80s, and I've added tools to it. And used to be able to pick it up with one hand. Now it's two. It is gone.
it is gone.
Yeah. I have, there was 3 lawnmowers in the backyard that were excavated in the situation, and TVs and all other articles. 300 pounds in copper and aluminum.
Well, someone might have stolen that one.
No, they got hauled off when it got.
Well, let me tell you,
Okay.
as the mayor said, you don't need to come up with any money right now. We understand your circumstances, and you were trying to work with us. The only reason it got into a higher penalty was that our safety groups felt that your safety was involved. And that amount is just on a lien. You don't have to pay it now, and we won't ask your sister for any help in that. Yeah, okay?
Okay.
So then I move to approve the amount of $5,353.15 and no assessment of civil penalties.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post.
And I hope that helps you, sir.
All right. Motion carries. Mr. Malloy.
I'm working on it.
Mr. Malloy, don't let it get that way again inside.
No, Your Honor, I'm working on the inside right now trying to get a plumbing problem.
All right, please. Please, it's not safe.
Thank you.
Right.
That's it.
That's it.
Have a nice day.
All right, you too. 86 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 6528 Ruby Red Circle in the amount of $2,949 and assess a maximum of $81,050 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corp. This is at Ward 1. There's a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, the manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Hicks Unique Building and Construction to remove all refuse and waste, remove all weeds, grass exceeding 8 inches in height in all yards, and posted no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of September 2005 was $250,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $500 invoice for Hicks Unique Building and Construction, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $2,949, and consider assessing a maximum of $81,050 in daily civil penalties.
All right, thank you. Any questions to Mr. Smith? Any representatives of Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation here? Is that a government agency, do you know?
I believe it's just from all the research we've done, it's a mortgage.
A mortgage company?
Yes.
Private?
Private mortgage company,
Yes.
we were told.
Located here in Las
I think it's a group of
Vegas?
investors that created a mortgage company.
All right. Public hearing, folks, if you'd like to be heard, it's a time we're happy to hear from you.
Mortgage companies.
Please identify yourself.
My name
for
is
the record.
Anthony Hodge. I live 123 Sir David. Mortgage companies and banks and all those kind of people, and some of these properties that is run down, as I said, there's always some taxes that need to be paid. And I'm just hoping that the taxes, if it's paid, then the city and the county and the state and all the people get, they share some revenue. We are upon hard times, and a lot of properties, even when times was good, it was run down and wasn't even fixed. What I'm trying to say, a lot of people losing their homes now because of their jobs and whatever, so there's going to be a lot of that. But then you had some properties when times was good, were badly run down. It was so bad they had to destroy it. So that's what I'm trying to say now. You got good things that are going down, and then you got the bad that's always been bad going down, and you add it all up together, it's pretty bad. But if this is a cooperation that own this property, then y'all need to make them pay some money. That's all I got to say, sir.
All right. Anybody else like to say something?
B.J. Martins, Las Vegas resident. Just a quick question. Isn't Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corp., isn't that Freddie Mac?
That's why I asked the question. I thought it was, but I'm being told that it's a private company. I thought it was Freddie Mac, and shame on Freddie Mac because I'd like to strangle them.
I believe it is Freddie Mac, and it'd be interesting to find out if there will be any kind of response to this. Thank you.
Well, if it is Freddie Mac and they haven't responded to it, I think we should be very firm in addressing them, Mr. Smith. Could you check that out?
I absolutely will.
Because that's what I thought too.
And that's very possible. The research we did not come back as that, and I don't think we understood it was Freddie Mac, but it very possibly could be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice of you to come forward and give us that information. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Torkanian.
Now you said that you had contacted them and they gave you no response?
Yes, we have contacted them, and as a matter of fact, when the letter went out for this public meeting, it actually went to Federal Home Loan Mortgage Company, notifying them that there would be this public meeting to address the situation.
Did you send them a letter before that?
I believe we've had several responses. Once
You
the
had
property,
several times that you sent them.
Right. Once we found out that the property was taken over by this particular company, we started notification to the mortgage company at that time.
Well, I believe that those people who hold these homes, who are letting them get run down, the banks who hold them, and when you talk with them, they'll say, well, we're not in the home upkeep business, but they now own the property, and they not only are lowering the value of that unit, they're lowering the value of other homes in the area. And that doesn't seem to be a fair thing to do. I would move for $2,949 to be assessed against them, and $50,000 in daily civil penalties. And the $50,000 is just so they might be polite enough to respond to a local government agency which is trying to protect the citizens. And you said you contacted them several times, no response.
No response.
Okay, if it's Freddie Mac, we'll make him pay the $50. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Host? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 86 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 1225 South Commerce Street in the amount of $23,467.75 and assess a maximum of $109,500 in daily civil penalties. Yep.
We got 86 there. We got 86 there. And we got 86 there.
Okay. I have to tell you that the city staff may not deserve raises. How do you like that? I've got 4 86s. You're 86th. Okay, well, this is the third 86, okay? Thank you very much for calling that to my attention. Third 86, a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 1225 South Commerce Street in the amount of $23,467.75 and assess a maximum of $109,500 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is the Crummell Family Trust. This is in Ward 3. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started a legal notification. When no corrective action was taken, nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Baldwin Development, LLC, to demolish the structures in compliance with Clark County health regulations, remove refuse, waste, perimeter fence, and post no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs. On August 12, 2008, an asbestos survey was conducted by CAM Air. To date, there have been 6 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of November 1972 was $65,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $21,210 invoice to Baldwin Development LLC Services and a $675 invoice to CAM Air Asbestos Survey, in addition to other fees, for a total of $23,467.75, and consider assessing a maximum of $109,500 in daily civil penalties. And Your Honor, if I may, I would just like to put on the record, when this project started, this lady was unable to take care of this herself. Her son, who handles all of her affairs, has been in contact with us the whole time. Basically gave us permission to go in and do the demo, and asked that we would do the demo because they did not have the funds to do it, and was trying to comply in every way he can. He agreed to let us do the demo, knowing that we would be placing a lien on the property. So I just wanted to read that into the record.
Right, that's very
it
important.
wasn't because of their lack of acknowledgement. It was because of his mother's lack of funding to take care of it.
That's very important. Thank you for advising of that. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. I always appreciate the job you do, Devin, and thank you for those comments about the owners. I will make a motion to follow your recommendation for the $23,467.75 assessment, but I don't want to assess them any daily charges.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, this is the fourth 86. This is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 5377 Rural Castle Lane in the amount of $2,889.20 and assess a maximum of $45,200 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Imelda E. Galanja, and this is in Ward 6. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of the condition of the property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Level X Inc. to remove refuse and waste from the side and rear yards, high weeds from the front and side yards. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of October 2006 was $297,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $448 invoice for Level X Inc. services, in addition to other fees, for a total of $2,889.20, and consider assessing a maximum of $45,200 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Folks, public hearing. Is the owner Imelda Galanga here? All right. Anybody else want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Smith, has there been any communication with this Imelda Galanga?
There's been several phone conversations. We have attempted through certified letters and posting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I see
7,
all the
8 times that we sent certified letters.
I see all the communications.
And they've been returned. But that's all the research that we've done. These are all the different addresses that she is listed under. We've gone through the sewer records. We go through tax records. We go through any resources that we have to get current addresses.
So who controls the property now? Your records indicate just an individual? Because I see this United Liberty Investments LLC on here.
But we believe that because the address that we sent it to, we did send it to that, but she still shows as the legal owner, and we just think it's one of those things where she's putting it in different company names and everything to avoid us tracking her down. But we sent it to that address. The last known address that we sent it to was the Indigo Drive.
Indigo Bay.
And that is the address that the LLC shows up under.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And in Indigo Bay, and then also in Fort Mojave, Arizona.
Right. And we've sent to all the different addresses that we possibly had under different corporate names, under different addresses, but the letters have gone to every address under every corporation.
Okay. Any attempt by this individual to do anything with this property?
No.
None whatsoever. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm ready to make a motion.
Please.
That we, I would move to recoup our cost of $2,889.20 back to the general fund and assess the civil penalties of $45,200.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman,
Thank
please.
you.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, a question, please.
Yes.
It's pretty obvious that the lady probably walked away from the property, whether she lived in it herself or rented it. There's no indication that anybody has been residing in that property for months.
No.
Is that right?
It doesn't appear to. No.
Okay, so it's probably going to go to a bank, whether it's a foreclosure or whatever. And I brought this up last time, so I want to make sure we're moving in a particular direction. And is Mr. Jerbick there? Is he not here again? Does he still work here? My question is this. I think that we... Hello, Brad. I think that we need to do some research to see if there's anything we can do to speed up two things. Number one, we want these properties rehabbed so they're safe and they're not a nuisance, and the other property owners in the area, their values aren't suffering because of the condition of the property. Number two, we want people living in these homes. But if the bank owns it and it's in foreclosure, is there anything we can do to speed up the process rather than have to wait for the bank to sell it at auction or whatever they do?
We'll look into it.
Well, we've been looking into it for 10 years.
Well, not on the scale we are now.
Well, I understand that, but for 10 years we've been looking into it, and we haven't speeded up this process, and we wait for the property to be sold in order for us to collect the lien and the interest against the property. And with all due respect to Mr. Still, who was a hero, but he's overseas fighting for us, he said he was going to try to come back with an answer. We haven't had an answer, and we are desperately in need of this money. We really need this money, and even if we have to amend an ordinance which gives us the right to go against a person instead of just the property, that would be a way to at least have a little bit of muscle to get the money. We need the money.
Understood.
Okay.
If you don't mind, and I agree 100% with what the mayor said, but if the bank owns the property, let's look into how we can contact the bank and have direct communications with the bank to get them to get off their porch and do something. Thanks.
Your Honor, if I may, one of the things that we have looked at from our end that other cities have done is they put in place the right of receivership, that they have a right to go in if there's tax dollars owed on a property before it actually goes and actually take control of that property.
Let's
so that
do
may
it.
be something for us to look at.
Let's do it, Mr. Smith, because we need the money, and these people are virtually thumbing their nose at us. They realize that we can't get the money until they sell their property, so it just sits there. They create blights in our community. It really is outrageous. It really is. I mean, we call them dangerous nuisances. I mean, that's what they are.
And just something I want to put on the record that the lot of properties that we've had some extensive liens on, we have actually had people go in and make offers to the bank to take those properties, and the bank refuses to sell them because of the liens, and they just said that they'll let the city take them back. So that may be
Well,
something.
then let's take them back, and then we'll give it to people for affordable housing. That's fine. Right.
I think it's exactly right what you said, Mayor, about that, and it is extraordinary that banks, given the money they've been given to take care of their own toxic real estate choices, leave neighborhoods in the situation they're leaving them now. And I agree, go after them as hard as we can go after them. Now, there is one bank that's been, and real estate agency that's been working with us, right?
We have several of them.
Oh, several now.
We have
so
several
that's
that
good. We do
come
have some.
forward, and they have a local representative. And whenever we have a problem property, we contact them, and they get right on it. So yes.
Yeah, so we have made some progress there. But for those that are recalcitrant, I say go after them as hard as we can.
Is that like vociferous?
Probably.
Okay. Very
Mayor,
good. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Orlando. Mayor over here.
Yes.
We do have that ordinance that you passed several years ago where we do have the right to go out there and make the improvements to the property. And maybe Mr. Smith would touch on that. We can go out there and do the landscaping, make it look like it's inhabited. and we go back there, we lien the property, but then again, we're fronting the money again.
I know,
until
but
it
once
sells.
again, what we're doing, Mr. Sanchez, and I agree with you, that we have to make sure that these properties do not create further blight in our neighborhoods, because it's like the first broken window. When you get that first broken window, it just increases and exacerbates itself, and you have blight upon blight. But we have to collect the money. We've got to figure out a way that when we impose these liens, we're able to get the money and get some pressure so that these folks know that we're for real. That's what I'm asking for. I'm begging for it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Certainly, you were sworn in.
Thank you. I just want to be on a house like this. Do you work to make it look like it's inhabitable and it fits in the neighborhood and it's clean and it's locked up, and is that kind of your responsibility to make sure it fits in with the neighborhood? It's not bringing the neighborhood down while we're going through this process.
We were doing a lot more of that to make the home appear occupied, but because of the budget constraints and everything, we're trying to do the minimum. We just go in and clean it and secure it. Like I said, for a while we were doing the landscaping, we were making it appear occupied, but like I said, our costs were much higher than they are now, and because of the budget constraints, because of the situation we're in, we're trying to do the minimum necessary to secure it, clean it, and try to take care of the problem.
Why don't you just add those extra costs onto the the fine and all this other stuff?
We were, but sometimes these are taking us years to get paid back on, because we put the lien on the property, and it can be three years before we get paid on it, and that's money that comes right out of our general fund on the upfront costs. So, like I said, what we were trying to do, and we're looking at other things of maybe doing some of this, the boarding of these properties, and doing some of the cleanups in house, and to cut the cost even more. So these are things that we've discussed, and they're decisions that are going to have to be made.
Okay, it just seems, the biggest problem is these houses cause, the blight to continue in the neighborhood. It just seems like, I don't care how much it costs to get them up to speed so they look nice, you just add it on as a fine and a penalty. That doesn't bother me, so, okay, thanks.
Mayor, let me just suggest that maybe what we can do is put together a report for you. I know that Scott has been working with Neighborhood Services and some of the industry reps from real estate to identify for high foreclosure areas. I know many cities around the country are trying to take an aggressive approach in sustaining property values because they want to make sure that they keep their property tax revenues as solid as they can going through this process. So maybe one of the things we can do is look at the ordinances we have in place and see if we can come up with a strategy in light of some of the data that we're assembling now. You may remember, as a part of your performance indicators, we have target neighborhoods that are right on the edge of having real significant problems based on many neighborhood indicators. Maybe we can use that process to identify areas where we put it up front, Councilman Anthony, go into those areas, try and make sure there's enough revenues to be able to pursue that course of action so that we're stabilizing some of the areas quicker than we might be right now under our current budget constraints.
I know some cities have actually made it a criminal offense not to keep these houses up. So I'm not suggesting that we do that, but that's what some of these cities are doing, because it's causing a lot of crime and neighborhood decay. So I think we need to take a hard stand on making sure these houses don't bring the neighborhoods down.
Your Honor, if I may, with the lien report, we are working on a lien report to present to the council, and we should have that completed by end of week. We're just going over the numbers to make sure that our totals are correct. We don't want to be forwarding bad information, so we should have that done by end of this week.
Good.
Mayor Goodman, just a thought. Here's a tough one, Mr. Smith. What percentage of the communities in the city of Las Vegas are in HOAs? Do you have any idea? 50%, 75%, 25%?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Harson because he also deals with the department that handles the HOAs.
And while he's
I wouldn't
coming
say
up,
even 50%.
Yeah. While he's coming up, my thought process is, and not that I'm advocating this, is that perhaps there's a way that the HOA can be responsible and they themselves can lien the property. In other words, rehab it, put it up so that it's inhabitable, and then when the new owner comes in, recoup from the new owner.
don't hold me to this. I would say of the entire city of Las Vegas, we work with about, let's say, coverage of 50% organized neighborhood groups. Of that, it's probably about 25-30% that are actual HOAs. And you're absolutely right. HOAs sometimes, instances, have more power as their organization than, let's say, the city government does. And we've been trying to research to help them have avenues that they can pursue as an HOA.
Now that's great, because that's thinking a little outside the box. It's thinking progressively, if you will. We're going to get many, many more of these situations. So I'm sure you're working with Mr. Jerbick's office on the legality of pursuing this. That's good.
Although I've spoken to representatives of HOAs, and they're telling me that a lot of their members are not they're not paying their dues. They're not coming up with their allocated share when the HOA does exactly what Councilman was speaking about, going in and correcting a situation. So these are different. It's a different world. It's a different world. With all due respect, Mayor Pro Tem, it is a different world out there.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I've been asked to poll 105, discussion and possible action on the Neighborhood Partners Fund, NPF Board recommendations to allocate $55,000 for 24 neighborhood projects pertaining to all wards.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. My name is Jerry Green, 8321 Gorski Avenue, Chair of the NPF Board. It has been a pleasure to serve on the board and learning about the exciting projects being planned in the city neighborhoods. And I apologize, I was born with a severe case of the nerves. Public speaking is not easy for me. The Neighborhood Partners Fund Board is comprised of 7 city staff members and 6 neighborhood volunteers appointed by the council offices. We thank these members for their hard work in reviewing and evaluating projects and proposing the final funding recommendations. Board members include Charlie Desiderio, Vice Chair, who is in the audience today, Adriana Martinez, Ward 1 Staff Designee, Renee Rampton, Ward 1 Neighborhood Representative, Crystal Klinger, Ward 2 Staff Designee, Susie Martinez, Ward 3 Staff Designee, Mike Brown Sestero, Ward 3 Neighborhood Representative, and we had a vacancy in the Ward 4 Staff Designee, no longer with the city, Brian Knutson, Ward 4 Neighborhood Representative, Tanya Renter-Jackson, Ward 5 Staff Designee, Michelle Thaxton, Ward 6 Staff Designee. And I'm the neighborhood representative from Ward 6. This is my 3rd year on the Neighborhood Partners Fund, and I want to interject a little here. It's been eye-opening for me, heart-wrenching for me. It's an incredible project that I thoroughly enjoy serving on. I am a member of Ward 6, of course, out in the far suburbs, and what I found on this board is we deal with funding neighborhood projects, getting communities active. It only takes one person in the community to get it going. And I've seen that time and time again, just incredible people who take the bull by the horns, for lack of better words, and just run with it. And what I've seen is that the community activism that follows is incredible and just really opens up and gets projects done. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to serve on the board and as chair. And the NPF board is recommending the following 24 neighborhood projects for funding. Will the neighborhood project leaders please stand as I call your association's name? Charleston Heights 29-5 Homeowners Association Beautification Project. Charleston Preservation Neighborhood Association Number 11 Communication Project. Jamestown Towers Community Engagement. And I apologize, I'm not reading one. The first 3 associations were from Ward 1. McNeil Neighborhood Association, Ward 1, Association Development and Outreach. Quail Estates West Homeowners Association, Ward 1, Landscape Improvement. Rancho Springs Neighborhood Association, Ward 1. East Mesquite Road Beautification. Sundown Homeowners Association, Ward 1, Street Signage and Lighting Improvement. Sunrise Gardens Senior Apartments, Ward 1, Security Lighting Project. Canyon Ridge Homeowners Association, Ward 2, Front Entry Security Camera. Fairway Point Homeowners Association, Ward 2, Beautification Project. Rulon Earl Resident Council, Ward 3, Male Privacy and Security Project. Stupak Neighborhood Success Team, Ward 3, Back to School Fair. Vera Johnson Manor B Computer Safety Project, Ward 3. Sun City Summerlin Community Association, Ward 4, Emergency Preparedness Project. Sunset Estates Homeowners Association, Security and Safety Project. Vera Johnson Manor A, Summer Fun in the Sun Children's Pool Passes, Ward 5. Bonanza Village Neighborhood Association, Ward 5, Communication Outreach, Cultural Corridor Coalition, Ward 5, A December to Remember, Sherman Gardens Resident Council, Ward 5, Security Bars for Commodity Room, Cascade Homeowners Association, Ward 6, Park Enhancement, Four Winds Homeowner Association, Ward 6, Park Beautification Project, Quarter Horse Estates Unit 1, Homeowners Association, Ward 6, Lighting and Perimeter Improvement, Timberlake Street, Ward 6, Security and Safety Project, Valley Crest Homeowners Association, Ward 6, Beautification and Landscape Improvement. So there was involvement from all wards, which was exciting this year. And one thing I want to note that this year, my third year on the board, we had more requests than we've had in the past. And of course, funding was not as available, so it was very hard for the board to decide where the funds would go and how to take care of everybody. The fiscal year 2010 Neighborhood Partner Program will fund the following projects: 7 beautification and physical enhancement projects, 9 safety improvement projects, 1 culture event, and 1 project that purchases tables and chairs to allow residents in a senior community the opportunity to socialize, 1 downtown back-to-school youth event that will serve about 900 youth through grant funding and business sponsorships, and another project that provides pool passes to youth from a housing authority complex, and 3 neighborhood communication projects. And that's it. I just want to say thank you, and I would hope that the council approves all these matters. It's just an awesome project, and I hope to serve on it for many years to come.
Thank you very much. Would those who stood before and then sat down please rise again so we can show our appreciation for you? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Without community involvement, we wouldn't be able to do nearly as much as we try to do as a city. So I thank you, and we really appreciate your effort. No question about that.
Mr. Mayor, these are absolutely tremendous grants to these neighborhood associations. I can tell you that one of the senior grants he mentioned, the improvement of lighting, is near an area where a 73-year-old woman was raped, and this lighting will improve the safety within this setting, which includes many seniors, along with all the other things you've talked about. And sometimes I'll go by streets and I'll see maybe a plaque that notes the area, or maybe a beautification project that we've improved, and it always makes me feel good to know that the city was able to partner with the residents to get something that the residents knew they wanted. They know far better than we what is most needed, and it's just a magnificent program. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may.
Yes, certainly, Councilman Ross.
Mr. Green, thank you for your service to the entire city of Las Vegas and all of the other board members of the Neighborhood Partners Fund. And I'll tell you why there are so many more projects this year. It's because of outreach. Neighborhood Services, Director Harson's your team. I know certainly in the Ward 6 office, we've been working with our homeowners associations. We've been identifying locations that can take advantage of this. And Councilwoman, I think you said something too. It certainly engages our neighbors to get out there and do something for one another. You got to put your gloves on. You got to go to work, and you're doing it with the City of Las Vegas, and you're doing it for your neighborhood. And I think that's what's important. So again, Mr. Green, thank you for your service and the entire board's service for doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll echo what Councilman Ross said and Councilwoman Tarkanian. A lot of these projects really help beautify the neighborhood as well as making them safe. And I just want to thank everyone that takes their time out to serve on this board, as well as our staff members. And I would move to follow staff's recommendation of these items.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. All right, item number 90. 90 is discussion and possible action concerning the status of the 2009 legislative issues. This pertains to all wards. Mr. Olivas.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman and Council. For the record, Ted Olivas, your Director of Administrative Services. First off, I'd like to welcome Councilman Anthony. As you know, it's been a long and difficult legislative session. We're glad to be here today, and we know that you've been receiving updates on or during the legislative session from staff, so we'll try to keep our comments somewhat brief. We know that you've been kept up to date very well. You have a long agenda today. We're going to do a brief overview, and as you know, we're going to be putting together a detailed legislative summary that we will follow up with briefings on very specific bills that relate to the City of Las Vegas. I believe you have a package in front of you, or a summary that is the handouts for this briefing here. It should be in your packets, hopefully, maybe.
I don't believe so.
Beverly?
I don't believe so.
They are up here?
Just want to make sure that you have it.
I don't know where they were. Okay.
I'll wait till that's distributed.
Thanks.
But while it is being distributed, in summary, I'll be going over our team this session, talk about our final report in its context, the bills that we had, some topics of interest, the bills that had a direct fiscal impact on the City of Las Vegas, revenue sources that were used to fund the state budget, termed out legislators, some interim actions that we're going to be taking, as well as looking into the 2011 session. As you know, our team starts with you, and we seek input from many people at the City of Las Vegas. The staff that you had, including myself up in Carson City, included Leanne Lee. If you can stand up, please. Our legislative officer, this is her second session. We had David Bowers, who's our assistant city engineer. I want to thank Jorge Cervantes for letting us have Dave for this session. He was a very valuable member of the team. In addition to that, we have some other people that are in Carson City on behalf of the City of Las Vegas as well. And that includes Bob Ostrowski, Misty Grimmer, and Mike Sullivan with Ostrowski & Associates. We have Marvin Levitt with PML Consulting. That we have an interlocal with Henderson to have Marvin. And we also had David Goldwater with Goldwater Financial. Dave, if you can stand up. So that's the team that you had roaming the halls full-time during this session. Our core Las Vegas team, of course, started with Betsy Fretwell. It also included Chris Knight and Tom Perigo, who were the folks that were coordinating things from down south to make sure that we had the information that was necessary to lobby on behalf of the city. I'd like to thank them for those efforts, as well as providing you updates during the session. We also, of course, had Val Steed with our city attorney's office, who's essentially the brains behind all of this. He makes sure that the positions that we have are legally sufficient, and he has done a wonderful job for us during the previous sessions. We've also had my administrative assistant, Susan Hout, and this has been her first session coordinating this, and she did a great job. Where most of this information comes from, as you know, is the departments. There are so many different topics that affect so many departments. Local governments are different than anyone else. It's not special interest. We're involved in everything. And without the department directors and their assigned liaisons, we don't have the appropriate input to determine where we're at on any given bill. So I'd like to thank them as well. In terms of our 2009 final report, we hope to have that report done this month. We are going to provide hard copies for you, although it will be online as a part of our sustainability effort. This is a detailed report that will talk about our bills, topics of interest, the Assembly and Senate bills that were passed, those that failed, a summary of bills by their effective date, vetoed bills that will require legislative action next session because the legislature ended before they could take action, bills overridden, the interim committees, interim studies, the legislators, the committees, and the calendar. So it's a plethora of information for the departments that gives a more holistic view of what happened during the session and its relationship to the City of Las Vegas and your constituents. We, as you know, were allotted 3 bills. The first bill was Assembly Bill 48, which relates to disputing resolutions on our public works contracts. This allows us to resolve those disputes in a way other than arbitration. We had a reason for that, and That bill did pass. We worked with the trades and the construction industry, and that bill became effective on May 19th of 2009. We believe that is going to save not only the city of Las Vegas, but local governments throughout this state thousands and thousands of dollars by allowing us other contract dispute resolution methods. Previously, the law said that we had to use arbitration. This gives us some flexibility. We also had Assembly Bill 44, which was our revenue stabilization bill, which revises how money in a stabilization fund can be used, and it increases the balance of the fund. We thought that this would be the year to bring something like that forward because of our economy and wanting to make sure that we had an appropriate rainy day fund. We did receive a hearing on that bill, and much to our dismay, there was no further action taken on that bill. We tried many different options, amendments to try to make that bill work, and that bill did not move forward. We had Assembly Bill 94, which relates to redevelopment and tourist improvement districts. This, of course, was on behalf of our redevelopment agency, and it would have extended the term of our agency, as well as eliminate the sunset provision for the use of tourist improvement districts within redevelopment agencies. It would also have clarified that we can make loans. Particularly as it relates to the use of tourist improvement districts, after October 1st of 2009, a tool that we currently have for economic development and redevelopment is being taken away from those very areas that need redevelopment and investment the most. Unfortunately, that bill never received a hearing. And it didn't receive a hearing because there was a push by the Assembly leadership to take a more holistic view of redevelopment and try to pass a bill that would be much larger than what we were proposing here. We tried to get these amendments into that bill. That bill ultimately failed, but unfortunately we never received a hearing on that bill. In terms of the topics of interest, you know there were hundreds of bills that we tracked last session, and that ranged from bomb squads to domestic partnerships to F Street and neighborhood preservation, labor negotiations, redevelopment, sewer laterals. It just runs the gamut. There's hundreds of bills that affect the city of Las Vegas and your residents. There were a number of bills that have a very direct and rational nexus to the city of Las Vegas and our finances. I've summarized some of those. Assembly Bill 304 was the whole F Street bill that we have to come up with $2.5 million for the design of F Street, as well as $20 million in construction dollars. We also, through Assembly Bill 543, which was a 2-cent property tax hit for the next 2 years, that takes away another $5 million. Assembly Bill 552, which was an increase in the administrative fee to the state for distributing the consolidated tax to the local government jurisdictions for the city of Las Vegas over the next 2 years. That's another $4 million. So there's $31.5 million directly attributable to those three bills alone. That being said, we know that the state was looking for money from local governments. If we look at fiscal impacts, if we just look at the first bill, Assembly Bill 304, they wanted $75 million for F Street. It didn't end up being $75 million. We were able to work out a deal where we could use some redevelopment money that we had already had programmed, and some money that's earmarked from the 2-cent property tax, which is defined on the item below it. So we took some hits. There's also a few bills that I have mentioned, Assembly Bill 521, which increases, adds 5 different types of cancer for occupational diseases for firefighters. That has a fiscal impact on us, of course, as well as Assembly Bill 540, which requires us to pitch in to pay for the Employee Management Relations Board. Where did the state get their money? That's on the next slide.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes,
Before
Councilor Ross.
before you get too far, Ms. Believus, fiscal impact of the city of Las Vegas, it looks like we'd almost fare pretty well without this F Street design construction dollar amount that the Senate snuck in last minute. Am I correct? I mean, without that, we'd look like we did real well.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilman Ross. I use the Vincentian principle from Mark Vincent, and that is if the legislature takes 1 red cent from the city of Las Vegas, then we didn't do our job. That being said, you're right. We were in a defensive mode. They were looking for a lot of different things. They could have taken a lot of things away, like franchise fees and other taxes, and so.
Your Honor, do you mind if I ask Mr. Levis? I'm not sure all the council members are familiar with this, how this occurred. Do you mind if he explains to all of us how this snuck in the last minute?
It's my pleasure to hear from him.
Thank you, Councilman Ross, for that question. As the session progresses, we are in a more defensive mode than we are at the beginning of the session, because there are things, that's when a lot of the decisions are being made. They push those hard decisions towards the end of the session. And so we received an amendment to a bill on a Tuesday morning, I believe it was, and that bill was going to be heard that afternoon. And that bill was Assembly Bill 304, which had to do with neighborhood preservation, and that happened to be Assemblyman Segerblum's bill, and we were supportive of that bill. We received an amendment that morning that indicated that we needed to take away $75 million from our redevelopment funds. It very clearly indicated what the balance of the redevelopment agency was, and they would take that off the top, and then future revenues to fund this project. Very quickly, we talked to Betsy and staff, Scott Adams and others, to try to determine what the cause of this was. We knew clearly that there was a lot of discussions going on down south here. We knew that you had been faced with a community that wasn't very happy. We just did not anticipate that this solution, which was essentially a state project, was going to be put on the backs of the City of Las Vegas and our redevelopment agency and our constituents. We quickly rounded up the troops, and we were able to negotiate something very quickly that reflects what we thought was an appropriate commitment and agreement, and the bill passed in that fashion. It's unfortunate that those things happen. We do the best that we can to minimize the impact on us, but this is the reality of the legislative session. And this was a very difficult situation for us to be in.
Might I just add something to that? I think that from where we started at a $75 million, basically taking ending fund balances from the general fund and from the redevelopment agency, down to what I consider a $2.5 million impact in the next biennium, because the legislature had already made a decision that they were taking the other 2 cents of the capital money ad valorem rate. That this was a much, much more manageable amount of money than gutting both the general fund and the RDA fund. Now, it's It's never easy to get told what to do. But the way we're set up, we don't have home rule authority, and every time the legislature convenes, they get to do that. And we just have to work through that system. And like Ted says, sometimes we get told how the cow eats cabbage, and that's their right as legislators until either the citizenry or the legislators choose to change the way local governments are managed, and basically turning over Dillon's rule, which basically puts every ball in the state's court every 24 months about what we do, how we do it, why we do it. I think we're going to be in this boat. And last session we asked for additional home rule authority and got told, go packing. We got a couple of changes, but not everything we asked for. And I'm hopeful that Senator Kerr's interim study might yield some positive results about who's responsible for what, and maybe as the largest city in the state with over 600,000 residents, we will be given additional authority to manage our own to a greater degree than we have now. And I think we've proven that we do a really good job of managing our resources and being responsive to our public and being responsible to our public. And I certainly hope that the state legislators will give us due consideration going forward for that. We're not a little tiny town in the middle of nowhere in Nevada that has to get bailed out every couple of years. We're a big city. And I really hope that we are able to make some inroads on that going forward so that we don't have to worry about these kinds of things and we can continue to take care of our community. And Mayor, if I spoke out of turn.
No, you didn't speak out of turn. I can't wait till I speak.
I'm done.
Okay? I can't wait. I'm waiting respectfully to have the end of the report, and then I'm going to tell the truth about what happened up in the legislature.
I think while we're here, I need to make one comment real quick.
And I see our lobbyists are shaking when I say that.
They're probably about to fire me right now for those comments,
No,
too.
absolutely not.
I just want to make a quick comment in regards to what the public wants. You know, I remember here a couple years ago, there was an initiative on the ballot to fund schools first. It never happened. I remember that being a member of Fiscal Affairs, working with the Metropolitan Police Department to help combat crime. I went out and spoke publicly half a dozen different times to different groups to get an initiative passed to raise the sales tax to hire more cops.
1%.
And what happened this year? They thumbed their nose at us. The people wanted it. Metropolitan Police Department went up there and testified on it. And what happened? And crime rate was going down. We need more police officers. And what did they do? Thumb their nose at us. And to me, they're not responsive. And it's not right. I mean, you know, we have to disclose. We have to watch what we do, who we do business with. But up there, they can do whatever they want. Nobody questions it. The press, they paid them all as golden boys and golden girls. And I don't think they do the job that they're elected to do.
I just have a couple questions.
Certainly.
Just a couple questions, Ted. First of all, this $22.5 million, I'm assuming this is mandatory. We have to come up with this money. And number two is, where does the money come from? And if it's a $75 million project, who pays for the rest of it?
The first question is, to answer the first question, $2.5 million, we had that money programmed within our redevelopment agency for projects, so that's money that's immediate. The $20 million, if you look at that chart, if you look down below, it says Assembly Bill 543, the 2 cents property tax. They were taking that money away, and as Betsy mentioned, the bill reads that they would divert that money to pay for the $20 million.
At least.
Okay, so the money that you see under Assembly Bill 543 is essentially earmarked for the construction of F Street, starting in 2012. okay, in the out years. And finally,
Well, the bottom
balance.
line, I hate to interrupt you, the bottom line was we were advised that if we didn't try to get along, that the monies that we get to run the city from the state, because they are the resource through the consolidated tax, would be withheld, and we wouldn't have any money to run the city. That's the truth.
And the thank you, Mr. Mayor. The final question was where does the balance come from? And I'm just talking about Assembly Bill 304, and that is the responsibility of NDOT. So they're responsible, and essentially it was their project in the beginning. So that's a little bit of the rub. So, and you may ask where the state identified revenue sources, and there was 4 bills that did that. Initiative Petition 1, which was the room tax, Assembly Bill 543, which was the takeaway of the property tax from Clark and Washoe counties at 4 cents, plus the 2 cents from the cities. The C-tax distribution administrative fee was done through Assembly Bill 552, and Senate Bill 429 was the tax bill for sales tax, payroll tax, government services tax, and the state business license fee. On a lighter note, there were some bills. They may not be of interest, but I thought that I should put them in here at about this time in the presentation. We have an official state locomotive. We have an official state insect. There was also a bill, Mayor Goodman, AB 322, which makes various changes concerning conduct related to racketeering.
Well, why are you saying that to me?
Well, I just thought that you would want to be kept up to date on the latest legislation. And finally, there's a bill for your friend Mayor Goodman that grants Senator Raggio the use of a special license plate, saying he's State Senator number 1. We weren't overly engaged in these. In terms of the next session, we have a number of folks that are termed out. In fact, we have 17 legislators that are termed out. 3 City of Las Vegas senators, including Senator Bob Coffin, who is the longest-serving City of Las Vegas legislator. 6 City of Las Vegas assembly members, and then 8 that are outside the confines of the City of Las Vegas. And that's indicative of what we're going to have to do in the interim. We have 17 people that we have to educate. It's a citizen legislature. I talked briefly, about the complexity of the bills that are before these folks. There are hundreds and hundreds of bills. They're not experts at anything. They rely on us. So during the interim, we're going to have to work with them very closely, as well as those that are already in office. We're going to have to look at our policies and see if we have to change anything. We need to review the bills and see if there's new things that we need to incorporate into our processes. We have to get all of these bills implemented on time. Outreach is everything. We're going to continue to do that. We appreciate your engagement during the interim last session. You having face-to-face discussions with these legislators is very important. And we're going to work with other governmental entities on common issues. I provided a summary of some potential legislation for next session. Clearly, it's from A to Z, but we're very concerned about the taxes, redevelopment, star bonds, and the like. And so we're going to be preparing for that. That said, I'd like to turn it over, if I might, Mayor Goodman, to Bob Ostrowski and David Goldwater to make a few comments on their perspective of the session.
Certainly, I'd like to hear from them both.
Mayor and council members, Bob Ostrowski. I just to continue on with a little of the discussion that I think you've already started. I think it's important to be reminded of the differences between what happens in Carson City and what happens here in the city of Las Vegas. What's really important is to follow the money. You understand, there they can create a budget and fund whatever they want and then seek the revenues afterwards. The exact opposite of the way you have to operate. You have a finite revenue source, very little authority to increase fees or other taxes, very limited. So you create your budget based on your revenue streams that are projected for you by your finance folks. Very much different than the way things are done up there. So that leads the folks in Carson City to look at things like redevelopment agencies, star bonds, road projects, purchasing procedures, wage mandates, and other things in terms of how they go out and seek the dollars to make their operation work. Unfortunately, you know from the prior report, partly at our expense, certainly at the county's expense, and certainly at the taxpayer's expense. Now, you can argue that what they did is appropriate, what they did is inappropriate from where you stand, and we'll have differing opinions about what's right and what's wrong. But clearly, that's a totally different way than the way you have to do things, than the way you look at these projects. And that's going to be, that focus is going to become even more intense in 2011. This budget is built on stimulus money, which will not exist in 2011. This budget is built on a series of tax increases which are sunsetted and will go away and have to be revisited in the next session. It is built on the thought that their budget is built on the thought that things are going to get better over the biennium, will lead to better times in the next cycle. I think the projections, and we can argue about this, probably look flat over that period of time. We can level out and begin to see some improvement, but I doubt we're going to see anything like we saw in the earlier part of the last 10 years. In addition to that, we have to take into account property tax. Property tax, which is, I believe, the most stable tax available, also is the one tax we haven't felt yet, to the extent we're going to feel it. Because property tax has been so stable and moves slowly, except for new added parcels, where growth really drove property tax, the existing property taxes, in my belief, will begin to show a downward trend. And because it's so stable, that trend will stay that way for a long time out in the future before it turns around and starts to grow slowly back in the other direction. That will have a direct impact on the ability to fund our services. And because of that, it will have a direct impact then on the way the state funds its school services, the distributive school fund, which means all of those things are going to make those folks in Carson City look back again at, well, how much can we raise taxes? Well, there are limitations on what they can believe they can raise the tax. Councilman Reese points out we lost the whole idea of more cops because they didn't feel they could raise sales tax above what they needed for their funding sources, not leaving enough room to fund the Metropolitan Police Department's needs. And for those reasons, they look to other revenue sources, which are existing revenue sources that belong to us. That's not a tax increase. That becomes your problem, not theirs. And I think we need to be vigilant that more and more of that might happen. And we need to be very careful about that. We can look at all the individual bills that passed, and they're all important. But we need to keep the focus on the dollar and on what's happening, and we need to educate not only elected officials but the public about what it is we do, how careful we spend their money, how much accountability we have attached to every dollar, and let folks know those services are at risk. Because I believe if the elected officials in Carson City hear from the members of the public that elect them as well as elect you, that we want these things funded appropriately, that's the message that has to be delivered. And we just can't stop saying it loud enough.
Mayor Goodman.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I think you hit the nail on the head. The last thing you just said for the last 2 minutes is the entire ballgame, in my opinion. And one of the things I want to emphasize is, Ted, in your printout of the new or the termed out legislators, in other words, in 2010, new people are going to be elected to fill these legislators' slots. Many of these are in our redevelopment agency or represent areas that where the redevelopment agency sits. So, Bob, I think you hit the nail on the head as far as what our task is, educating our legislators and the public we really need to spend the next year and a half educating the public. And the PowerPoint we received from Bill earlier on the RDA was an excellent presentation. Mayor, I'm not sure whether you or Councilman Ross, who's right or who's wrong, but we may have the most productive RDA in the country. And I'd like to see some stats on that, because if we do, let's promote it. But educating the public on just what kinds of services we provide and how they can be affected by the people up in Carson City is a key thing to do. I'm stepping ahead of my comments, but I just felt like doing it for the next year and a half.
I was going to turn it over to Mr. Goldwater now.
Mr. Goldwater?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. David Goldwater. And thank you, members of the City Council, for your confidence and allowing me to work with your amazing team of knowledgeable professionals, Ms. Fretwell, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Arndt as well. The area for which I was retained was specifically for redevelopment and tourism improvement districts. There were three things that I want to cover in my speech, and that is the two major issues that were up there regarding RDA and TIDs. Second, the large organizations that were political and up there working and had a philosophical difference with the city and how that was resolved. And lastly, how we conducted ourselves and what we can do looking forward. The first, there were two major pieces of legislation that affected the city's RDA. It was proposed by the Speaker, Barbara Buckley. It originally purported to basically gut the RDA. The philosophical point and nexus she drew, which is legitimate, was that a lot of the local school support tax exists to fund the RDA, and that local school support tax should be going to schools. And we should maybe take out that element and fund the RDA with what's left. It creates the original argument of RDA, which is, but for this money that you invest in these redevelopment areas, then we don't get all the other incremental rise in the property values, in the sales taxes, in all the wonderful things that you do downtown. It was difficult to make that argument, but we did, and we did it effectively, and we had to, as you said, Councilman Wilson, educate lots of different people on that specific, on all the specific things that the largest RDA in the state does, that the RDA is not just councilmen and staff, that it is local retailers, that it is a performing arts center, that it is a children's museum, that it is all these wonderful things that you put in the city that serves people, and that it is people themselves. They're business owners, you're patrons of the area, they're your constituents, they're the constituents of the legislators as well. When that bill was originally introduced, it was very devastating. We negotiated that bill down to where it was basically tolerable. Make a long story short, that bill, we limited the outcomes of that bill. It was either going to be tolerable or be vetoed. It was vetoed. We went through, I can't imagine the number of man hours we put into that bill, but it was vetoed, and that veto was not overturned. So the current law stands as it was prior to the legislature. The other bill was building on what you probably know as STAR bonds or tourism improvement districts that, again, use the concept of the local school support tax that exists in the incremental financing model of the sales tax and got that out of there. That bill was worked on and worked on and worked on. It finally became a very political item and it did not make it out of, it made it out of the Assembly and failed in the Senate. So the Tourism Improvement District legislation, as the statutes existed prior to the legislature, exist exactly the same way that they are now, which is a detriment to the city in that there is a sunset that you cannot locate a tourism improvement district inside a redevelopment agency. That is so there's no double dipping or taking of both monies, but the actual effect is it pushes the tourism improvement districts outside the redevelopment districts, which is exactly it's probably where you don't want them, out in the urban areas. And so that's hopefully there are things that your staff can recommend to you to to get around that sunset and still maintain the viability of the STAR bonds. The second point I wanted to cover, Mr. Mayor, is the city had an uphill battle. There were some organizations that had a philosophical difference with redevelopment. And we worked very hard, and I can assure you that your team worked very hard and in good faith to attempt to find some common ground in which we could negotiate, in which we could work together to try and overcome those differences, to try and overcome any obstacles we had up there. And your team and I specifically worked daily, weekly, monthly to try to find some common ground to move forward. It was an uphill battle from the first day of the legislature to the last day of the legislature. And it was a challenge, and I hope it's something we can work on in the interim. Lastly, your team...
David, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Sir.
Mayor Goodman. David, I don't know if you want to, but you're talking about an organization. Why don't you name them?
Oh, and the Culinary and Bartenders Union were active participants in redevelopment. Yeah. They were very active and legitimately had a difference of opinion in which and how the redevelopment moves forward. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, your team worked diligently on a number of different issues. I think Mr. Olivas covered them, and I think you'll see them in your final report. The manner and style in which they conducted themselves, educating legislators, educating people that were involved in the process, dealing in good faith, negotiating in good faith, is a different style than some other organizations and municipalities up there, where you may have had name-calling, ranting, testimony that was as explosive. I think the style and team approach that was used, where the manager was extremely effective, where the staff was extremely effective and the team was effective, coalescing our group and our positions, position the city in the future in a good position to advance your objectives and accomplish your goals. And I think that's commended, and when juxtaposed to the other municipalities in the state, I think it's a very positive move, and in that regard, the city of Las Vegas had a very positive session.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fretwell?
Mayor, I just think there are a couple more things that need to be stated on the record. This was a hard session for everybody, and there were many legislators, as have been referred to, that listened to us and heard us and tried to help us during the session. So even though there may have been some disagreements and agree to disagree and all that kind of stuff going on, there were many folks who've walked a mile in our shoes, have heard our story before, and attempted to help our team. And I think we need to say that. The other thing that hasn't been talked about is your support. Every one of you weighed in when we needed you to weigh in helping provide direction, making phone calls when we needed them, going up there when we needed you to, whatever it was. And without your help, we would not have been successful. And without your guidance, we would not have been successful. And quite frankly, without your support of what we felt we could get on politically up there, we would not have been successful. So I thank you for that. There were also community groups who came to our aid. The laborers, for one, without fail, helped us. And everybody's talked quite a bit about our team, but our team did a fabulous job this year. They have a very strong reputation for being straight shooters, reliable, dependable, and they're when those legislators need them. Let us not forget, they don't have full-time staff like you do. They do have the Legislative Council Bureau that helps them, but they do not have individual staff. They rely on lobbyists, and the information they get from those lobbyists help them make the choices they make when they go push the buttons. So it's critically important from a local government standpoint that that information we provide them be something they can take to the bank when they make up their mind on how they're going to vote on something. I feel like our team did that, and I'm really proud of them, all of them. The paid lobbyists and our internal lobbyists, I think, had great chemistry, worked well together, and we were able to really mitigate a lot of the issues that caused me great concern. I haven't quite gone gray yet, but I was thinking I might during this session for a lot of reasons. And I think we turned out okay. These numbers aren't that positive, but they could have been way worse. And so I just wanted to wrap up with those comments and tell our team, those folks up there at the legislature that helped us, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, and Betsy, for your comments. I think that there's a new day. I think it's been created basically by your opening prefatory remarks, Betsy, where in the past we had been timid as far as our critique of the way the system works. It was like walking on eggs or eggshells, and it's almost as though we were afraid in the past to let our feelings be known. There were comments by all the council members, Councilman Ross in the past, Councilman Wilson, Councilwoman Tarkanian, Councilman Barlow, Mayor Pro Tem. They commented on specific occasions as to what we were really looking at. But the bottom line is, unless we do have home rule, and that has to be number one, I believe, on our agenda in the coming 2 years, because this was just a Band-Aid session. This was everything sunsets. All these tough decisions are going to have to be re-decisioned. And nothing really has been accomplished as a result of what's taken place, other than to take us 2 years into the future. But there are basic policy decisions as to what government is supposed to be all about in Nevada that really have to be addressed now. Our constituents don't know the way the system works. They don't know we're a creature of the state. The state, with one swoop of a pen, can do away with the city. That's all it would take. And we're not there. It's just the county of Clark. And they don't realize that all the monies that we get, as Mr. Ostrowski indicated, come from them in order to run our cities. And if they don't give us the monies, as the threat was out there, then all of the services that the folks who live here that we enjoy would dissipate and disappear. So I think the first thing is home rule. I think that that's where we really have to head. The second is ethics in government. When we have a meeting, it has to be in compliance with the open meeting law. We can't gain consensus with one another in a back room. We have to do everything publicly. If there are more than 3 of us, we can't even discuss an item that pertains to the city, or else we would be in violation of an open meeting law, and an ethics complaint would be filed against us. That's not the way they work up there. They could meet secretly in the back room in the middle of the night, and they can make their deals, and nothing is done about that. The second thing is the incestuous relationships that everyone is afraid to talk about. And I'm glad that Councilman Wolf had said, well, tell us who our opponents are. And Mr. Goldwater said, the culinary. We know that. The culinary has a vendetta, but that's okay. We can handle the culinary. The courts to take care of them. But what we have difficulty with is incestuous relationships, where people who have relationships with the culinary all year long are making deals with them up in Carson City. And if that happened down here, we'd be subject not only to an ethics complaint, but maybe an indictment, the way it works. So it's good that we're beginning this public discussion, but we can't stop it, because once we stop, we're going to be eaten alive, because they have the power right now to have a vendetta against us for talking about the truth. But I believe that unless we address these issues and get them out, as my council members say, to the public, so they're educated, we're going to have the same thing 2 years from now, and we're not going to be successful then, because the situation will be dire, and they will really go after all the things that our great legislative crew was able to stop at this point in time. So I think we have to talk about open meeting laws for the legislature. I think we have to talk about conflicts of interest for the legislature. That's the only way that we're going to be able to be protected, and we have to talk about home rule so we can control our own destiny. And I hope you fellas are up to it. You got a difficult task, because, you're in the enemy camp when we start talking this way, and you're telling them that they better start policing themselves and better start having rules which will dictate an appropriate course of conduct. And they may not want to hear that. They may want to keep on going on their merry way. But I think if we're doing our job as local government, we have to make sure that we speak up and don't let it happen. And if it happens over our dead body. That's simple.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. May I please?
Certainly.
We certainly had our adversaries up there. We had our friends and we had our opponents, if we can use that word, whether it be the Culinary and Bartenders Union or others. What I'd like to envision, and maybe this is naivety on my part, is perhaps a fresh start. We have a year and a half to prepare for the next session, and there's a lot of work involved. But I have to think that some of our so-called adversaries and opponents have a lot of things in common with us. Mayor Goodman, you've said in the past that the members of the various groups, many of them live in the city. Many of them perhaps live in the redevelopment area or other areas. So what I'd like to see and what I'd like to envision is perhaps a fresh approach and an open dialogue, because I think that at least if we invite that, it's a good thing to do. And that's just my personal perspective.
Right. Anybody else? All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to ask a question. It was astounding to me that we could have saved $1 million a year by moving that election date. I couldn't see how anybody would vote against that, and yet they did. And so I'd like to know what happened there.
I think Mr. Goldwater told me what happened when he was up. You didn't. Okay.
Quickest head shake.
Okay.
For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services.
I think the Mayor Pro Tem could probably tell you.
You want me to?
Well, let's hear from Mr. Olivas first.
He says, "Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem."
Well, from a procedural perspective.
Identify the bill. Identify what we're talking about.
What was the bill? That's a bill that, as Councilwoman says, would save us $1 million a year.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the bill number.
What was it, 144?
No, it wasn't 144, but there was a bill to...
He says 256.
Okay, potentially. There was a bill that would have aligned the municipal elections and therefore saved the taxpayers $1 million an election. And there was what we thought was pretty good support for that. We had the registrar of voters came in and gave the cold hard facts on how that saves the taxpayers money. The bill didn't really make it anywhere, and we worked with Assemblyman Segerblum, who worked very diligently on partially on our behalf, because we were supportive of that, to find enough support and find bills that were appropriate for him to amend into, and that did not work.
Well, in the past, when this had come up, usually it was the political people who ran in the off years who wanted to keep it that way because they felt, they didn't have to spend as much money and their races would have a higher profile. And then they came around realizing the costs involved, the $1 million, the low turnout, and so they came around. What else? Who in the world? What were the reasons why it didn't happen?
I'll tell you the reasons, okay? And I won't mention any names other than it was not brought out of committee one time. It went over to the Senate. It was resurrected at the last minute. It wasn't $1 million a year. It was $1 million every other year during the elections. And yes, it would have saved those people like Mr. Anthony, Mr. Ross, all of us up here. It would have cost us or saved us a little bit of money when we run. Yes, we would have been on a huge ballot. But it would have saved the voters $5 million every 10 years. The mayor was called.
Well, wait, you have to say, and it also, by implication, would have extended our terms 18 months.
It would have extended Mayor Goodman and my term an extra 16 months. But that's neither here nor there. We would have saved some money. Okay? The mayor was called by a legislator and said, if you apologize to the culinary union, the bill will pass. And the mayor, I won't repeat what he said, but he told them in no uncertain terms where they could put that bill. And guess what? That's what they did. Thank you.
And that's the truth.
That's an amazing thing, really, that it would go that far, Mr. Mayor, to keep you for 16 months.
I understand, but that's fine. I have other plans. Okay, but thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? Can I have a motion to accept the report, please? Thank you, Dan.
I would like to thank our team, thank our staff. I would like to thank those legislators that worked on our behalf at this session, and hopefully we'll be a lot more successful next year. And I would move to accept the report with all the comments on record.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 91 is discussion and possible action regarding authorizing staff to proceed with Phase 2 infrastructure plan for a portion of Symphony Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Hart?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Shall I call 92 as well?
I think we could do 91 separately,
Okay.
but we could hear 92 and 93 together.
All right, fine. Thank you.
If you'd like. Mr. Mayor, members of council, for the record, Bill Arndt, Acting Director, Office of Business Development. The item before you today is to proceed with the Phase 2 infrastructure plan for Symphony Park. The intention is to proceed with the infrastructure which is needed to move forward with the next steps of infrastructure, which include soil remediation, installation of utilities, temporary parking, design, engineering, landscaping, and also construction of some parcels M1 and M2, which really are the gateway parcels into Symphony Park, sort of what I would describe as passive parks, and then also project manager reimbursement with Newland Communities, and we'll talk in more detail on the items that follow Newland's role and their continuing role. I wanted to make a few points for the record. The capital budget of $22,124,290 is from a variety of sources, including leftover or carryover funds from the Phase 1 infrastructure work, also redevelopment agency bonds, as well as funds from an interfund loan. But I wanted to state for the record and make abundantly clear that all three of those sources are backed by the redevelopment agency and the redevelopment agency tax increment revenue. There is no impact whatsoever to the city's general fund for this project. It's solely on the backs of redevelopment agency funds. Second, I'd like to state that it's really important that we proceed quickly with these improvements. We need to bring additional infrastructure into Symphony Park, including additional power and expanding the existing Commerce substation from Nevada Energy. And so with that, I'd like to recommend approval. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Aaron now? All right. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Through Councilman Barlow, I would move to follow staff's recommendation on this item with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. I'm going to read 92 and 93. 92 is discussion and possible action regarding the Sixth Amendment to Project Management and Consulting Agreement among City Parkway 5, Inc., a Nevada nonprofit corporation, the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, a political subdivision of the State of Nevada, and Newland Communities, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company concerning the Symphony Park, formerly Union Park, master plan located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. 93 is discussion and possible action regarding the Second Amendment to Project Manager Disposition and Joint Development Agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and Nevada Nonprofit Corporation, the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, political subdivision of the State of Nevada, and Newland Communities, LLC, a Delaware limited liability company concerning parcels of land within the Symphony Park, formerly Union Park, master plan located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. Mr. Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bill Arndt, Acting Director, Office of Business Development. Item 92 is for the agreement between the city parties, the affiliate companies that the city created for the purpose of owning and developing Symphony Park, and Newland Communities, who is serving two roles and really wearing two hats. And that's why I had asked, Mr. Mayor, that you call the items together.
All right.
I'd like to touch on, for historical purposes, our relationship with Newland Communities and what has been a really good partnership. Newland Communities has been our active development project manager since December of 2005, and their support of our office's efforts in developing Symphony Park, attracting new developers, new investment, proceeding with the infrastructure plans, and really creating a new world-class mixed-use business park in the heart of downtown Las Vegas. Their support really has been instrumental, and so I'd like to thank Newland for that. The first item, item number 92, covers some funds that we already have available in our capital project fund for the project. Again, these are redevelopment agency funds backed by the redevelopment agency tax increment revenue. There's no impact or no dollar impact to the city's general fund. Breaking down the $4 million line item that you see before you today, there are really two pools of funds. One is for project management expenses of $3.5 million, which include design management, engineering design, landscape, as well as lead commissioning for the project, and a reimbursement of Newland Communities of their direct expenses incurred as serving as development manager for Symphony Park. In addition to that, there are some $518,000 for marketing expenses for Symphony Park, and a good portion of these funds are associated with rebranding and the effort to roll out a new vision for the site as Symphony Park and rolling out the new brand. So that covers the project management portion. In addition, for both the project management agreement as well as the disposition and development agreement, both of those agreements discuss Newland's role as a developer. And the reason is that there were really three forms of payment from the city paying Newland and hiring Newland and their staff to serve as project manager. One is the form of direct reimbursement, which I had just discussed. A second form of payment is the disposition of development rights in Symphony Park with a potential back-end profit motive, just like any private developer investing in commercial real estate would have. Newland also has a right to a parcel management fee assessed against a private parcel that's sold, which really serves as an incentive for Newland to represent the city's interests as best they can in trying to generate as much private land sale revenue as possible to support the infrastructure and the debt service payments moving forward. So in that regard, both the project management agreement, the PMA, as well as the disposition and development agreement, the DDA, cover some changes to Newland's development rights, and I'm going to go over those real briefly and then turn it over to Rita Brandon of Newland Communities, who has a brief PowerPoint presentation to outline where they're at with the development of Symphony Park and their residential development. The changes incurred are basically changing the dates for the disposition of the private parcels for Newland. It also covers the relinquishing of certain development rights in Symphony Park through discussion with Newland Communities and as a show of good faith. In addition, for getting an extension of time, for getting an extension of time rather for their development parcels in Symphony Park, they've agreed to relinquish back to the city Parcel L and Parcel O2 in Symphony Park. And so then we can in turn sell those or enter into other development agreements with other private development partners. And then in turn we're really giving Newland Communities more time for developing their other development parcels in Symphony Park, which is really needed given these times with the residential market and the credit markets. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Rita Brandon of Newland Communities, who's going to make a brief presentation.
All right, Ms. Brandon.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. Good morning, Mayor Goodman, City Council members, and welcome, Councilman Stavros Anthony. Thank you for having me here today. Although there are these two separate items, I will only address the item of the development agreement and spend just a few minutes giving you an update on Newland's progress to date. and a little bit of background as to what conditions in the economy necessitated our request. Bill, may I please have the clicker? I wanted to start off by reinforcing what Mr. Arndt said earlier in his RDA presentation. He presented that developers at Symphony Park, to include the World Jewelry Center, Charlie Palmer, Newland Communities, and Forest City, all remain very committed to our project because they believe in the vision. Newland is the first of the private developers to come to the Office of Business Development and CP5 to make a request for a push on our start date. And as I said, I'll go over some of the economic reasons for that in a moment. This slide gives you a context where all of the developers are located at Symphony Park. I won't go through them block by block, but I will point out in this slide that Parcel L along the railroad tracks is one of those parcels that we relinquished in our negotiation for this extension, and Parcel O2. Parcel L is in the master plan additional residential. By relinquishing the L block, this is an opportunity as the markets heal themselves for another residential developer to come in, whether it be for sale or for rent, maybe in the same time frame that Newland will be taking down its first parcel. Parcel O2 is a smaller block, but is available should there be any extension required of a PQ acreage in the future. The remaining parcels in this amended agreement are C, D, F, N, and O1. You see those circled in green. F is the first of those parcels that was to be taken down at the end of June 2009, this month, which would have had us getting under construction by early fall 2009 for the first residential parcel. The remaining 5 parcels in our agreement will consist of approximately 2,090 residential units. These residential units will also contain about 106,000 square feet of retail in the future. We plan mix of units on all of our parcels, whether they be high-rise as well as low-rise, because we want to really have a balanced price point for the residential units. We'll also look at not only for sale but rental in the future. This agreement allows for a staggered parcel takedown over the next 10 years, with the first parcel takedown being August of 2011 and the last parcel takedown being in 2019. Our agreement requires that upon parcel takedown, we proceed with construction and deliver a project within 24 months of that parcel acquisition, which would have us delivering the last of our parcels in 2021. Wanted to reinforce Newland's commitment by talking very briefly about what we've accomplished and what we've worked on over the last 2 years with regards to our parcels. All of the parcels were subjected to geotechnical and environmental surveying. We, out of that exercise, provided a risk management and risk assessment report to the Office of Business Development and CP5 so that we could assess what impacts the remediation might have to the project's budget. We've done extensive feasibility analysis on market demand. We've done focus groups on preferred amenities and preferred unit types for urban residences. We have environmental insurance on all 7 of the parcels at this point. And we designed an innovative sales and marketing center that would not only serve to allow us to start sales for our first parcel, but would become an information center for all of Symphony Park in the context of a sales center for us. And then significant expenditures were with the architectural design, which we took on Parcel F all the way through schematics. Newland to date has spent just under $5 million on our residential parcels, so that is a significant investment.
Excuse me.
Yes, Councilwoman.
All of those things that you listed there pertain to all 7 parcels. Can you back up your, the geotechnical, the feasibility analysis, all of those pertain to all 7 parcels, not just the 5 you'll be left with?
Correct. The only item that pertains not 100%, but specifically to Parcel F as architectural design. We did we did levels of block design and massing studies on all the other parcels to test the density and the layout for each one of those as well.
Okay, it was just the architectural design in Parcel F.
Yes.
There wasn't any others. Thank you.
That's correct. This first parcel, Parcel F, you've seen this image before. I wanted to leave it with you today in this presentation. It has a high-rise component of 19 stories, a low-rise of 4 stories that wrap around a 4-story parking garage, which also has 1 level of underground parking in this project, about 318 units. We will move this design forward in early 2011, assuming the markets have turned around, so that we can acquire the parcel in August of 2011. The current development climate, I won't go line by line. I think I had an opportunity to share with most of you some statistics about the residential market. Certainly this morning in the RDA presentation, there were economic indicators discussed in great detail. I think if there's anything to reinforce with the slides that I've given to you is that what we've all seen, heard, and read about with regards to the single-family home market has now been caught up to by the high-rise market. The high-rise residential market did indeed trail the single-family market. Many of the deliveries of units for these high-rise projects actually did not occur until late 2007 and 2008. But of the units on the MLS, which is the resale units, the multiple listing service, there's 481 of the 6,000 units. 943 of those units as well are unsold for the first time in the inventory of high-rises in the downtown market. I think the other key point to make in the context of our request for a push-out is the median price for these condo units has declined 51% from December of 2007 to 2008. All that being said, there are some glimmers of hope. We do see some stabilizing evidence in our own market and nationally. Tourism volume for April was at 3 million, and while that was down, the reduction of tourism, I think, has slowed appreciably. It was the smallest drop in 11 months. Population growth, though slowing, needs to be reinforced in that we're the 6th county in the nation still with the highest population growth, and we're behind the 5th in Tarrant County, which is in Texas. Texas being a market that has not been as hard hit as Las Vegas, certainly. There's some pundits who suggest that the single-family existing home prices will stabilize in 2010. And although I'm not an economist, 7 of the 10 leading indicators in April suggested that we had, while under 1%, we were up slightly, less than 1%, with home building permits not being up and a couple of other items. So there's some national trends that we need to keep an eye on that give us hope. Certainly keep Newland committed, given the number of markets we're in, as to the recovery of residential in the future. So with that, I respectfully request your consideration of our development agreement amendment. I am able to answer any questions on the project management agreement or the DDA at your will.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brandon. Are there any questions for Mr. Arend or Ms. Brandon at this time, or any comments? All right, hearing none. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry. Yes, Your Honor. On item number 92, I need to follow staff's recommendation and thank Rita for her wonderful presentation and for meeting with the council members and letting us know what was taking place. I definitely think we have to allow them during this down period to regroup and come back even stronger. So I move to follow staff's recommendation on item number 92, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And 93, please.
Same motion, Your Honor. Same comments.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
94 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name for a beer wine cooler off-sale license from 7-Eleven store number 22939 to 7-Eleven store number 22939D, located 1624 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor, members, Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The application you have in front of you today is basically for a change of the franchise manager, and the applicant has met all of our requirements for consideration of temporary approval of this application. And my recommendation would be approval, subject to all conditions.
Is the applicant here? All right.
I do not see him.
All right, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 95 is trailed to be heard in the afternoon session in conjunction with item 162, so we'll move on to 96. 96 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler on sale license for Market Grill Cafe, LLC, doing business as Market Grill Cafe at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, and that's Suite 130 at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard. Okay, come on up, folks. Let's hear what Ms. Meyer has to say, and then we'll be happy to hear from you.
Mayor, Council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Again, the applicants that we have met all of our requirements for consideration of temporary approval of this application, and our recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions, and they're here to tell you about their restaurant and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Piero and my wife Rhonda Piero. We are owners of Market Grill Cafe, and we're seeking approval for our temporary business license, or temporary beer and wine cooler on sale for our second location.
I'm going to give you a chance to get $1 million worth of free publicity. What is your specialty?
Spanakopita, pomegranate
chicken.
Spinach.
Pomegranate
and actually,
chicken. And the pomegranate chicken.
And not to influence any decisions here, but...
Oh, wait a second. What is it?
Spanakopita?
And that's the
Greek
chicken
spinach
with
pie. No, the spanakopita is the spinach pie.
That's
It's
what I
made with the
said.
phyllo dough.
You did
And
say
then
spinach.
our number one seller also is the pomegranate chicken, which he created that dish. And
that's why.
Okay, very good. So what's better?
Well, the Euros are good too.
All right.
I can go on and on.
I know, and that's good. I like your enthusiasm. That's a good thing.
But not to influence any decisions, we're also part of the rotation schedule for your lunches.
Oh, all right. Excellent.
So perhaps you might remember the flavor.
No, it sounds good, believe me. Okay, any questions of these folks?
Just a comment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
They've got a fabulous restaurant out in the Northwest, and I know a lot of people have been out there, and it's incredible food. Councilman
Thank you.
Anthony and I were just
Thank
commenting on, man, now you got us both hungry. It's lunchtime.
Yeah.
Do you make dolmadas too? Or?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. Everything is homemade.
Oh, that's right.
Soup, salads, awesome desserts.
That's enough.
Gee,
All
maybe.
right, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
That sounds great, and move to approve.
Thank
Okay,
you.
let's vote, please.
Are you open now?
Post.
Oh, we're open at our first location, yes.
Up in Councilman Ross's?
Motion carries. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Good luck to you, folks.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item 97 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name, change of location, and change of ownership for liquor caterer license from Payman's Charleston LLC, doing business as Payman's Mediterranean Bistro at 107 East Charleston Boulevard, Suite 155, to Vegas Treasures, Inc., doing business as Payman's Cool Cocktail Catering at 8380 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 150. This is in Ward 2.
Mayor, members of council, again, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. This applicant has also met all of our requirements for consideration for temporary approval of this application, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions. And he's here to tell you a little bit about his business.
Ms.
Answer
Rove?
any questions.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Payman from Payman's Mediterranean Cafe, 4161 South Maryland Parkway. We have 3 locations, 2 in city, 1 in county. We yesterday opened our downtown location, which it is in Art District, and love to see you guys over there. We are in the old Art District building that it used to be Tonoko's Bistro. We are getting this license to be able to cater the First Fridays and be part of downtown, and we are very, very happy to be here.
You could have the same great menu at the new location?
You've been in our restaurant many, many times.
Many
and
times.
At the West Sahara, we have the location that we have is a lot of Mediterranean dishes, which is a lot of pastas, a lot of pita sandwiches, a lot of kebabs, a lot of Greek items. Congratulations, Mr. Stavros Anthony comes to a restaurant and enjoys it.
Now he's going to have to pay, though.
Well, from now, because of the rules, he has to pay. But we'll be glad to have all of you guys in downtown location, which is very close to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, are there any questions of Ms. Meyer or Palin? Okay, may I have a motion, please, Councilman Wilson?
For approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you very much.
Wait,
Thank
not
you.
yet? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Item 98 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of ownership for a tavern license from Brinker, Nevada, Inc. to MAC Acquisition, LLC, doing business as Romano's Macaroni Grill at 2001 North Rainbow Boulevard, and this is in Ward 5.
Mayor, Council, again, this applicant has met all of our requirements for consideration of temporary approval, and our recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm just here representing, so for any questions.
What's your name for the record, please?
Joey Nelson. I'm just representing for them, if there's any questions.
Okay, fine. Are there any questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Move to follow staff recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. 99 is discussion of possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of ownership for a supper club license from Brinker, Nevada, Inc. to MAC Acquisition, LLC, doing business as Romano's Macaroni Grill at 2400 West Sahara Avenue, and this is in Ward 1. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor, members of council, again, this applicant has met all of our requirements for consideration for temporary approval of this license, and our recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Very good. Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 100 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new massage establishment license, Chiropractic Healing Center, Unlimited, doing business Chiropractic Healing Center at 7250 Peak Drive in Suite 106. This is an ancillary license to an existing chiropractic business, and this is in Ward 4. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor and members of the council, the applicant today is here to seek temporary approval of a massage establishment license. This will be ancillary to the nature of her chiropractic operation. The square footage devoted is going to be less than 150 square feet, and she's agreed to have the massage only be conducted during the normal hours of operation of the chiropractic business.
Very good.
So I would recommend approval of the temporary license.
All right, thank you, folks. We'd be happy to hear from you.
Sheree Johnson with Chiropractic Healing Center, just here to request the temporary license.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, same thing. Rufus Johnson, co-owner of Chiropractic Healing Center.
Very good. Any questions of any of these folks? All right. Councilman Anthony.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Oh, I did. All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, folks. Item 101 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new psychic arts and science license. This is for Robin Punsalin at 6848 West Charleston Boulevard of Ward 1. And this license is located in an existing business, the Psychic Eye Bookshop. Mr. DiFiore.
Okay. Mayor and members of the council, the applicant today does meet the criteria for consideration of temporary license for a psychic art and science license, and I would recommend approval of the temporary license.
Okay, I'm going to ask her something. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
no.
Yes, I am. Give us your name, please. Come on.
Robin Punsalon.
Okay, Ms. Punsalon, are you a psychic?
Certainly I am, sir.
Who do you like?
I knew this was coming. See, I'm psychic. I knew you were going to ask
All right,
this.
just one game. The Angels with Palmer going against Lithicum with San Francisco.
Who is it? Angels and who?
San Francisco.
Wait, what? The Giants.
Okay, this is a conditional
You know,
license.
I just. I'm better with basketball.
Oh, that's great. All right, any questions?
Mayor, what if the game is rained out?
We're not going to go there.
Okay. I'm not going there. Okay, any questions? Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Move to approve, and I'd like to make sure that we have on the record for residents in Ward 1 that are sometimes concerned that this is a license located in an existing business. It's not a new business.
That's
it's
correct.
Existing. Thank you. I move to approve.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. If you're right, I'll be by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 102 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of the temporary tavern license. Arias for Life, LLC, doing business El Rodeo Nightclub VIP at 1815 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants are here today. Licensees are here today. In the last 6 months, we ran a calls for service at this location. There were 4 calls for service, which is very significantly low. 2 were assault and battery. 1 was a bar perimeter check, and 1 was a pretty much an insignificant response. The 2 assault and batteries, the applicants were proactive in calling Metro Police on incidents that took place in their bar. They resulted in no crime report no crime charges being pressed, but we're still waiting for the investigation to be completed. So my recommendation today is going to be extend the temporary license an additional 6 months, or if the investigation comes back favorable, I'll seek council's approval to have the authority to approve that temporary license for a permanent license.
All right, thank you, folks. Be happy to hear from you.
Hi, my name is Marcela, and my husband Jesus Arias, and we are located on Charleston Boulevard. And we're just looking for a request and temporary license.
Okay, what kind of club is it?
It's just a Mexican nightclub. We just dance and drink.
Well, that's a good thing. All right, very good. Any questions? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation for a 6-month review.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 103 is discussion and possible action regarding the review of conditions on a restaurant service bar license for Chipotle Mexican Grill, Inc., doing business as Chipotle Mexican Grill at 7175 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 105. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, you may recall 2 weeks ago that this applicant was on the consent agenda of the city council agenda for approval of the restaurant service bar license, and it was conditioned at that time for beer and wine sales only. I've had a chance to talk to Mr. Howard and his client. They sought the restaurant service bar special use permit and license primarily because they were interested in having margaritas served at the restaurant. I'm coming back today with this for the review of the conditions, and I would like to offer a recommendation to amend the condition that was approved 2 weeks ago to these 2 conditions: that alcohol sales will be limited to beer, wine, and margaritas only, and that 2, no alcohol will be consumed on the patio area, and signs will be posted in accordance with this condition.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. Preston Howard here on behalf of the applicant, and to my right is Carlos Arroyo, who is the area manager and key employee for this location. And following Mr. DiFiore's discussions with Councilwoman Tarkanian, I think we're all in accord with respect to those conditions. I would add one clarification. There was a negative comment made by Councilwoman Tarkanian last time, and I think that stems from a different location than this business. There is another restaurant that's fairly proximate to this location that had some issues a couple of years ago with patio service after football games for Cimarron Memorial High School, which is, of course, right around the corner. And I just want to make that clarification on behalf of my client. My client operates 840 restaurants across the country. We have 600 and some licensed liquor locations, 3 of which are in Clark County and 2 of which are in Henderson, and we've had no problems along those lines.
Okay, that's fair. All right, are there any questions of any of the gentlemen? All right, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I would like to say that you're very right. The management there is excellent. I didn't mean to imply it was they, but that we had problems with others on the patio areas, and that was why I was concerned about the patio area. You only serve margaritas and beer and wine, and you only allow 3 drinks, is what I was told. Is that right?
That's correct. There's a corporate policy.
It's a corporate policy throughout the whole country.
Yes. That is correct. And we also don't have service on any patios. We have patios at a number of locations.
Right.
For instance, one is right across the street from UNLV, and we observe that same thing.
Right.
We have signs prohibiting the removal of alcohol from inside the premises.
So
which,
my concern
works out well.
about the patio relating to the neighbor wouldn't have even had any effect on you because your corporate policy is you don't have it on the patios. I just want to thank you and emphasize how responsible you've been, and we have not had any calls for any problems from your area, so I want that on the record. You've done very, very well.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I move to approve.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Counsel.
104 is discussion and possible action regarding award of bid number 08.15341.04-LED, Las Vegas Museum Phase 3, rehabilitation for the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, located at 300 Stewart Avenue, and the Construction, Conflicts, and Contingency Reserve set by Finance and Business Services, Department of Public Works. Award recommended to APCO Construction. This is in Ward 5. I'm going to have to abstain from this because I have a business relationship owning an interest in Apex with some of the principals of APCO, and I'll turn this over to the Mayor Pro Tem. I would say, though, that it's a very unusual situation where we're in an arbitration with the very business to whom we are about to vote on awarding a construction contract, and I would hope that if the relationship between the city and those contractors who will be doing business with us is going to be copacetic, that everybody make their best effort to further that kind of relationship. That's my comment. I'll turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rainey, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Kathy Rainey, Manager of Purchasing and Contracts. The item before you this morning is a discussion and possible action regarding the award of the rehabilitation for the Las Vegas Museum of Organized Crime and Law Enforcement, also known as the Mob Museum. Staff is recommending award to APCO Construction, who has been determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Flagship Construction Company filed a protest regarding this, the APCO bid, and they have 3 items in their protest. I wanted to go over their 3 items with you briefly. Their first claim is that APCO fails to demonstrate the requisite experience to qualify as a responsible bidder. The bid requirement was that either the bidder or the superintendent has the experience in restoration of historic buildings, having successfully completed 1 project in the last 10 years according to the U.S. Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. APCO's superintendent, who was Brian Benson, was verified to meet the qualifications criteria in the restoration of the Los Angeles City Hall. Restoration, their project was done in 2001. That project was in the last 10 years, and it did meet the Secretary of Interior standards. Their second claim was that APCO failed to disclose that it was removed from the Gemstone project, also known as Manhattan West, and that it sued for breach of contract. The City Attorney's Office investigated this matter. APCO claimed that the owner, Gemstone, failed to pay them for completed work, and that APCO exercised their contractual and statutory rights to terminate work on this project due to non-payment. Gemstone did retain another prime contractor, and then later, shortly thereafter, abandoned the project due to lack of financing. APCO is pursuing payment from Gemstone still for the work that they completed. But beyond that, our bid documents don't focus on non-performance when there's ongoing litigation, and therefore we did not consider this matter. The third claim is that APCO submitted a bid from a subcontractor who's represented that they cannot obtain a performance bond from the project. We have a copy of the subcontractor bid. It's Cogent Electric. That subcontractor bid clearly states that performance and payment bond is included in the price. We also have a letter from Cogent's bonding company confirming that they are able to secure bonds for this project. I provided the flagship and their attorneys copies of all the documents that we used to qualify ABCO, including affidavits with regard to the qualifications of Brian Benson, the superintendent, and the information on Cogent and their ability to secure bonds.
I have a
there's
question.
Any questions?
I have a question of
Absolutely.
you. You jumped over to me one of the most important parts here, though. We bid this out earlier. Is that correct?
Correct.
And flagship was the low bidder, and ABCO registered a complaint. And tell us what happened with that.
Let me go back a little bit in history. Back in August of 2008 was the original timeframe in which we bid this project. When those bids were received, it was determined that none of the bidders met the qualification criteria. We determined at that point in time that our bid specifications were too tight and that we needed to revise the bids or the bid specifications to open up the availability to have more bids or bidders qualify. We revised the bids and put it back out on the street in January. I can have Jorge talk to you a little bit about what the bid specification changes were at that time. I can give you a summary there. The original bid had a requirement that both the bidder and its superintendent had to have performed work to the Secretary of Interior standards, and the bidders that submitted at that time did not qualify in both those categories. So in the revision of the bid, we changed it to or, either the bidder or its superintendent. We also had a requirement that in the original bid that a conservator had to perform specialty subcontractor work in the area of ornamental paint, ornamental plaster, and masonry work. And we removed in the second bid that requirement for a conservator to perform that work because, again, in the first bid, none of the bidders had that criteria met. And so, therefore, we felt that the bidding community in Las Vegas, because we don't have a lot of historic buildings in this area, that we did not have a bidding community that could meet that criteria. Therefore, we felt it necessary to cancel those bids and to loosen the criteria, so to speak, to open it up to more bidders. What's also important to note is that in that time frame, we had tried to sell bonds twice and had 2 failed attempts. We did not have the funds and had to have canceled the bids regardless because of the economy at that point in time. That's one of the reasons it took us until January to reissue the bids.
Okay, just another question. The only experience I've had is dealing with those bids that we see at the city offices and what goes through our city council. In my opinion, if we have bids, everybody gets to look at each other's bids once it's open, right? I mean, they get to look at what the other company's bid.
Correct.
Does that give any one bidder an undue advantage?
Well, certainly when the bids are publicly opened, every bidder has the opportunity to see the bottom line price. They don't have the opportunity to see the details associated with those bids in terms of they can't see the subcontractor pricing because even the public body or the local government is not permitted to see subcontractor pricing, so you don't see the detail levels of those bids. You see the listing of who the subcontractors are, but you don't see the details of the pricing, just the bottom line price.
And you did mention in your pre-statement that ABCO is involved in another lawsuit with another job that they had.
Apparently that's correct. But there probably aren't too many contractors that aren't involved in some level of lawsuits one way or the other. That's not necessarily a category that would bar them from bidding on a project.
Mr. Jerwick, I'm really trying to be nice here, okay? Are there any other questions of Ms. Rainey?
Yes. if you don't mind,
Yes,
just
yes.
a further clarification on exactly where you went, Mayor Pro Tem. Kathy, I want to make sure I understand completely. When the first bid opened up, how many bidders did we have? How many participants?
We had 9.
Okay. But none of them met the criteria. You said, I think the term you used was that it was too tight.
In our bid process, according to the statute, the 3 apparent low bidders are required to submit their 1% subcontractor listing within 2 hours. We only require the 3 low bidders to submit that. When all 3 low bidders submitted that, as well as their information, we don't require the balance of them to submit it. So when we got it, and all 3 of the apparent low bidders failed to meet the qualification criteria, we drew the conclusion that our bid specs were too tight.
Okay, and I want to stop you right there. 9 initially bid.
Mhm.
You took the 3 lowest. You asked for more information. They came back with this information, and then a determination was made that they didn't meet the criteria.
Correct.
At this point in time, did the 3 bidders know each other's bottom line bid?
Yes.
Okay, so they know in that process. Then you open it up again, which resulted in a change between the lowest bidder and the second lowest bidder.
Yes, there was a change in.
Now, and
well,
Councilman Ross, we've talked about this before. You're much more familiar with this than me. It just seems odd, but maybe I'm wrong, that one contractor learns another contractor's bid, and because of the process where we had to open it up again because they didn't meet the criteria, all of a sudden it kind of went like this. Now, maybe that's good economy. I don't know.
Well-
And maybe I'll be educated on that, but it just doesn't, there's something weird about that.
And if I could just state that it wasn't that much lower either, it just a tiny bit.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question of Brad Jerbick. Is he here?
Yes,
Hi,
Councilwoman.
Brad. I do not feel I can make an objective vote on this. Can I recluse myself and abstain?
You can. I think you'll need to state more detail on the record as to why you can't, but under the Code of Ethics, there is an objective set of tests under 281A, and then there are subjective tests as well. Anytime you feel for subjective reasons that you cannot be objective, you need to state the reasons on the record and then abstain.
Okay, on the record, I do not feel I can be objective because of the information which has come forward during all this time. We've been working with EPCO from their initial work through what's been happening and the lawsuit and from comments they've made, from actions they've taken. I just don't feel I can be objective. I have to be honest on that, and that's what I feel.
Again, if you can't be impartial and just base your decision on the facts, if there are other considerations outside the facts that you would take into consideration, then I think you've appropriately disclosed and should abstain.
I just feel it's only fair.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Pro Tem. Just to respond to Councilman Wolfson's thoughts and comments about the numbers and how they see them. I'm looking at the bid sheet, bid abstract now, and we're looking at an architect estimate of $19 million on this project, and these numbers coming in as close as they have, that's a tight market, and they're being competitive enough. It's when we see projects of this magnitude and there's a real low number, and then everybody's in the ballpark. That's the scary moment, because we don't have the tools necessary to say, hey, that low number scares us. It should be up here in this ballpark. And looking at these numbers, they're all pretty competitive.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
I failed to state one fact that I think is relevant to my observation, and that is that by law, if the lowest bidder is responsive and responsible, by law, we have to give it to them. And I'm not making any character comment on either of these construction companies, but we have, let's talk theoretically. Theoretically, we have 2 equally good bidders, but because they learn of each other's bids, knowing that if they're both responsive and responsible, and they come just under the other one, by law, we have to award the bid. It just sounds a little hokey.
Well, and Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, again, Councilman Wolfson's right on the money. I mean, we are bound by law to accept those bids, and that's why I said that, and I think that brought it to your attention, that low number. If that low number comes in and we know it's not right, we're going to have problems at the end of the day. I think that opens a bigger discussion for new legislation, as I know this topic has been brought up in other municipalities throughout the state of Nevada. I'm not going to say southern Nevada, the entire state of Nevada. It's a big challenge for local governments to deal with.
Well, and we all know also that the way the economy is and as tight as work is, that people are going, the companies are really going out there and sharpening the pencils, trying to get bids of any kind. So when projects like this are advertised, we should be having tons and tons of people bid on them. Jorge, would you, or Mr. Smiley, anything you'd like to add? Or
no, Councilman. Certainly, I'm here to answer any question you may have, or after you hear from the protesters, to answer any question you may have.
Okay. Gentleman behind, who do you represent?
John Rodilla, Deputy City Attorney. I just wanted to emphasize that the council should only consider the 3 items that are in the bid protest. And then there might be other items brought up today, but we should only consider the 3 items that Kathy had discussed earlier in regards to the protest of the bid.
If you can do that.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, my question would be, who's going to monitor that? I mean, I understand there's 3 formal protests, but if somebody goes outside the box, outside the 4 corners of the 3 protests, who's going to stand up and say,
Councilman,
that's not appropriate?
If I could answer that, I would suggest, that's a good question. I think the better way to handle this is to go through the 3 that were addressed by Kathy Rainey, one by one. And then if there's a 4th, you'll know it, and that's time to stop it.
Thank you. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to speak on these items? Or this item? One guy's got a huge box.
Mark Ferrario from the law firm of Greenberg Trarig on behalf of the protester Flagship Construction. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to have Mr. Ray, who works with me, hand out some material to you that might assist you as I address certain points that have been raised.
And if I could, I need to ask our city attorney a question. It's going to take 4 votes in the affirmative then to pass this, right?
You're absolutely right, because we have a council member absent and 2 council members have abstained under state law. This will require a unanimous vote of the remaining eligible council members.
Thank you.
One's for Mayor Pro Tem and one's for me.
Okay. Keep your hands, sir. We have to be out of here by at least 7 o'clock tonight, and I don't know how we're all going to go through this real quick.
I'm going to be brief. I'm not going to go through all of that material. There's a lot of background, but I'm going to focus in on the comments that you all made during your questioning of Ms. Rainey. I'm going to express disagreement with the city attorney in their efforts to limit us to the 3 things that we were able to address in the short time we had to gin up our protest. This is an important matter, and I would agree with your comment, Councilman Wolfson, that when you look at this objectively, it does seem a little hokey. And I think to put in perspective what happened here, my client was the lowest responsible bidder the first time around. APCO lodged a protest. Rather than address the merits of that protest, and I disagree with Ms. Rainey, what happened is the city went back and said, oh, we have a problem with the bid documents, and it wasn't a fair process, and we're now going to have to rebid this. The problem I had with that position was there was no problem with the process when you looked at the process as a whole and you took into account comments that were made by Mr. Lloyd Davis at the pre-bid meeting that all bidders are required to attend when the questions were raised regarding the experience required of the general contractor. During that meeting, Mr. Davis made it very clear that the experience of the general contractor was but one factor the owner may consider, and of course that the owner could also consider the experience of the various superintendents. So with that clarification, the bids went out. I believe that every bidder, with the exception of APCO, understood that. and participated in the bid process based upon the representations from Mr. Davis. Now, I don't want to get into debating that because they pulled the bid. They said they were going to rebid it. We elected to participate in the rebid. But after that, numbers are known, and not only numbers, but subcontractor matrices are known. And what happens? We get beat out by a small amount. As you could imagine, in this economy, my client, who is looking at the same statutes that you quoted, was very upset. Now, we lodged a protest, and Ms. Rainey is correct. We challenged, based upon what we knew at that time, the experience of APCO, and that's in our documents, and I'll commit them to your review, that they didn't do any projects that were commensurate in size or scope to this project. And we challenged the qualifications of their superintendent. Initially, when the superintendent listed his qualifications, he mentioned that he had participated in the restoration of a historic exterior elevator as part of the remodel of the Los Angeles City Hall. That was about a $110 million project. I don't know if the numbers are in the books. His part was about a $12.5 million part of that. When we looked at that, we were hard-pressed to determine how participating on the restoration of an exterior elevator would equate to the type of experience required on this project. When we lodged the protest, we then got multiple affidavits from this gentleman saying that he not only did that, but he did other things, and his whole body of experience evolved dramatically to, as I read it now, he almost handled the whole job. That, to me, is a bit curious. Another thing that we raised initially was the feel free to interrupt. You know I'm used to that. Another thing we raised was Cogent Electric's participation in this process. Now, as any of you know that have been through this, there's a pool of subcontractors out there, and typically they affiliate with general contractors and they want to give their best price because they want the work. Cogent, when was approached by my client, said we can't participate in this project because we are not going to bond. Not only did they tell my client that, they told other general contractors in town that, and I have here someone who's not affiliated with my client, works for Martin Harris Construction, Donald Drewski, sitting in the audience. When Cogent was approached by Martin Harris, Cogent told Martin Harris that they wouldn't bond this project. Cogent, I believe, also said the same thing to Jane's Construction, and we have information in the material we gave you, where Cogent was telling everybody they simply wouldn't bond this job. Without a commitment to bond the job, it's my contention that you could not participate in the bid process because that perverts the process and would turn it into a bid shopping exercise. And why do I say that? Well, it goes back to the pre-bid meeting on the second time around where Mr. Lloyd Davis made it very clear that any sub participating in this had to be willing to post payment and performance bonds. So my client, hearing Mr. Davis again and taking direction from him, refused to use Cogent's price. Now, Cogent happens to beat most of the electrical contractors on this job. Now, I will acknowledge that in the material that you will get from the city attorney, you will see a letter that came from an insurance person who works for Wells Fargo. I believe it was dated April 29th or May 29th. You'll have to excuse me, I don't remember the exact date, saying that they could procure bonds. You will also see a letter from Cogent back at the beginning of this process that says that they included bonds in their price. You will also see emails that we've attached where it's clear that Cogent was struggling with the bonding issue back in the early part of the year, and there's conflicting information in those emails that come from Cogent and go to other people. But what's more disturbing to me than perhaps what was going on at the beginning of the year is Cogent's bonding issues really haven't disappeared, because if you'll check the website for the Contractors Board today, you will find that their contractor's license has been suspended because they have not posted their contractor's bond. So that is something that we just learned as this process has evolved. Now, I want to turn to where Mayor Pro Tem Reese started, and that has to do with this idea of awarding a contract to someone who's involved in litigation, and it is a two-pronged analysis. It's a contractor who's involved in litigation, and then it's a contractor who's involved in litigation with the city. I think Councilman Reese, some time ago, I believe it was in December of 2007, when dealing with this issue and the APCO situation came up, Councilman Reese asked this question: why allow them to bid if they are suing us? And I have the greatest respect for Mr. Jerbick, having just worked with him on a case, but I think Mr. Jerbick perhaps gave the wrong advice if the same specs were in those bid documents as are in these. And Mr. Jerbick said, well, we have an obligation to award to the lowest responsible bidder, in effect intimating that you couldn't consider the facts of litigation. I disagree with that. And why? Because if you look at the invitation to bid, spec 13.02, in this bid these bid documents, it says, in the event that arbitration or litigation is pending, the bidder should provide evidence to the owner that the disputes involved therein do not reflect negatively upon the bidder's ability to perform the project, or for the most part are in favor of the bidder. So what has to happen where a bidder is involved in litigation? You can't simply dismiss it and say that every contractor is involved in litigation. This places an affirmative duty on your staff to qualitatively evaluate the merits of that claim. So what conundrum does that put you in? Because as I understand it, this is a private arbitration still going on between APCO and the city. As I understand it, APCO has sued the city, and the city is suing APCO. So now you have to, you're in a tough position. Either A, you are filing frivolous claims against APCO, and they have no merit, in which case you should drop them, or B, your claims have merit, and you should be considering those as you evaluate APCO.
Mr. Ferrario.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
please. Mr. Jerbick, has our Nevada Supreme Court entered any kind of opinion on this issue?
I'm going to ask Mr. Rodillo to step to the mic. I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any at this point. Maybe Mr. Ferrario is aware of.
I am not.
You're
I'm not
aware
either.
I don't think
they've
the
spoken?
Supreme Court's weighed in on this, Councilman Wolfson. But it's a broader issue. It puts you in a very difficult position because from what we can glean, okay, the city believes it has a meritorious position in this lawsuit and has allocated substantial city funds, public funds, to defending and prosecuting those claims. So you can't simply ignore those in evaluating APCO's ability to perform. On the Gemstone case, which we raised, okay, when I met with city staff, what I was told was it's in litigation, we won't consider it. Again, if they're following Section 13.02, they can't just pass that off. They have to go evaluate that. And to my knowledge, that wasn't done. And I think Ms. Rainey indicated that when she said they didn't do a qualitative analysis. On this issue as well, I want to speak to one other thing that we were able to find, and this all goes to APCO's disclosures in their bid documents. A very important part of the public works bidding process has to do with the credibility of the bidder. And what the bodies want is they want you to come clean and tell them about your past so you can make an informed choice as to whether you should move forward with a certain contractor or not. In the bid documents, there were questions raised regarding whether or not APCO had been involved in any suits and what have you, or assessed liquidated damages. In the material that we forwarded to you under tab 21, we forwarded some minutes of the Board of Trustees meetings for the North Las Vegas Library District back in 2006. And in 2006, APCO was working on the library project, and according to these minutes, were assessed liquidated damages of $2,000 per day. The minutes will speak for themselves. They talk about APCO failing to meet deadlines and such, and being given multiple opportunities and extensions. Now, there is no reference in the APCO bid documents to that project. I will confess to you that I don't know if they ultimately paid those LDs. I don't know the outcome of that. It may have very well been a negotiated item, but again, this is what we could find given the time that we had. So when I step back from this, I do think that this process has been, in effect, perverted. I think that the decision by staff to rebid this was erroneous. I am dismayed by the fact that staff did not put the time and effort in evaluating my client's first bid on these qualification issues as they did with APCO. This is something that really kind of, and I don't know, I'm not casting aspersions, but I'm concerned. For example, in APCO's bid, they listed a couple of subcontractors. And when the qualifications of those subcontractors were questioned through the vetting process, the city spent a ton of time calling, I think, a priest in New Orleans who was a parishioner 20 years ago, and, hey, do you remember this guy being on the job? And they went to Chicago and they allowed APCO to list these subs to list other projects. They didn't do any of that with our first bid. Had they done that type of analysis with our first bid, we wouldn't be here now. We wouldn't have had to go through the rebid process, and my client would be doing this project. So to step back, I think the process is hokey. I don't think that you can look at the material that is in front of you, both in staff's files and in the material that I gave you, and conclude that APCO is a responsive and responsible bidder based on the record that you have in front of you, because to my knowledge, staff has not undertaken the obligation imposed by them by Section 13.02 and the Nevada Revised Statutes dealing with the qualification of bidders. So with that, I will conclude, because I won't keep you here till 7. I would be happy to answer any questions. And again, what I've given you is what we could accumulate in the short period of time that we've had to respond to this. And in fairness to staff, they met with me. We had a full and fair vetting of ideas, and then this thing rapidly approached, and we put together as much material as we can. But this is problematic, and I don't think that this body should move forward and award this contract to APCO today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question of staff, of Mr. Jervik and fellow council members here. Could you go over that 1302 one more time? Because what he said to me makes sense. And I just need to understand more about, because Councilman Ross mentioned that we have, it's state law that we have to take the lowest bidder.
I have staff at the podium. I have 1302 in front of me, but if Mr. Rodillo from my office and Mr. Cervantes and Ms.
Mr.
Rainey
Rodillo, do you want to approach that question, please?
Well, in regards to the question about the research on the litigation, we pulled all of the litigation files from the Clark County website, including the complaints filed by the complaint filed by Gemstone, the response filed by APCO, and we did an evaluation of those complaints. They weren't just an arbitrary, it's in litigation, we're going to dismiss it.
My question is, Mr. Ferrario brought up a point where Councilman Wolfson and Councilman Ross both stated that we have to, as the state law requires us to take the lowest qualified bidder. And he read out 13.02 where he's saying that if this happens, we don't have to do that.
Mr. Ferrario, refresh my memory here. Where were you recording 1302? Because there's about 10 sections.
13.02, here's my cheat sheet.
Yeah,
I
there's
think
like 15
we need to separate a
sections.
couple of issues here while they're at the podium debating that.
I think it's
NRS 338 requires that you must award the bid to the lowest responsive, which means they answer the bid specs responsively. And responsible, they have a good track record, they're not incompetent, they can do it. If they're responsive to the bid specs, as giving us the material we request, and they're responsible based on past performance, then it must be awarded. If I understand Mr. Ferrario correctly, he's talking about a specific section in the bid documents that I think his argument is they were not responsive to, and therefore they don't meet that prong of NRS 338 because they didn't answer it. Is that correct?
You said it better than I did. That's correct. There's a problem with their documentation in that they didn't disclose the North Las Vegas Library situation, and they didn't disclose the situation with the city is not even on their bid docs. I mean, at a minimum, they should have disclosed that, so they're not responsive. They mentioned Gemstone, but you're correct, Mr. Jervik. That is exactly the point.
I think that does require an answer from staff as to whether or not, in staff's opinion, they are responsive to the bid documents.
Thank you.
And again, when we talk about responsiveness, there's also another level of analysis. From time to time, you'll find immaterial omissions. It seems to me that this, and correct me if I'm wrong, if things were not included that we required, this would be a material omission. If staff disagrees, I'd like to hear it right now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Please. And I think we're going in the right direction. Mr. Ferrario or staff, please read that section again.
And while they're getting ready to read that, I want to announce to those folks that are coming for our afternoon session, we still have some other items we have to go through this morning. So we're looking at probably at least having our morning session run another hour with lunch. We have a closed door. So we're looking at least 2 o'clock or 2:30 before we'll reconvene. So you're welcome to sit here if you'd like. Just for your information, it's going to be an hour or so before we get into the afternoon items. Thank you. Mr. Farrar, are you ready to answer that question?
I am. I just wanted to apologize. I was in Los Angeles. I was thinking home till 11. I'm relying on my folks, and they paraphrase, but it's in Section 13.02N, and the language is, in the event that arbitration or litigation is pending, the bidder should provide evidence to the owner that the disputes involved therein do not reflect negatively upon the bidder's ability to perform the project, or for the most part are in favor of the bidder. And I think that given the posture of your case with APCO, you can't move forward with them as a bidder.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
The language you just read is in the bidding documents.
Yes.
So it is incumbent on the bidder to subjectively determine whether they should respond or not. And then likewise, I think if I follow your reasoning, it would be the responsibility of staff to determine whether they've responded in appropriate way or not. Is that your point? I mean, staff knows that APCO's in serious litigation with the city. It's no secret. So I guess it's subjective whether or not APCO decides to respond to that section of the bidding documentation. And it's likewise, arguably, a responsibility of the city staff to make a determination whether they should have or not. Is that right?
In part, I actually think it's an affirmative obligation to disclose that to the city. Okay?
They did not, correct?
They did not.
Okay.
And they didn't disclose the North Las Vegas situation. I believe I think they did disclose Gemstone, but what's important here, you have to look at these things as a whole. The only way that makes sense, which is, it's again part of the bid package, and so everybody's reading it. The only way it makes sense is that if you do disclose those items, and then what happens is there needs to be a give and take. And the owner, in this case the city, has to determine whether or not there is merit to the claims that are being made by that or against that contractor. That's what's required here. It's not simply, and I disagree with the city attorney on this, it's not simply looking at cold pleadings in the courthouse. It requires you to make a determination, or for the most part are in favor of the bidder. You have to evaluate that. So to go full circle, APCO, what concerns me, because these are credibility issues, APCO didn't disclose this. And they should have disclosed it. They should have disclosed the North Las Vegas situation, but I respect Mr. Mowbray, APCO's attorney, and he'll come up here, and maybe they resolved that. And I had that caveat before. I am reading from minutes of another public body that speak to problems with APCO. And so I don't think APCO was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder in this situation. And I'm troubled by the failure to disclose these items, which would have then prompted a vetting.
And that didn't happen.
Mr. Ferrario, I don't mean to interrupt the council here, but I want to try and focus this issue so we have a good record.
Okay.
I want to ask our attorney, Mr. Rodella and Mr. Cervantes, the allegation has been made that they were non-responsive to Section 13.02N. Is that accurate or not?
There's actually a paragraph at the end of Section 1302 which describes the fact that the contractor needs to submit a project that they've successfully completed to meet the requirements of the specifications. On that successfully completed project, if there is litigation or arbitration, they should disclose it. They're not obligated to disclose arbitration or litigation on other projects, only the project they successfully completed to fulfill the requirements of the specifications.
So, in other words, the project has to be one similar to what you're asking for in this bid spec, a rehab of an historic building or whatever the limitations are. So, tennis courts that were built by the city, which is the subject of the arbitration right now, or other projects would have to be similar to this, and it's your opinion that they're not, and therefore not required to be disclosed?
Correct. They didn't submit that single project to fulfill the requirements of the specifications. In fact, they met the requirements of the specifications through their superintendent, which we relaxed in the second bid, where it could be the firm or the superintendent. They fulfilled that through the superintendent. And I know Jorge can speak to the qualifications of APCO's superintendent because a fairly extensive amount of work was done contacting the City of Los Angeles folks about that.
That having been said, I want to hear Mr. Ferrario's response.
I'd like to respond to that last point first, because this is what's troubling to me about this, because I've been doing this a long time, and part of the process, a very important part of the public bid process is the meetings that are had pre-bid, where you meet with staff and you have a dialogue about what is this all about, what do I need to have in there. Listen to what Mr. Davis was telling the bidders the first time around when my client succeeded on this very issue. Question, and he goes, well, we'll evaluate it. An attendee says, so then it's a subjective criteria, and this had to do with whether the contractor had to have a historic experience. All I'm saying is these are items that it says right here the owner may take into consideration, including but not limited to the criteria listed below. Okay. Then there's a further clarification. If the superintendent has the experience required that will meet the requirement for the general contractor, size and type of project, must have the scope and size, but superintendent can qualify on behalf of the GC. That's what the bidders walked out of that first pre-bid meeting understanding. I guess everyone but APCO when they filed their protest when they didn't win. On this other issue, I think you've got to read these documents as a whole, and if the city attorney is now saying that a contractor who is applying for a public works project does not have to disclose instances where it is involved in litigation dealing with a failure to perform the contract such that you can make these qualitative evaluations, that would be news to me, and I think that would be troubling. It would be the need to rewrite your specs, because I don't read it as narrowly as the city attorney does. I think that you have to read these as a whole, and the only way it makes sense is you need to qualitatively evaluate whether or not this party is going to be able to perform on this contract.
I think if you do read it as a whole,
no,
it says...
we're not going to go to... He's made his point, you made your point. I will allow you maybe 3 minutes after we hear... I'm sure we're going to hear from APCO's attorney, or... Jorge, do you want to speak first?
Yes, Councilman. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things he brought up on the North Las Vegas issue. We did follow up with North Las Vegas, part of the vetting process. I talked to the Director of Public Works with North Las Vegas. They pulled out the records. There were no liquidated damages. There was a settlement that was made at the end, but no liquid damages were assessed on that one case.
Thank you. I see an attorney standing back there in the back.
I will move over.
I will disclose the fact that Mr. Bilbay represented me in a case 12 or 13 years ago, and I haven't had any contact with Mr. Mowbray since that time, to my knowledge. I think he's been before the City Council a couple times. I made the disclosure at that time. I don't feel like I'm going to be threatened here one way or the other. I still feel like I can make a decision based upon the facts rather than...
I'm aware of the matter, and I don't believe there's any continuing representation of Mr. Mowbray.
There is not, Your Honor. And in addition, there's no creditor-debtor relationship, which would also require recusal. So
Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Yes.
May I please see the bidding documents that contain the section that we were just debating as to whether or not the bidder must provide information?
Mr. Mowbray, please.
Yes. John Mowbray, Fenimore Craig, 300 South 4th Street, 14th floor, on behalf of APCO Construction, the successful lowest responsive bidder for this project. I do need to make a disclosure, and that disclosure is as follows. I actually formed the nonprofit entity 300 Stewart Avenue Corporation on behalf of the city that will be managing the museum once it's done. I'm not appearing today on that capacity, but simply here as APCO's advocate. I'd like to point out that there's been some discussion about the differential in the different bids. The way I calculated it, and as indicated in the addendum to today's materials, we're talking about a significant number. APCO came in after a full and fair vetting and disturbance and bid in $11,512,000 to complete this restoration project for the city of Las Vegas. The next bid from Flagship came in at $12,664,629, and we're talking about a differential there of $1,152,629. Those are significant dollars. They were significant 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and even more significant today given the tight constraints of the budget and the fiscal impact on the city. The city staff has vetted all of the protests preferred by Flagship. They found them to be without merit. I would defer to staff. I was going to get up and talk about the North Las Vegas project, but staff did its homework, vetted that out, and they had a good resolution. So I would recommend and advocate that you follow your staff's recommendations, award the contract to the lowest responsive bidder, which is APCO Construction. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Mowbray?
I have just a question.
Please.
Okay, so I understand that we're supposed to give this to the lowest bidder, and there's other things that we need to think about, or I need to think about before I vote. But I guess what I need to know is part of my decision-making process, can I consider the current lawsuit that's pending between the city and APCO? Can I take that into consideration when I vote?
I think the advice from staff is no. Let me make a little bit of a record on this, too. It is not with any joy I give this advice, because we have been in a long, drawn-out, very expensive arbitration with APCO that both sides are fiercely partisan about. Staff did try to present facts to this council some time ago to demonstrate that APCO was not a responsible bidder, and the decision was made at that time to not disqualify them. Having that record as background, I think that if there were any challenge to awarding to APCO based on the fact that they're not responsible now, without any hearing on the tennis court litigation, without any facts being generated, and with a previous record that rejected disqualification at that point in time, that we would not be successful in court in defending that determination. So it would be my advice to you, based on what I just said, that you should not consider that litigation, as much as it pains me to say that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
The document that was handed to me is titled Post-Bid Opening Rules and Procedures. These are the bid documents. Okay. It says determination, this is 1302, determination of responsible. And there's language in here which says, as a prerequisite to the award of the contract, the lowest bidder or the best bidder must be a responsible bidder as determined by the owner. In determining such responsibility, the owner, that's us, may take into consideration, including but not limited to, the criteria set below. And subsection E says whether the bidder has breached any contracts with a public agency or person in this state or any other state during the 5 years immediately preceding the date of submission of the bid. Now, I guess that's a question of fact, whether or not they've breached any contract. Now, we're in litigation over the tennis courts, over breach of contract, are we not, among other things?
I believe that you could argue that for practical purposes, they did not follow the contracts and build the courts we wanted them to build.
So I guess my point is, and this is Mr. Ferrario's point, I'm not trying to advocate for either side, I'm trying to understand. is Mr. Ferrario's position would be that at the very least they should have disclosed that. They would say, we didn't breach any contract. We're not in a breach of contract litigation or arbitration, but I think it's pretty clear they are. Then subsection I under 1302, in determining the responsible bidder, says whether during the 5 years immediately preceding the date of submission of the bid, the bidder has, as a result of causes within the control of the bidder or a subcontractor or supplier of the bidder, failed to perform any contract. This is the same thing. It's a question of fact whether there's been a breach of contract or whether APCO has failed to perform under the contract involving the tennis courts. But I guess my position in thinking out loud is that at least it should have been disclosed. It wasn't disclosed. If it wasn't disclosed, they're not a responsible bidder. If they're not a responsible bidder, then we don't have to award the contract to them. Now, I'm not saying that's my conclusion. I'm just trying to understand the issue.
Well, I would like to address those points. First of all, the city has awarded 2 contracts since the inception of the arbitration proceedings over the tennis court. 2. And
but again, though, and I don't want to interrupt you, we're talking about one before that, and it's just as important as that 2 that we awarded since then. And there was, I think, extenuating circumstance that hasn't been brought out yet of why we went ahead and awarded that contract for Centennial Hills Center out there.
Well, and the other fact is disclosure is to impart information that is not readily known. If there's one entity in the state that is acutely aware of the ongoing dispute between APCO and the city over the tennis courts, it's actually the city and the staff. This was all vetted out. What we could have done, are you suggesting, Council?
Forgive me. I agree with you. I'm not saying it's solely the responsibility of APCO. I would submit that perhaps the city has some responsibility because they were aware of what we're talking about.
Well, I would also submit that the arbitration has not been concluded yet. It's still in the arbitration phase. There have been no findings of fact. And what you're suggesting, taken to its logical conclusion, would be that APCO would be blackballed from any job ever until that arbitration is concluded. And that's not the case, that's not the law, and that should be the decision of this council.
Mayor Pro Tem, please. Yes. The only thing I'm suggesting in this analysis is that perhaps there should have been information provided so that we could consider it. It's not a deal breaker, Mr. Mowbray. I'm not suggesting that just because they're in arbitration and that if they would have disclosed that, then we're not going to award the contract to APCO. I'm suggesting that it's another factor for this council to properly consider. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Mr. Ferrario, you got
I just have one brief comment.
3 minutes.
It won't even be 3 minutes. I just want to say I appreciate you folks taking the time to consider this. It's a difficult issue, but if you would look at, again, I would call your attention to tab 21. And this speaks directly to what was required to be disclosed on attachment 6 in the bid. These are the meeting minutes dealing with APCO's performance on the Alianti Library project. Director LaRue, I'm going to butcher this name, told the board that the original completion date for the library was January 25th. It was extended to February 25th at APCO's request. When it was clear APCO would not finish the project by February 25th, they asked when it would be done. Their project manager, Joe Peelan, said that if she would give him until March 10th, the project would be completed. The completion date was then extended again in writing until March 10th, 2006. As the project was not even close to being completed on March 10th, liquidated damages were instituted as of March 11th, 2006 at $2,000 per day per the contract. And it goes on and it talks about the liability being incurred by the library board for $500 per week for storage. And then it goes down and it says Bob Garlow, project manager, reported that APCO had scheduled a walkthrough to develop a punch list on March 21st. The architects, Mr. Garlow, and several of the pertinent consultants and inspectors arrived, and it was clear that APCO was nowhere near ready. The city's team instead developed a construction completion list which has been sent to ABCO and Golden Welch, and then it says, Mr. Garlow spoke of the lack of performance, poor workmanship, and the lack of attention to detail, and stated he has repeatedly discussed these issues with ABCO's project superintendent. I think at a minimum, something that reached that level in a public body should have been disclosed on ABCO's bid sheet. Now, whether there was, again, I don't know what the resolution was. I don't know if there was a compromise on the LDs, but it certainly, that speaks to non-performance on the library project. With that, giving you a lot of material, I again do not believe that ABCO is the lowest responsible bidder, and I think that for that reason you should reject awarding this contract to ABCO.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, before they go any further, I just wanted to do some housekeeping. Mr. Ferrari, have you filed your materials with the clerk already in addition to
Yes, yes, we did.
And Ms. Rainey and Mr. Rudell, are there any materials the city has that you want to file with the clerk at this time?
I can certainly file the file I've put together.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure the record had everything in it because I suspect litigation may flow from this.
Yes, sir.
I guess I need to know, Councilman Wolfson's point about the contract. Did they breach the contract by not putting that information on as far on the lawsuits? Is that a violation of the contract?
I think that's a decision we have to make. That you and I have to sit up here and we have that ability to just say yes or no.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Kathy, I'd be interested in either you or Jorge's response to that. Do you feel, now that we've flushed it out a little, and I think that's why we're having such a long discussion, is we're really flushing out the issues.
With regard to,
do you think they should have provided information concerning at least the litigation that they're involved with the city, the arbitration over the tennis courts, and maybe this North Las Vegas issue? Do you think that they should have been? Do you think that ABCO should have provided that information pursuant to paragraphs E and L of 13.02 of the bidding documents?
With regard to the North Las Vegas, the bid forms that we provide them ask for that information only for the projects that they list as their experience. That was not one of the projects that they listed as pertinent experience, so we didn't give them the opportunity on that bid form to do that. We don't ask that for every project that they've ever done in their history to provide that information. It's not in any of the bid submittal forms that we ask them to submit. With regard to the information regarding the ongoing litigation or arbitration with the city, it was not our expectation. We're well aware of the ongoing arbitration, so it wasn't something we were looking for. It wasn't something that was a surprise to us that they didn't submit. We did not provide, nor do we in our normal bid process, have a form specifically for bidders to provide that information. We usually typically ask for it. If you look at that section of 1302 where I put the arrow, it's typically requested for project they're submitting with regard to that of similar type and scope.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Who drafted this document? Is this a product of the city?
It's a product of the city with the assistance of the city attorney's office.
I guess my observation would be that this documentation goes out to all of the bidders.
Correct.
So
it's in the instruction to bidders.
Sure. Bidder number one, I think, could reasonably rely and have an expectation that all of the bidders would comply with the document. And I guess it comes down to just a reasonable interpretation of what this means. And when it says that
actually, in the statute, it conforms almost directly with what the statute says shall be used to determine what's to be considered responsive and responsible. So we don't use that. We don't add a lot of words to what the statute says.
So I guess the question then comes down, among others, is whether or not ABCO complied with Section 13.02 E and L. E talks about question whether the bidder has breached any contracts with a public agency, and the city is a public agency, during the past 5 years, and whether they perform any contract. So I guess that's a question of fact that we have to determine
Right, and
whether
the guidance.
or not they have complied
Right.
with this bidding document.
If I may interject, I believe that's only applicable if APCO was submitting a project of like kind for the one in the bid. Is that correct?
I don't mean to
No,
interrupt.
it doesn't
I don't mean to
say-
interrupt. We gave you ample time,
Right.
and so we're going back and forth
Okay.
now.
Could I ask, just make a record, so we have a real clear record of the document Councilman Wolfson's referring to?
Yes, what I was referring to is I think what Kathy provided to me.
This is in the
It's-
invitation to bid, section 1302.
Yeah, it's labeled letter D, post-bid opening rules and procedures.
Very good.
And I was reading from section 13.02, and I think we should probably make a copy of this for the record, too.
Thank you. And I want to put on record also, I know many years ago, I asked to clarify this bidding process so that we wouldn't be here on items like this today. And the one thing I stressed was every bidder has to be to the pre-bid conference. And none of them are to leave that conference with any questions on their mind. And I have a hard heartburn over the fact that we're here on a second bid for the reasons stated on the record. And it just bothers me to think that we can award this protest to go out and rebid all over again on stuff just like this bid protest today. And I think that if we put out something for bid and we have somebody there that's in charge, is there any questions before you leave? If they walk out and if they don't perform, if they don't put on that bid list, all those things, then they're disqualified. Automatically, they're disqualified. And so maybe we don't have enough bidders. Maybe it is too high. But to me, what's going to happen here today now is we're going to have a project in the city of Las Vegas that's going to be detained for a couple more years because of the bid process that we have. And I love my staff. They do a great job for us, But to me, on the first bid, if people walked out of there with questions and it's their own fault, they should have been disqualified. And we give it to the lowest bidder. Any other questions or comments?
I do, Mayor
Thank
Pro
you.
Tem.
Councilman Ross.
We just dealt with this a couple months ago on another project in the city of Las Vegas where the bid specifications weren't clear enough, apparently, for the bidding contractors. Betsy, you have got to direct, between you and Jorge, we've got to have better documents. And I'm with Mayor Pro Tem. If contractor A does not comply with subsection B or C, they're gone. There's no leniency here. And if there's information that we need to know that. And I recognize how this came about and why they're here and the whole protest process and what it says in our bid documents. We've got to do something better with those bid documents. I said it a couple of months ago. I said it 4 years ago. This isn't new. You cannot continue to put this council and this mayor in this position to deal with these things and beat these things up for hours and hours at a time. There's got to be some clarity in there. We've got to know everything about that contractor, It's our public works. This is for the people of the city of Las Vegas. We need to know these things. And I don't know what the answers are. We're going to have to rely upon you for those answers. And you made comment, too, I think a couple of months ago, that because the market's changed so much, construction's down so much, we're going to see more of these. If that's the case, then get us in a better position with our bid documents so we don't have to do this at the city council level. It's clear, it's concise, and everybody knows that they're all playing on the same field. And I'll just look to you for the answers to that. But it's quite frustrating for us to be put in this situation and have contractors not understanding. And I'm with Mayor Pro Tem. You walk out of that pre-bid conference, you have questions, you better get them in. Make sure you understand the documents. I'm not pointing the finger at anybody. I'm not blaming one contractor or another. But we've got to find a better way to do this, especially in this economy. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I entertain a motion, please.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
First of all, is time of the essence on this?
The bids will expire on July 5th. They have already been extended 60 days.
Okay, if I obeyed this for 2 weeks until our July 1st meeting, we're still under that time frame. Is that right?
Correct.
Secondly, Mr. Jerbick, if I wanted to take this under advisement, I mean, I hate to use that term, but if I wanted to flush it out a little bit more with staff, am I allowed, is this council allowed to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm not sure how you feel about this, but
Well, I would want to put on record that we would limit the time just between the council members. I don't think we need a full-blown representation again from either Flagstone, or Flagship and or ABCO. I think we can cut this down to just a little bit of time if you want to do that. I don't think we need to have a full-blown presentation again.
no, I agree. So my motion would be to obey this until our next meeting, which would be July 1st. I don't think the expectation is to receive any more presentations from either sides unless either the council members
Might have
voice a
questions.
desire in the next 2 weeks. We can certainly have our own individual meetings with the parties involved and staff. But I'm just not ready to make a motion either way right now.
Well, Your Honor, I understand that you were provided with a booklet of materials, which we have not seen. And there were some new things brought up today outside the four corners of the three items of the protest. Our position would be that you ought to stay within the three items addressed in the protest letter that were adequately addressed by staff and not enlarge it, because if you're going to consider these other materials that go beyond the scope. Now, I was here 2 months ago and was given the courtesy by the mayor to speak, but the same objection that since we had not filed a formal protest, it was basically an advisory opinion. In this case, we need to stay, I think, within the record, the process and the recommendations of staff and not go beyond that, because it wouldn't be fair then to consider what was added on today and then not give us a chance to respond. I would just submit that we stick with the recommendations of staff and stay within the four corners of their recommendations.
I would allow if anything new is brought in to the next at the next meeting that you would have an opportunity to respond to that. Yes, that would be foolish if we didn't do that.
And I will provide Mr. Mowbray with a duplicate copy of the book forthwith.
Thank you.
With that in mind, my motion is to obey this until our July 1st meeting, and I would like to ask Mr. Jerbick, is it appropriate for this council to ask you for a legal opinion? Now that we've flushed this out ad nauseum, my question is the applicability of that section 13.02 that we were discussing, those sections, I think it's E and L.
Aye.
E and
I. Yes.
Okay, I thought it was L because it came after K. But the two sections I read, is it appropriate, Mr. Jerbick, for us to ask you for a legal opinion?
That's what we're here for.
Well,
Absolutely appropriate.
That's part of my motion, I guess.
I don't always agree with you, though. You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Would it be possible to make this a time certain?
Morning. You could put it as the first discussion item if you want to in the morning.
That'd be fine. That'd be the first discussion item in the morning. You've heard the motion. Any question on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's no result.
Item 106. Item 106, R 55, 2009, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with Commercial Visual Improvement Program between the RDA and DFA, LLC, the owner, located at 1415 West Bonanza Road, to be in compliance with and in furtherance and goals and objectives of the RDA. This item is related to the RDA item number 4, RA-10-2009, which we heard earlier this morning, and it seems like a couple of days ago.
Thank you, sir.
Chart.
For the record, Bill Arndt, Acting Director, Office of Business Development. The item is in order. Staff recommends approval.
And just for those in attendance today and this morning's meeting, I think we just need to put on record that this is the corner of Martin Luther King and Bonanza. This is the old Sears and Roebuck warehouse, lawnmower repair shop building, and Mr. Ahern has bought this building about a year ago. He does have about 150 people working at this location as we speak. He's trying to redo the outside of the building. He's put in about $1 million into the building as far as refurbishing it. I think it's a great project that he's doing. We're going to help him with some signage and some beautification of the outside with some landscaping and stuff, and I think it's in order also. And through Councilman Barlow, I'll make a motion for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Item 107 is Citizens Priority Advisory Committee. The term of Duncan R. Lee expires June 2009, and Lori Harrison's term expires June 2009. The options are for Councilman Wolfson to reappoint Mr. Duncan or appoint a new member, or Councilman Ross to reappoint Ms. Harrison or to appoint a new member. Let me ask you, Councilman Ross, you ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Yeah, what's your pleasure?
Pleased to reappoint Lori Harrison to that committee.
All right, let's vote on that then. Post. Motion carries. And Councilman Wolfson, do you wish to reappoint Mr. Duncan or appoint a new member to the Citizens Priority Advisory Committee?
I wish to reappoint Mr. Duncan Lee.
All right, very good.
Turn that on.
Pardon me, it's Duncan Lee is correct.
Yes.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 108 is the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. The term of Betty Evans expires June 2009, and the term of Mel Henkin expires June 2009. The options are for Councilman Wilson to reappoint Ms. Evans or a new member residing in Ward 2. What's your pleasure?
Thank you. Is Betty here by any chance? Betty's probably out doing senior citizen work. Betty is an excellent city participant and community leader. What are you laughing at? Active adult. I'm politically corrected. So my motion would be to reappoint Betty Evans.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And Councilman Ross to appoint a new member. Unfortunately, Mr. Henkin, who has been a great public servant, is unable to be reappointed. So it's a new member residing in Ward 6.
Yeah, and I know Mel, Your Honor, he's gonna hang out and stick around and do what he can. He's a great asset, has been to the Senior Advisory Board, and certainly appreciate his work. And I know he's going to be one of those guys that stays active. But I would like to appoint Mickey Moore. Mickey has been sitting here all day with his wife. Could you both come up to the podium, please? I'm doing this because you've been here all day. You've been here since 8:30. I saw you walk through the door. And Mr. Moore has sat with him, and his wife's been active out there as well, and he's agreed to serve in this capacity, and he understands all the dangers that are associated with serving on the Senior Citizens Advisory Board, Your Honor. And this is Mickey Moore. My motion is to appoint him, and his wife is standing by him to fully support him 110%. And I think for the record, Ms. Bridges, his address, do you have that information? 7616 Roop Street? Okay, and that's for the record, Your Honor. And Mr. and Mrs. Moore, thank you for sticking around today.
Yes. Just one quick comment. I was really enthralled to watch you down there with your arm around your sweet wife. I think it's wonderful to see
We've been
people.
married 49 years.
Wow. I think it's wonderful to see people like that. I think it's great.
I just celebrated my 47th, and I have not put my arm. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote, please.
Thank you very much.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you, and good luck. Okay. Recommending item number 109, bill number 2009-20, prohibits alcoholic beverages in glass beverage containers in city parks except pursuant to a permit or other written authorization. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, please.
Bill number 2009-20, an ordinance to prohibit alcoholic beverages in glass beverage containers in city parks, except pursuant to a permit or other written authorization, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you.
And I want, if I could, Your Honor, I'd like to comment first. I just want to thank Lois Tarkanian personally. She's worked on this bill for probably 2 years that I know of, and we're finally bringing it before the whole city council. I think it's long overdue that we do something to make our parks safer, better for those people that use it for recreational uses. And Lois, thank you again.
Mr. Sanchez?
Mayor, City Council, for the record, Orlando Sanchez, Deputy City Manager. The item that is before you, Bill number 2009-20, will change the rules and regulations in Municipal Code 13.36180. Currently, the Municipal Code does not allow, does not restrict glass beverage containers in city parks, and it only limits alcohol possession and consumption in the playgrounds and parking lot area. The ordinance that is before you today, as proposed and presented before the recommending committee May 19, 2009, would restrict alcohol possession and consumption and restrict glass beverage containers except by permit or written authorization. Since the May 19, 2009 recommending committee, I'm recommending 2 amendments to the ordinance, and I'm asking for your consideration for it. The first one deals with the possession and consumption of alcohol. We are asking that it just be for a 1-year trial period, and that it start on October 5th, 2009, and that it sunset on October 5th, 2010. We're asking for that period to start on October 5th so we can educate and work with the community and let them know the new ordinance that's going into effect. And we're also, in that 1-year period, what we will do is evaluate and see how it impacts the community and the services we provide to our citizens. And I just want to make sure that this sunset is only for the alcohol consumption and possession in the city parks. The glass will stay in effect October 5th and onward. The second amendment to the ordinance, as I'm requesting, would be the no glass beverage. If you read the current ordinance, it allows glass to be in parks by permit or written authorization by the Director of Leisure Services. We are asking that that be stricken, that no glass be permitted, period, within city parks by permit or otherwise. So in essence, no glass permitted in city parks. As you're aware, currently the city has 67 parks within its jurisdiction. This does not include private parks in Summerlin and other homeowners associations. Out of the 67 parks, there are 14 reservable parks, and in those 14 reservable parks, there are 13 reservable picnic pavilion areas where people would be allowed to consume alcohol. We are proposing increasing the number by 10 to 24 reservable parks and increasing the picnic pavilion areas by 62 for a total of 92 reservable parks within the city. During the process of working on this ordinance, Leisure Services staff came up and they noticed that we really weren't being that great of a service to our community. We had one area where you can reserve parks, and that was if you came downtown to the Veterans Memorial area. What we're proposing now, and it also required a 14-day minimum notice. What we're proposing now is to improve our customer service and reduce and have same-day park reservations for groups of 1 to 24 individuals, and also for people that have 25 or more people, or special requests such as inflatable bouncies, bounce houses, catering services, or a DJ, that will require 48 hours. In addition, we're going to increase the number of locations where people can receive permits and reserve parks. That will be, you can read them in front of you, the current location: Leisure Services Admin, Mirabelli Community Center, Veterans Memorial, East Las Vegas Community Services Center, Doolittle Community Service Center, and Centennial Hills. And part of the process when we were looking at this, we looked at 45 cities, and you'll read before you, out of the 45 cities, 13, they permitted alcohol like we currently do in our parks. There was no permitting process. They were allowed to consume alcohol in their parks. 23 restricted by permit only, which we're currently proposing before you today. And 9 of the cities prohibited alcohol altogether. The glass, 18 of the cities allow glass on their city parks. 27 did not prohibit it completely. And finally, before you is just an illustration of how we are in the rest of the valley, of the other jurisdictions within the valley. By doing this ordinance, we will be in line with the rest of them. But one note, Clark County allows alcohol consumption at adult sports leagues. Our current park rules does not allow consumption of alcohol at any of our athletic events. And that pretty much concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer it, or staff will.
All right, Councilman Anthony.
When they ask for an alcohol permit, they can bring any alcohol they want then, right? Whiskey, beer, wine, anything?
Yes, as long as it's not in a glass.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? I have one. I could be, I'm very supportive of the no glass in the parks provision, because I think there are a billion reasons as to why glass should not be permitted in the parks. It's a danger to our employees when they clean it up. It's a potential deadly weapon. If people want to get into a fight, they could break a bottle and use that as a knife. I have no problem with that. I have to feel comfortable before I can support the other part, the alcoholic part, that if I want to have a beer, which I would not want to have, of course, if I wanted to have a beer in the park and decided to go to the park on a Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock, is there going to be a phone number where I can call up and get permitted to have that beer?
Yes, Mayor, and I'm glad you brought that up. We do have by phone, and we will have a number posted at the parks where they can contact and get the.
And I have no problem with it. I just I hate government interfering with personal rights. It's just against my way of thinking. But well, I understand your rights, and that's the reason I'm supporting it. I understand what you want to do in your parks, but at the same time, if I want to go to one of your parks and I want to have a beer, I want to be able to call up and get a permit to have the beer.
Well, but again, though, with due respect, please, I have a problem with being able to call up. In the same day, if somebody wants to go somewhere where you can see who it is, but you can have an 18-year-old kid calling up and getting permission to take beer into a park.
Not an 18-year-old. Well, they got to get a permit.
Call up for a permit.
Okay, when somebody calls, are you going to be able to see them visually? Or are you going to give them permission to have alcohol in the park without seeing who they are?
Billy Bastion, Director for Leisure Services. Right now, what we're proposing to you is that if someone were to desire to come to the park in a same-day choice, they can reserve a picnic pavilion area, and then they will be permitted through that pavilion reservation to consume alcohol. At this time, we don't do any screening now in regards to their age.
No, I understand. My question is, the mayor's question is, can they call? Is there going to be a number there that they can call?
We do the majority of our reservations now through phone and fax transactions.
So we really don't know who we're giving permission to then?
We had a discussion with this with the attorney's office, so I'll see if Val can help us with that. In regards, we talked to Brian Scott about underage permitting for alcohol consumption, and the rules that apply to the local governments in the state would still apply. Would be the responsibility of the person to, when they sign the waiver, to say that they are 21 years of older and or of age, and that they would follow the local and state laws in regards to alcohol consumption and possession. And if any adults receive a permit, they would have the same responsibility to follow that as well.
I wanted that on the record. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Yep.
If we pass this ordinance and anybody goes to the park that Sunday, there's going to be a phone number where they can call up. They're going to leave their name, they're going to leave their address, they're going to leave their date of birth. There's going to be certain information they have to leave. Is there a live person on the end of that phone, or is there going to be a recording?
We will have a live individual who will take the information from the customer who's desiring to rent a picnic pavilion.
So information is taken down. That information, there's a record made of it, right?
That is correct.
And theoretically, because we're trying to create a new system, our marshals will have access to this information. So if the marshals who are on duty on Sunday can learn that, oh, this person is going to go to that park and they've requested a permit, our marshals can cruise by. So if the person's under 21 years of age, they'll be cited or arrested. There's a process for a check and balance.
That would be my understanding in our discussions with the marshals and with D&E.
Yep.
Each person that comes into our office will need, will,
Billy,
or
I'm
they will come
sorry.
on
You
the phone.
keep talking about coming into your office.
Or
No
by phone.
pro tem.
Yeah, I'm sorry, or by phone. They will receive a permit, and they will be required to have that permit on site. And that permit will indicate whether they are planning on consuming alcohol or not, and
I
have those
understand
other
that.
indicators.
I appreciate the person that applies for a permit 2 weeks in advance because they're having a 50th birthday party. What we're talking about now is the person on a Sunday afternoon who decides to want to go to a park. There'll be a sign-up where they can call and go on record requesting permission to do this. And I think that's what we're talking about right now, and I think you're going to answer that, aren't you?
Tim Shatler, Deputy Chief, Department of Detention and Enforcement. Yes, this is exactly why we want this. This gives us the ability and the knowledge of where people will be drinking, and then we can go and verify age if we needed to verify age.
Okay, and is it possible, Mr. Steed, I see Mr. Jervis left already, Mr. Steed, would it be possible that if somebody does call and they can't provide adequate identification, that they're cited for the mayor suggested a misdemeanor, I suggested a felony.
Well, you suggested the death penalty.
Because I know that people can get false IDs very, very easily and stuff. And if it is a proven fact that they are underage, can we cite them for a $500 fine and have that right on the sign as well? That if you call and you're not
false information.
Yeah. If you file false information, that you are going to be fined $500.
I don't know that there's anything that would require or that would allow us to do that particular.
I'm asking, can we do that?
Well, you're going to be able to enforce existing laws. I'm a little troubled by the new information about calling by phone. The discussions that we had previously, there would be verification about somebody getting a permit being of proper age. If you've gone beyond that, I don't know how you're going to issue a permit to somebody who's underage and then afterwards maybe show up and cite them.
Thanks, Val. Since that time, we did have this discussion with Brian, and we do not verify age now. We do most of our transactions by telephone, so do most of the jurisdictions. We do on-site application and permitting as well. In addition, many of the parks and recreation systems across the country, and more specifically state systems, do it through a reservation process online. This is something that we can look at administratively. The recommendation is to put this into effect on October 5th. We do have some more administrative details that we can take into consideration from your feedback and incorporate those into the process going forward.
Excuse me, would it be possible to add the fine in it now? If that's, and then have it posted? I must tell you that Councilman Wolfson and I were at a briefing 2 days ago, and we were told it was going to be called in at that time. But anyway, because
we have to create the crime first. The only crime here is that you can't consume it without a permit. If you have a permit you're not supposed to, that's a different crime, and we need to describe it before we can create a penalty for it. I'm not sure how to describe that crime.
Yeah, it would be a crime if they were drinking and they weren't of age to drink. And if we were out in the park and we were able to verify that, we could cite them for that.
That's an independent crime. I thought we were talking about creating a crime for someone getting a permit who's not entitled to one. That's
I think
not
that
in
was
there.
mentioned, but I think what we can do is we can use existing ordinance to be able to do that.
well, that was my question. I didn't know if you had it already, and you say you do have it.
Maybe what we
Val
could do is...
kind of hit it on the head, though. What I said, though, is somebody that calls in, and we're making it available to them, making it very easy for them to get a permit. Somebody that calls in, and he says he's 21, and he's not, he's committed a crime, whether he's drinking beer or not.
Right. We're talking about providing false information to a city representative as being a crime in and of itself, and I believe that if we can't include it in this ordinance, we should have a separate ordinance to that effect. I'm sure it's already on the books somewhere that you can't tell a city official a falsehood and would just get away with it.
I don't believe so. I think if it's a police officer, you can't give false information to a police officer, but we wouldn't be taking the reservation, so it wouldn't be us that they were giving false information to.
Mayor, we can check that. I think you're right. I think there's some state law already existing that makes it a crime to provide false information and to a government agency to be relied upon. We'll have to check that.
All right.
You know, when you look at it, the county, North Las Vegas, Henderson have done it, and they seem to, maybe people are sneaking the drinking, I don't know, but I haven't heard any complaints about what they've had in there. And we're just going to try it out for a year, and if it works, it works. And if it doesn't, then we move accordingly. That's what we're talking about, right?
And Kelly just brought to my attention that if they do phone in, the individual has to have a fax machine, because we have to fax the certification back to them that they do have the permit. So if they're at the park and they want to get a permit, they cannot call by cell phone. They'd have to go to their house and they'd have to have a fax machine in order to get the permit.
Whoops. That makes it.
If I could, real quickly, I don't want to be one more person jumping in the fray here. Again, the staff doesn't have a dog in this one way or the other, but to get you where you want to get, it's possible to craft a permit that just says not valid for anyone under 21. That way you don't have to have an ID card with you or something like that. One of the questions that we're seeking direction from you is how easy do you want to make the process? The easier you make it to get, the more subject it is to abuse. The harder you make it to get, the more easier it is to police. So somewhere in there is a balance that we're going to seek direction from council, but to go to the question of would we ever issue a permit to a minor? If you're faxing it in, you know we're going to do that, because we're not going to have any way of knowing who sent us the request or if they had a valid ID card or anything like that. And so the only way around that, if you want that loose of a process, is to have a permit that just says you can drink, but not valid for anyone under 21. So we're not giving them permit.
Well, I think this, because I know how much the Mayor Pro Tem and Councilwoman have worked on this. I think we could support the ordinance and then work out basically a regulation as to the process, as to how we can accomplish this without violating an individual's personal rights. If he goes through a very minor exercise of trying to get a permit, gets a permit without any misrepresentation, that he's over the age of 21, that we could figure that one out in the meantime before October. If we can't, then shame on us. Okay, so I'm going to support it with that understanding that we're going to figure out a way that we're not going to be overly governmental with our constituents. Why don't you move? Oh, Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Before I make a motion, I'd just like to say Councilman Reese is very kind to me, but during the last several weeks, I haven't been able to put as much time into things, and he has just done a tremendous job in contacting everybody and helping everybody understand what it is. So he deserves the most credit on all this, if credit is what we get in the end. I move to approve this motion.
Mayor?
Yes.
I assume that's for the First Amendment as in front of you?
That's correct.
Let me point out a couple of things. We talked about no glass. The ordinance talks about beverage containers made of glass, so that we all understand that we're not talking about medicine bottles or casserole dishes or anything else.
Well, beverage should be out of that sentence. No glass containers, not no beverage containers.
Right. The object, as I understand, is to have no glass in the parks.
Well, I know we have some casserole dish
let them put it in plastic.
Aficionados in this crowd, so I think we need to have another discussion about that.
Well, the way I understood it, they were talking about no glass because that seems to be where the big problem and injuries comes from. However, the glass that they usually show me are beer bottles and things like that. It's not casserole dishes. So maybe we could try this and see if this works this way. What do you think?
How about no glass except casserole dishes?
I think the mayor's being facetious right now. Okay,
well,
please.
Well, if you get to the point of absurdity, we know what we're trying to accomplish here. Let's pass the ordinance and then work out the details as to how we're going to effectuate it by October. Let's do that.
The other, Mayor, the other comment was it's drafted so that it's effective October 5th and sunsets on October 1st. Mr. Sanchez had mentioned October 5th as the sunset, and we can have it either way. It was set up the 5th to start because it was a Monday, and it was set up the 1st because that's an even number, but I just wanted to make sure we had the right date on the sunset.
That's fine. The 1st is fine.
So the motion should be that Councilman Reese and I move to approve with the amendments as indicated.
Right. Very good. Let's vote on that quickly. Post.
Motion carries.
Your Honor, real quick, I want to thank staff, especially Leisure Services and Mr. Shatler's crew for working diligently along with the City Manager's Office to help us get this bill where we're at today. Mr. Steed, thank you. I think it's a milestone in the city history. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 110 is Bill Number 2009-24, levies assessment for Special Improvement District Number 1485, Alta Drive, from Rancho Drive to approximately 275 feet west of Lacey Lane. This is landscape maintenance for fiscal year 2010. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, please.
Bill number 2009-24, an ordinance concerning City of Las Vegas, Nevada, Special Improvement District number 1485, Alta Drive landscape maintenance, fiscal year 2010, providing for the payment of the costs and expenses of maintaining street beautification improvements, assessing the cost of maintenance against the assessable lots, tracts, and parcels of land benefited by said maintenance, ratifying, approving, and confirming all action previously taken, prescribing details in connection therewith.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman, your motion, please.
Yes, I'd first like to thank everybody who helped us in this, Jorge Cervantes, all in Public Works, all in maintenance. You really did a wonderful job because this was complicated due to some problems that happened in the past, and I moved to approve, thanking everybody from the city that helped us work this out.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 111 is Bill Number 2009-25, increases the regional sewer connection charge that funds the city's share of an alternate conveyance system to be built and operated by the Regional Clean Water Coalition. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Bill number 2009-25, an ordinance to increase the regional sewer connection charge that funds the city's share of an alternate conveyance system to be built and operated by the Regional Clean Water Coalition and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, your motion, please.
I wasn't present at this recommendation committee meeting, and Mr. Steinman isn't here, and neither is Mr. Barlow. Were you present?
Councilman Ross was, I believe.
I was, Your Honor. Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. And items 112 through 114, Bill Z, 2009-1, 2009-22, and 2009-23 are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. New bills, items 115 through 117, bills 2009-26 through 2009-28 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, June 30, 2009. Mr. Steed, could you please read those?
Yes, Mayor, with your permission, we have Andrea Gondara from our office, the extern, who's going to read those new bills.
All right, please.
Bill number 2009-26, an ordinance to provide alternative minimum on-site parking requirements for certain mixed-use developments and other qualifying uses, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2009-27, an ordinance to update the municipal code provision pertaining to the meeting schedule of the Traffic and Parking Commission and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2009-28, an ordinance to readopt the municipal code provision making state law misdemeanors city misdemeanors if committed within the city.
Thank you very much. Councilman Anthony, you're going to have the privilege now of sitting on our recommending committee. If you're available on Tuesday at June 30th, I believe that you meet at 9 in the morning these days. Would you be able to do that? All right, if you're not able, let me know and we'll assign somebody else. Councilman Barlow would ordinarily be appointed. He'll be out of town. Councilwoman, do you want to take that assignment? June 30th at 9?
Are you talking about take the place of somebody who can't be there?
Councilman Barlow.
I will do that, yes.
Right,
what is that now again?
That's June 30th.
Okay.
That's a Tuesday at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Okay, we're going to go on to item 118 now. 118 is... pardon me, is to go into closed session to discuss upcoming labor negotiations and ongoing labor negotiations. May I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
All right. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Now, folks, it's about 2:15. We've been going without any break whatsoever for our staff since 8 o'clock this morning, nonstop. We have this closed personnel session. I think we'd be safe in having everybody come back here
at 3 o'clock. We could start the afternoon session at 3 in about 45 minutes. Thank you. Bev, could I have the abeyances for this afternoon? Okay.
Councilman Ross said, let me resend 129. I'm sorry? 129. We didn't get anything on 126. I don't have anything on 129, and Carol had 126, so I'm having to write it down. Yeah, that's right. I am. That's what I'm at. We're showing 126 is withdrawn, and we're trying to track down the case. Somebody in the office.
Folks, we'll start in about 5 minutes. 3 on my watch.
It's 3 on my watch.
I could care less. Could care less.
We'll change the clock. That's
their problem. I'm sorry. They should ask me what time I have.
That's it.
All set? Brian, you all set?
Oh, I'm set. Thank you.
Okay, I have 3. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My watch says 3, so it's 3. This is item 119. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items 139 and 140, GPA 32-424, and special use permit 3693, applicant owner Garnon LLC, 4201 West Charleston Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our August the 19th, 2009 meeting. Items 145 and 146, GPA 33746, and rezoning 33747, applicant owner Daniel Shannon, 1.08 acres at the southeast corner of Florin Avenue and Thompson Street. Councilman Anthony would like that to be held in abeyance until our August the 5th, 2009 meeting. Items 149 through 152 is a variance 32640, variance 33015, special use permit 32639, and site development review 32638. Applicant Metropolitan Homes owner Isani Raja and Sarahan Ganay, approximately 1,000 feet south of Lake Mead Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our July 15, 2009 meeting. Items 155 through 158, rezoning 32804, variance 32468, special use permit 34012, and site development review 32467. Applicant City of Las Vegas owner Las Vegas Rescue Mission Inc., 480 West Bonanza Road. The applicant wants that to be held in abeyance until our July 1st, 2009 meeting. Item 161 is a variance 33989. Applicant owner Synarp Trust, appeal filed from denial by the Planning Commission, 3818 Ashby Avenue. Applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our August 19, 2009 meeting. And item 163 is a special use permit 34014. Applicant owner Easy Pond Nevada Inc. at 2200 South Rainbow Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our July 15, 2009 meeting. Item 164 is a special use permit 34016. Applicant Clear Wireless LLC owner LXT4 LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission, approximately 560 feet north of Meadows Lane and approximately 530 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in abeyance until our July 15, 2009 meeting. And item 165 is a vacation 34001. Applicant owner Ask John Development LLC, generally located north of Red Coach Avenue and west of Rainbow Boulevard alignment. Staff's asked that one, or Councilman Ross has asked that one to be stricken. Are there any other items we need to be forward at this time?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem. Item 126, we do have email communication that the applicant...
We can't hear you.
That's at first. 126, the applicant, we have an email communication that they requested that item be withdrawn. And also just to note that on 165 that was stricken, that will be renoticed.
Thank you. Item 126 is a Director DIR 33831, Water Feature Exemption. Applicant Mary Grover, owner Meadowbrook Mountain Spa LLC, request to allow the operation of 2 water features which total 353.25 square feet at an existing golf course on 139.1 acres at 8,600 Cup Drive. This is in Ward 6, and they want that to be held. They want it to be stricken?
Withdrawn, sir.
Withdrawn. Without prejudice?
Yes, sir.
Without prejudice. Are there any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion. We bring all these items forward with all conditions and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post?
Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Nothing's there. Just show me voting yes. No. Now it's there. Thank you.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Items 120 through 125 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agendas, items number 120 through 125?
Yes, Your Honor. No question or comments. Make a motion to follow all staff's recommendations for approval of these items with all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Now, items 127 through 138 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public hearings, and public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time, and any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So I'm going to read items 127 through 138. If anybody wants to speak to any of those independently, please let me know now so I won't read it.
Your Honor?
Yes.
If I could have items 127, 128 pulled forward, as well as item 129 and item 133, please.
All right, then I'll read the one motion, one vote, starting with 130. 130 is RQR 33733. The applicant is CBS Outdoor. The owner is Adeland LLC. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1201 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. 131 is RQR 33734. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor LLC. The owner is Szechuan Corp. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3101 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. 132 is RQR 33882. The applicant owner is Chetak Development. Required review by a previously approved special use permit for a 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2236 Paradise Road. 134 is RQR 33992. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor LLC. The owner PK1 Rainbow Promenade LLC. Required review of a previously approved variance which allowed a 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign located within 200 feet of a residential zone at 2021 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 5. Number 135 is RQR 34320. The applicant is Easy Pawn Nevada, Inc. The owner is Burke Family Trust. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a pawn shop located at 1501 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. 136 is RQR 34322. The applicant is Tabernacle of Praise Church of God in Christ. The owner is Bureau of Land Management. Required review of a previously approved site development plan review for existing temporary modular trailers to become permanent on 5 acres at 7550 Constantinople Avenue in Ward 4. Number 137 is VAC 33475, the vacation. Public hearing, the applicant is City of Las Vegas. The owner is Weingarten Nostat, Inc. Petition to vacate a 100-foot wide drainage easement generally located at the southeast corner of Decatur Boulevard and Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. 138 is VAC 33863, a vacation. Public hearing, the applicant owner is Canyon Ridge Christian Church. Request to vacate the Bronco Street alignment south of La Madre Way, generally located on the southwest corner of La Madre Way and Bronco Street in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of those items. Those items are now subject to public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on those items? Anybody wishes to be heard on any of those items that I just read? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearings. May I have a motion then to approve those items, which would be items 130, 131, 132, 134, 135, 136, 137, and 138.
Your Honor, I make a motion to approve those items following staff's recommendation with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now call items 127. 127 is RQR 33580, rescission. The applicant owner is Frank Sweeney. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for an existing halfway house for recovering alcohol and drug abusers with approved waivers to allow a 300-foot separation from an existing group residential care facility where 1,500 feet is the minimum separation distance required, and to allow a 6,136 square foot lot where 6,500 square feet is the minimum required at 2621 Brady Avenue, Ward 3. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. Could I ask staff why these items are back on the agenda?
Yes, sir, you may. There was a typographical error it's shown in the item to be rescinded. Condition number 2 referenced the wrong number, SUP. That is corrected in the one that is shown as item 128 to be reconsidered. So it was a typographical error in the number in the backup in condition 2.
I wish the applicant was present. These items, he got and told us that he was going to close down.
I have some info on that.
Please.
If I may, sir, in response to your question, staff contacted the applicant yesterday. They are still operating the Sober Living House and have 4 people living there pursuant to their license at this address. They no longer own the property next door. That was sold, and there is no similar type of business being operated there. He indicates that this business they anticipate for only 1 more year, and they're waiting for economic conditions to change. You have a condition on here that it is that is proposed to be reheard, administratively reviewed in 2011.
No, I want to change that. So, Your Honor, I'll make a motion to approve item 127, please.
All right, the rescission?
Yes.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 128?
And on 128, can I change that condition?
Yes.
I better read it into the record.
Okay.
128 is RQR 33580. The applicant owner is Frank Sweeney. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for an existing halfway house for recovering alcohol and drug abusers with approved waivers to allow a 300-foot separation from an existing group residential care facility where 1,500 feet is the minimum separation distance required, and to allow a 6,136 square foot lot where 6,500 square feet is the minimum required at 2621 Brady Avenue. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is a public hearing.
It's a public hearing, yes. I now declare it open.
Your Honor, I would move to change the condition that asked staff to look at it in 2011, you say?
Yes, sir.
I would like to have this brought forward to the City Council a year from a year from now.
So that would read: the special use permit SUP 25031 shall be reviewed at a public hearing of the City Council by June 17th, 2010.
That's fine.
Fine. Anyone like to be heard on that? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Motion, please.
That would be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
In item 129, Your Honor, Councilman Barlow referenced to me that he would like to have this poll and abate until our July 1st, 2009 meeting.
All right, that's RQR 32709. The applicant, William J. McAlpine. The owner is Gossen Mary. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for an existing auto repair garage at 2027 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5, and the motion is to obey it until
July 1st, 2009.
July 1st, 2009. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 133 is RQR 33955. The applicant is Reagan National Advertising of Nevada LP. The owner is J.G. Sahara LLC. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1000 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3.
Yes, Your Honor, and there, all I would like to do is change the condition of a 3-year review to a 5-year review.
That would be a change, sir, to condition number 2. The SUP shall be placed on an agenda closest to May 5th, 2014.
That's my motion.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Your Honor, I think this gentleman back down here talking to her is the guy that was on 129. We didn't give him a chance to.
Did somebody want to speak on 129?
Margot?
Did you want to speak on 129? Yes, sir. Sure, then come on up and give us your name, please.
William McAlpine, the owner of Billy Mack's Auto Repair.
Okay.
Yeah. What just happened?
What happened is Councilman Barlow, who has been excused from today's meeting, asked that this be obeyed until July the 1st.
How come I'm not informed of all this kind of stuff?
This is the first I hear of it, too.
So what does this mean?
That means to come back on July the 1st.
Mayor, Mayor, if I could, this is just a required review, so he can still operate as he's been operating until the required review on July 1st.
Business as usual, and then you'll be back here July 1st. If that's inconvenient for you, we'll give you another date.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
If it's inconvenient, why don't you call me up, tell me what date you'd like, recognizing that we meet on the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday.
Well, I mean, is there a problem or?
I don't know. Councilman, I've been out of town for 5 days. Councilman Barlow is back in Massachusetts. I got back here. Mayor Pro Tem said that he wanted to have it obeyed until July the 1st.
And Mayor, if I could, this is just a routine required review. I think that was placed on the SUP when it was first initiated. This is just, you can still operate your business as you've been operating all this time.
And if it makes you feel better, why don't you call Councilman Barlow's staff?
We need name for the record.
Okay, your name, please?
William McAlpine.
Mr. McAlpine, why don't you call Councilman Barlow's staff, ask them whether they foresee any kind of a problem, so your mind will be at rest until the 1st.
Okay.
I hope they tell you that there are no problems, and then you can feel good. And we'd like to see you back here July the 1st.
Okay. I have another issue.
All right, what's the other issue?
Okay, you guys, the Planning and Development Commission made me put up a barrier so people would stop cutting through the desert. And people kept knocking them over. Well, come to find out, it's the Metro Police Department doing it. I have a letter here from one of my customers that witnessed it, and he's got his telephone number on here, so if you guys want to call him and question it. But I've been getting fined for this.
Fine. Why don't you pass that up to the clerk, who will then give it to me. We'll make it available to Councilman Barlow's staff for him to check it out. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
What can I tell you? All right. Thank you for coming down. All right. Go to 141, 142, 143, 144. 141 is GPA 33542, request to amend a portion of the Southwest Sector Plan of the General Plan from SC Service Commercial to GC General Commercial. 142 is ZON 33543, request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial. Number 43 is SUP 33544, request for special use permit for a truck rental establishment. Number 144 is SDR 33546, request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review to eliminate required landscape and to add truck storage for a proposed truck rental establishment in conjunction with an existing convenience store and restaurant. The applicant owner is Red Card LLC. The project is located at 8490 West Cliff Drive. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial for these items. These items are in Ward 2 and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Murray Peterson. I represent Red Card LLC. I'm the operator of the convenience store and have brought these issues to the council today. And I'm here to answer any questions. I've met with Councilman Wolfson, Planning Director Wheeler, Planning Manager Rankin, and members of the Planning Department in trying to work out some of the issues that led to our initial denial. And what we're proposing is just to add a U-Haul truck and trailer rental to an existing business that I've operated there for 2.5 years. And in the scope of that business, we would be limiting the number of trucks and trailers on the property, parking them in an area that's been designated for truck parking only, following any other conditions that Councilman Wolfson and the Planning Department have expressed to us that we need to do. And I'm here to answer any questions or try to go forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you.
All right. It's not a public hearing. So, Councilman Wilson, your pleasure here.
Public hearing? Yes, they are. They are public hearings.
Well,
they are public hearings.
This does not say a public hearing, but
Sure
I'm advised that, well, on here it doesn't. Okay. I'm advised that it is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. Would anybody from the public like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Mr. Peterson, thank you for allowing me and Mr. Rankin from the Planning Department to come out and visit your site. What I'd like you to do is put something up on the overhead, and that might be what we need, to show exactly where on your property you plan to have these U-Haul trucks available for rent. And if you have a better drawing, then go for it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how this works. Go slow with me. Those are pictures of the store, and we have a site plan that was put together for me by Breslin Builders, and I believe it's a little bit better than mine.
Okay,
And I was able to do.
You have something for our overhead?
Yes.
Okay. There it is. Could we zoom in on this, please? Why don't you give us an overview, Mr. Peterson, of where your store is and what you're proposing to do?
We're on the corner of Westcliff and Durango, adjacent to a quarter mile away from Summerlin Parkway. And we've been operating that store for about 2.5 years. I bought a independent gas station 2.5 years ago, closed it, remodeled it, became a Sinclair distributor, put in a small post office, and some other amenities. And as time has gone, we've just looked for more ways to, enhance our business there. The overhead now indicates where we would anticipate the truck and trailer parking, which are on the northeast corner of the property, furthest from view of Durango, furthest from Westcliff Drive, and basically at the very back of our property.
Why don't you point to it, Mr. Peterson?
Well, that would be right along here, designated with TP. The area just here next to the store is designated, that's the the trash area. We would like to have one parking spot next to it and an additional 5 along the eastern boundary of our property. As I mentioned, furthest away from the view of the public on Durango and Westcliff, consistent with what the planning department asked us to do. In bringing this proposal forward, we would also increase the landscaping up to the level that was initially required in 1998 when I purchased the store in 2006. There was absolutely no landscaping with the exception of one blue Palo Verde. A year and a half ago, we added 27 5-gallon shrubs to it, and within the conditions that the planning department has spoken to us about, we would add the additional 5 or 6 more trees I believe I have on the plan, plus the additional plants and shrubs to put into all the landscape offers to bring the site up to the original requirements from 1998. And as I mentioned, none of those were existing in the year 2006 when I purchased the property. We've added quite a bit to the store since we purchased it. As I mentioned, I became a Sinclair distributor immediately. We closed for about 2.5 weeks to completely remodel it. We are an approved shipping site by the United States Postal Service. We are a Dairy Queen franchisee, a convenience store. We are also a EBT Quest site administered by the State Department of Welfare and approved by the United States Department of Agriculture. So we're quite a bit more than a typical convenience store. First year we operated, I had a staff of 8. Right now I have a staff of 19. If we are approved and are able to apply for a business license for a U-Haul truck rental, that'll probably require me to hire possibly 2 more people.
Murray, you've got 19 full-time employees right now?
Well,
basically?
I wouldn't say full-time equivalents, no. If a full-time person is 32 hours or 33 hours or more, no, I don't. But I have 19 people that work for me. The Dairy Queen doesn't. Dairy Queen, 4 or 5 of the staff are probably less than what would be considered full-time.
So you've got 19 people employed by you, right?
Yes.
And knowing you as I do, because I've known you for a number of years, you are a hands-on kind of owner.
Yes.
You're not an absentee owner, are you? You're there. How many days a week are you at your store?
Probably 6 days.
And how many hours of those 6 days are you there?
I would guess it's a 65-hour week.
Okay. My point is, you're there on site to be watching what's going on in your business.
Yes.
Ms. Wheeler, we had some potential added conditions. Could you please go over those?
Yes, sir. On the SUP, an additional condition to be considered that no rental truck exceeding 17 feet in length shall be stored on the subject site for more than 48 hours. And another additional condition that there shall be a review conducted administratively 30 days after issuance of business license. With regard to the SDR,
Excuse me, before you do
Certainly.
that, did we also have something about no more than 6 rental trucks or trailers shall be parked on the subject property at any time? Did we talk
yes,
about
sir,
that?
that is already within the proposed conditions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's fine.
That's not a new
That's
one.
why I didn't read it.
That's
Mhm.
not a new one. Okay.
Correct. Then with regard to the site development plan review, to amend condition number 8 to show the number of 15-gallon trees to be 10, and that the applicant should submit a revised landscape plan for approval by the Department of Planning and Development indicating location and species of the trees, that the irrigation shall be in place and all landscaping installed prior to issuance of business license.
Are those conditions agreeable to you?
Was the landscaping a little tough? Is that what you're
Well,
pausing on?
if I heard her correctly, we've gone from 6 trees to 10 trees. Did I hear that correctly, Ms. Wheeler?
Yes, in addition, I'm sorry.
Because the original conditions on the original plan were 5 total trees in 1998. And the only thing I would request is that I be allowed a time to get that in prior to applying for the business license. If I'm approved today, I plan on walking up to the 3rd floor and applying for my business license. My application, a check, I've already spoken to a technician up there that I've gotten to know over the years, and I'd be certainly willing to live with the conditions that are asked of me, but I'd like to have the leeway to do it within a reasonable amount of time, because what I'd like to explain is...
Hold on, Murray.
Okay.
I'm going to try and help you out here.
Okay.
Margot, the original landscaping plan called for what?
The condition as written in and as went before the Planning Commission was for 5 15-gallon trees. The proposal was to add 5 more to that within the existing landscape planter area.
Okay, so if we require 10 trees, you just need some time to do it?
That's what I'd like.
Could you get it in within 90 days?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, can we condition it that way, Margot? Within
That
90
would be
days of the
just-
issuance of the business license?
Yes, that's how we
Okay.
can word it, sir.
Is everything else agreeable to you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Peterson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Excuse me. One other thing. The way the condition reads about no rental truck exceeding 17 feet in length, that's one of the big ones, right?
Well, no, there are 2 trucks larger than that. There's a 24-footer and a 26-footer. When you and I discussed this with Planning Manager Rankin, you had made the comment, or I requested to you to have a reasonable length of time to remove a 24 or 26-footer. Because we are a gas station as well as a potential truck and trailer site, we're a very popular destination for people moving in town to drop off a truck. And since I'm open 7 days a week, it just gives them greater flexibility. You had made the comment to me that you would allow us 48 hours if somebody dropped off a truck there to have it removed from the property.
If it's one of the 24 or 26
If it's a 24,
footers.
26-footer, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, and is that something that is doable? You think you can manage it that way?
I think it's the only time that would ever be a potential issue is if we took a trailer in on a Friday evening, a 24-footer, and I couldn't get it out until Monday midday. So I don't foresee that.
You know, I've been out to your site, and the location we're talking about, you parking these vehicles, is away from the general public. It's behind your store.
Yes.
The foot traffic that's going in and out of your store is not going to be affected by these truck rentals. I mean, they're literally on the back side. Could we condition something, Margot, where we allow for the 24 or 26?
24, 26.
24 or 26-foot trucks, but that you will make your best effort to have them on your property no longer than 72 hours.
That would be very, very fair. Thank you.
Is
Just a thought.
Go
that
ahead.
Best efforts is not a condition that's enforceable.
He will do it.
72 hours is
Okay.
very conditional.
Oh, I think
So,
we could understand
no
best
rental
effort.
truck exceeding 26 feet in length shall be stored on the subject site for more than 72 hours?
No, excuse me, but there are no trucks longer than 26 feet. It's longer than the 17-foot U-Haul. And that's what we had spoken about, being able to house.
Oh, I see. So we're just changing the 48 hours to 72 hours?
That's what it sounds like, yes.
Okay, I thought you want to be able to park a 24 or 26-foot truck there, don't you?
Yes, I'd like to be able to do that.
The condition Mark would reference, just changing the 72 from 48 to 72 would accomplish what he wants.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for
straightening
me out.
Councilman Ross would like to be heard.
I just need, Mayor, through you, Councilman Wolfson, to put it on the record. My friends next door to Mr. Peterson's business at the Associated General Contractors have expressed several times to me their opposition to what you're doing over there. Not that that matters, but I did need to put that on the record.
So I never received any of those oppositions.
I'm sure you have not. They have my phone number.
Okay. I mean, I even have the protest list here,
and I don't see. That's what I was just looking at.
There's
Was
no
the protest
registered
list.
protest.
And I don't see even on the protest cards anybody from the
Okay.
AGC. But Mr. Peterson, you know those guys over there. They come to the store all the time.
Well, actually, the people that come into the store all the time ask me all the time if they can help us.
Oh, there you
As
go.
a matter of fact, they offered to let us use one of their meeting rooms for my public meeting that was scheduled for March 10th. Turned out we couldn't do it on one of the days, so this catches me by quite a surprise.
Okay.
It's the first I've heard of it.
Okay, and if Councilman Wolfson has not, and you have not, I stand. Well, I have. So I just thought I'd share that with
Understood, sir.
Okay. One of the things that was concerning is that one of the requests is to rezone this property from C1 to C2. And I think that's what the Planning Commission had a concern over. Because once you rezone something from C1 to C2, you can't go backwards. Isn't that right, Director?
Yes, sir.
And there are a number of uses that would qualify under a C2 use, and I think that's what the concern was. But the city always has the right during an SDR, a site development review, so that if Murray, if you decided to sell your business in 5 years and somebody bought it and wanted to change the use, they would still have to come before the city council on a site development, not change the use, change the
To do new construction.
to do new construction. That's why she's there. She helps me. They would have to come in under an SDR, a site development review, and the city council would have to approve that. So I think that there are safeguards in place against some of these theoretical other uses. Murray, I've been familiar with your business practices for many years. You're a great businessman. You run a real good ship. But more than that, you are a community activist. You participate in a lot of charities. You give back to the community in many, many ways. In our recessionary times, I think we should be promoting and encouraging new businesses, if you will, and we should be encouraging people to better their businesses. So that's why my motion is going to be on 141 for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
On 142, my motion is for approval.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries.
On item number 143, my motion is for approval,
As amended?
as amended.
Let's vote on that, please. Post, please. Motion carries.
And on item number 144, my motion is for approval,
Please vote.
as amended.
All right. Vote, please, and post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you very kindly for your time and for all the support and help, in particular from the planning department.
No problem. Okay, 146, 147. We're up to 147. 147 is ZON 29221, a rezoning, a public hearing. The applicant owners Ann and Kenny Wong request for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to PR professional office and parking on .10 acres at 1413 Southeastern Avenue. This is in Ward 3. Planning Commission recommends denial. Staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I now declare it open. Yes, sir. 148 as well. 148 is SDR 29281, an abeyance item, site development plan review related to ZON 29221. Public hearing, the applicant owner is Ann and Kenny Wong. Request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing 1,038 square foot residence into an office with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow buffers of 1 foot along the west perimeter where 15 feet is required, 0 feet along the east perimeter where 8 feet is required, 1 foot along the north perimeter where 5 feet is required, and 0 feet along the south perimeter where 5 feet is required. 1.10 acres at 1413 Southeastern in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This too is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and the rest of the panel. My name is Rolando Ladislao. I'm representing Mr. And Mrs. Kenny Wong. Yeah, I just want to find out if we can get approved to, for our petition is going to be approved sooner or later.
Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
I miss Mr. McGovern, but anyway, when you have planning and the staff split, planning, all 6 voted denial, and the planning, well, they voted for it. All I'm saying is when it's split like this, I know y'all have to make a tough decision. So, on the behalf of the decision, good luck.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I had an opportunity to meet with the applicant's representative. This is a home that sits on Eastern Avenue. It surely can't be a residence. It hasn't been residence for a long time. It has been sitting vacant. They have went in and repainted it, and looking to put in a accounting firm or some kind of a office. I think it's better to have it in use than sitting there vacant and getting graffiti on it. I think we're going to allow them to maintain the house by putting somebody inside the house. So I'm going to go against the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial on item 147 and make a motion for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post? No problem. Motion carries.
And item 148, Your Honor, I understand the reasons why they have to have the variances. I certainly concur with their request. I think that it's going to look a lot better full, and so my motion is going to be for approval of item 148 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Honors. Appreciate it for your consideration.
Very good. Thank you. 153 is VAR 32873, a variance, a public hearing. The applicant owners Antonio and Christina Sosa. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for variance to allow 16 parking spaces where 24 are required for the conversion of 500 square feet of office to a restaurant use on 0.56 acres at 1499 North Land Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial.
Your Honor.
A public hearing which is now open. Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor, I need to disclose the fact that we changed the zoning on this a couple of years ago for a tax office and a beauty salon, and I was informed at the last meeting that it wasn't a beauty salon, it's a barber shop. And being a barber, I felt that there was a conflict, so I abstained. It's still a beauty shop, but I'm still going to abstain from this item today. Thank you.
It's still a beauty shop or a barber shop?
It's still a beauty shop. It ain't no barber shop.
All right, so Councilor Ross will be handling that matter? All right, very good. All right, yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. About this...
Please identify yourself for the record.
Oh, Tim Ayala, 4600 Sunset Road, representing the applicant.
Thank you.
About this project, this is what we used to have. I think these microphones work perfect, right? You can hear me. This is what we used to have. This is the piece of land that my client bought. It was a very hard for them to do this kind of project. As you can see, they clean, they comply with all the conditions of approval for the zone change. They brought to the community and to the people in the neighborhood with a nice product, nice building, architecturally functional, and it is a beautiful building. It's a beautiful building. If you have stopped there, it's a very nice building. He was thinking those were the good days, you know, if you want to call it that way, where everybody needed a room, everybody was renting offices, everybody was it was booming. This town was great. So he had on the side of this property, he opened it for an office, to have an office. The person that he leased this office went broke. I mean, it was a tax type of building. He went broke. He couldn't pay any more of the rent. My clients, they are no wealthy. They work day by day, check by check, and they are right now very tight financially. So what they did is, since we cannot have an office there, and we cannot have nobody's renting office. We have 40,000 building offices in town. They are not renting. Nobody's renting. So what we did here is he was thinking that in the meantime, when the people goes to this beauty salon and people is cutting their hair and doing their nails and doing other stuff, the kids, the people that is there, he can put in the back of this building, he can have some kind of donut shop with pop and donuts like this. This shows here is not very clear. Maybe I should pass it to you, Mr. Mayor, so you can see. All right. It's one of those stands where they hold.
Pass it up. Thank you.
They hold the donuts and the drinks, and have these type of refrigerators where they have sodas and you know, have some kind of capital gain, you know, some income. It's not much, but it's something. It's something that they you know, they're not getting rich doing this, but they can pay the mortgage. You know, at least they can pay the mortgage. Financially, everybody's trying to do whatever they can to try to do a penny or $1. They're lucky. What we're asking right now is for a variance of 24 stalls, redesigning this site plan. I came out with 18 feet, meeting your standards, meeting planning standards, having more than 18 feet setbacks here. I have 22 setbacks instead of 18 as the code asks, and I have the 24 feet, so they can park, plus the 9 feet wide, so the cars they can park. We are just asking for 5 parking spaces, and if you drive around there, it's almost empty. Nobody parks there, but the employees that they are 2 employees, so the whole parking is empty. So, and the thing is, selling donuts, selling pop, they're not gonna bring kids driving cars stop there for a soda or for a donut. So more or less, it will be the people that is already coming for services, cutting their hair and doing their nails. So therefore, we ask you for the approval of this application. We have the neighbors that they are here. We have 250 signatures in support of this project. We give them. We got more here. There
Mr. Bridges, the gentleman's trying to hand a petition.
And we have the people that they live in the back of this property, on the west side of the property, and on the east side of the property, and they are here and sitting over here in the back, and they are supporting this project. I mean, my neighbor doesn't have music, doesn't have noise, is very clean. I mean, if you drive by there, it's the cleanest place on the street. And they do graffiti. My client goes the next day and paint the wall right away because he wants to keep the image, so the neighborhood doesn't come down. He wants to keep a good image for the city. So I respectfully ask you for the approval of this application, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
If I may,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, a donut shop and with a soda refrigerator does not require, is not a restaurant, and this application is not necessary if they wish to just have a donut shop.
Well, I guess that ends that.
Yeah, it's granted it's in the code. If you have this kind of zone, you can have a restaurant.
So the parking has nothing to do with anything.
A donut shop is not the same as a restaurant.
So my question is, the parking has nothing to do with anything.
Well, if he only wants a donut shop.
That's what the man's saying.
Well, but he just said restaurant right now, so that's.
Well, he said barber shop last time, so I don't know what we're having here. But if he sells donuts, you don't have to be here.
And
if you're going to make martinis,
yes,
you have to be here.
Yes. The difference is that in the code doesn't say donuts, it says restaurant.
No, but our planning director is saying to you, if you're, sometimes you're right. You don't have to know when to quit. If you're just selling donuts, you don't have to be here. If you want to make it into a restaurant, then you have to be here. What do you want? A donut?
This is the owner, and he's going to.
Right.
Yeah.
What's your name, sir?
Antonio Sosa.
Yes, Mr. Sosa.
Nice to talk to you.
Do you want to sell donuts or you want a restaurant?
Yeah, and that's one of my concerns, because always when they say restaurant, people around the neighborhood, they think something big. They think mariachi. They think cars coming in and out.
But my question to you is this.
Donut shop.
Donuts. You want to sell
donut shop.
You want to sell some donuts?
Yes, donuts.
All right. Apparently, you don't need to be before us when you're selling donuts, but it's a public hearing, so everyone's going to have a chance to be heard.
Correct.
Okay. So, but the representation to us today is donuts.
Donuts.
Okay.
And
public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard?
And if I can say something else, before I leave.
Yes.
Can I? Yeah, and like I mentioned to you, it's just the donuts, and it's nice that they understand people around. I went all over the neighborhood and I talked to them about donut shop, and everybody say, I would love to have a donut shop. I tried to go into the parking lot where the trailer park is, and I talked to 2 or 3 people, and they say, if it's a donut shop, I accept it. But as soon as I asked the manager for permission to explain them that it's a donut shop, he took me out of the place. So it's okay for me. But when I asked everybody for those 250 signatures, they say, I would love to have a donuts. Okay. Benefits, it would be benefits.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you plan to make the donuts there?
I will buy the donuts, and if in the future, if it's something that I try, because this is what I've been doing all my life, cooking and baking. This is what I know how to do.
Close to a restaurant. That's one
thing.
No,
cooking and baking. If in the future, something, if it works, but I'm going to start buying the donuts.
Well, if I understand Miss Wheeler, if the gentleman goes to a store and buys 100 donuts and brings it to this location and sells 100 donuts, he doesn't have to be here seeking our permission.
Correct.
If he's making donuts there, it's a little closer to a restaurant.
But he can still make the donuts there.
I see. Okay. All right. The public hearing, folks. Be happy to hear from you.
Name's Hodges. Planning, staff, and the people themselves, for the good of everybody, if you're going to sell donuts or whatever they choose to do at this stage, let it be at least 6 months of doing what they say and not be switch swapping all over the place. And that's the only thing that I feel right now. Planning and staff had something to say, so maybe you really need to look at the whole thing. But I want them to have donuts if that's what they want, but no restaurant. Thanks.
Anybody else like to be heard? Yes, ma'am. Please give us your name. That's fine.
My name is Charlene Railsback, and I live at 3 Arcade Circle, the Desert Mobile Home Park. Now, what I have here is what has been going on at this business that has upset us so much, and the people in the park, that's why we keep coming back. Mr. Sosa has allowed his customers or employees to use his fire lane on his property for parking. Now, it said that he had 16 parking places. He needs 24 to have a restaurant. Isn't this what this says here?
That's correct.
He has 16.
Right.
They're showing 18. We've counted them. Okay. He came to Desert Mobile Home Park to try and persuade my husband and I to change our minds. A few things I noticed from watching the last meeting on TV were not true. I never said I drove the child care operation out of business. I didn't even live there when that happened. And I did not realize that this was a name-calling and attempt to change a variant. I was called a crazy lady on public TV by someone he brought in to testify. I don't know if that's what you want to call it.
Take your time.
But I'll forgive this, Considering things, I will forgive this. On the day Mr. Sosa was at our house, we told him we were going out to eat. He offered to pay. He proceeded to pull a big wad of money out of his pocket and spread them to show us they're all $100 bills. We declined his offer. He cries poverty at the meeting, but he told us the place was all paid for. There are too many numerous conflicts in his stories to mention, and as far as him showing us the money, I can't accuse him of anything, but I do have my private thoughts concerning it. For the past year, we have noticed that there are car alarms going off all the time behind our home, where our bedroom sits to the north side of Van Buren, directly across from his business. This past Sunday, it kept going off, so we decided to investigate. It was so hard to pinpoint because of the traffic and whatever, but we actually discovered it was Mr. Sosa's business. It went off 7 times that day. Right. Very annoying at our home. That day, the business was closed. And since it's been open, it's open 7 days a week. I've never seen it closed before, except for that day. I have been threatened by my neighbor, who seems to be mentally disabled, over to Mr. Sosa. He came into the park trying to get petitions when he's actually trespassing. It's a 55 and older park. He doesn't live there. He hasn't relatives there. He was told not to go in there by the manager, and he went anyways. And it caused a big ruckus. And I was threatened by this lady. But she's mentally disabled, so I look, behind that. And do you feel that the amount of parking spaces that he has, which is 16, he has now, would provide enough parking for the beauty nail salon and any type for the beauty salon and the nail salon and any type of restaurant or food type business he wants to put in. Those refrigerators that I saw up on the screen, that looks like you're going into AM or PM. I don't call that a restaurant or even selling donuts. It looks like a retail store to me. It's a completely different thing. Well, I don't think there's enough space. Okay? Twice Mr. Sosa's representative has shown pictures of the site before and after the renovation. It is an improvement. I will give him that. But I also feel that what goes on there doesn't make that improvement better because of what he has done in other ways. I feel that the owner of Desert Mobile Home Park takes great strides to keep the park looking good, clean, inviting, and quiet. And that's what 55 and older wants. And allowing this variance would have set her effort. There are very many elderly people at the park that have their mobile homes backed up to Van Buren. But most of them, they're in their 80s, 87. They're very fearful to speak up. I don't know why. So I'm doing that for them, and so all I can even say that is hearsay. They talk to me, but they don't have, and they don't feel good either, to come here. I don't know the event number on what I'm about to say, but before they called Metro, Mr. Sousa's business, Van Buren would be full of cars and his parking lot. I mean completely full. Every day. 7 days a week. Since then, those cars have left. Mr. Sousa claims he cannot help it if people park there to put signs to sell their cars. Okay? That's not what I see. I see them park their car, shut it off, and walk into his business. Okay? After the event with Metro, he always made sure 2 cars were parked directly behind our home, but all the other cars did not return. Which I have thoughts on that too. We now have no parking signs behind all the mobile homes backed up to Van Buren. I want to thank whoever was responsible for that, because it has helped a great deal. I personally have nothing against this man. He is probably a very good man. But I do not think that I don't think that it's fair to come into the business and disrupt the peace. I am against what he's trying to do with the variance. I feel he would create more crime, noise, possibly street gangs hanging around, rodents, unpleasant smells, more emissions from automobiles that go into the trailers. And if he's allowed this, he will not follow the rules. I've seen that. He will go beyond what he's allowed. You're going to give this man an inch, he's going to take a mile. I've observed this. And I just don't recommend this. And that's all I've got to say. But I think my husband wants to speak.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to be heard? Could you tell me?
Yes, my name is Max Railsback, and I live at 3 Arcade Circle, and that was my wife that was up here talking. And we moved there in 2004, and it was a dust pit. And they put a big container on the north side of Van Buren across the street from his property, and they used a tractor and loader, and they, of course, they parked it directly behind my trailer. And then, of course, when you dump a big load of dust into a dumpster, you know what happens to it. It goes straight up. And he was working on the property, and consequently, city had not turned his water on because he hadn't met certain codes. So obviously, he's capable of breaking codes simply for his benefit. But I went over there one time in regards to a hot dog cart that they had set in the corner trying to make an extra buck. And we had called code enforcement, and they told me over the phone that they can't do that. And this went on for quite a while. And I finally went in one day. There was a lot of people parked around there, and I went over, and they met me at the door with their little letter from whether it was you guys or who, but said that this is all they needed to have that cart there. And well, I said, well, code enforcement says you need more than that. But anyway, they felt threatened by me being on their property, even though it's a place of business. And so consequently, they called the Metro on me, and Metro came to find out what was going on. I explained it to them, and I got to thinking about this. I wonder if I was being in some sort of, I guess, event manner. And so I called up Metro. Actually, I called Metro on Sunday about his alarm. And his alarm was just going off, and then it'd go on, then it'd go off, then it'd go on. And it did this quite a while. And I finally, called 311 and said, is there anything you guys can do? And they put me through, and I told them what was wrong. So they sent a couple cars out, and they tell me that they don't do anything except send out a black and white. And I think that's kind of a waste of Metro's time. But I said, was there an event number or anything? And they didn't reply. But I know one other time there was. So I called up Metro's communication bureau to find out how many calls had been made to that address. And she said, well, how far back did you want to go? And I said, well, I don't know how
I'm not
it
sure
was
that
that
this
they
is
opened
relevant.
up their business.
Really. We're getting a little bit off the beaten
Well,
track
I want
here.
to tell you this very important thing.
Well, let's talk about the parking spaces because
Okay.
that's what we're
Well,
talking about.
How about the robbery?
I don't know whether the robbery is relevant either, because the thing that I'm confused about, folks, is
Sir,
based on our planning director, you don't even have to be here.
you need to tell them about the 45 times.
Yeah, well, they 45 times since January 1st of 08, Metro has been called to that place of business for either robbery, burglary, grand larceny, or that alarm going off. And the parking spaces, we've got no parking space on our side of the street now, thanks to someone. And we greatly appreciate that. But he's only got 16 parking spots. And I don't know how you can supply parking spaces to 3 businesses with 24 that's needed for one. And that's you know.
I understand.
And what looks like he's trying to demonstrate here is not a restaurant. It's more like a daycare center.
For donuts.
For donuts.
Ms. Wheeler, let me ask you something. In your briefing with the council members, did you indicate that this need not be in front of us, or did you not have the information at the time that this was just going to be to sell donuts?
I did indicate, I believe, that the original application for restaurant had not been rescinded. However, there had been discussion of a donut shop. And that was as far as the information that I had at the time and at this point.
Well, I'll tell you this.
If it would help, Your Honor, I'm looking
Yes.
at the letter that states they want to have a restaurant, therefore need this parking variance.
This
But
is what happened last time.
Yeah, but I'm
This is
taking
what
a-
happened. The ball keeps on moving.
I'm gonna clear this
it's
up
a
today.
moving ball, and we're being asked to make decisions based on a moving ball here. That's not fair to us. It's not fair to say you want a restaurant and then come in and say you want to sell donuts. It's not fair to say that you're a barber shop and then you're a beauty parlor. That's not fair to us. I mean it. It's not fair. Have all these people come down? Have them come down a third time? I don't think so. All right. Public hearing. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Marisa Kolick, and I live next door to Tony on the other side of the wall. And I don't have a problem with Tony. I don't see why he couldn't have it, because the man is trying to make a living, as we all know, as we all are. And I just don't see why he couldn't do it. We don't have a problem with it. I mean, I've had people park in front of our place, too, where we didn't want them to do it. Of course, our dogs would bark, and then animal control would come out because our dogs are barking, saying that because we're 50 feet inside the city, we have to keep our dogs quiet, of course, and I understand that. And I just don't see why he couldn't do it.
Well, the problem is this, as I said. I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
Yeah.
Our agenda item talks about a restaurant. We're ready to address a restaurant. And then you come in here, you tell us you're going to sell donuts, and then our planning director says you don't have to be here to sell donuts. So I don't know why we're here, to be honest with you. Okay, you try to clear it up, because I can't. Yes.
Mr. Donut. Oh, it is.
So we can have the donut.
Excuse me. I guess I'm in charge now. Mayor Pro Tem Tem. Well, where exactly are we? We've had a public hearing. And are there any other members of the public that would like to be heard? Step forward, and I'm going to respectfully put a 3-minute time limit, so please be precise and cut to the chase. Come on. State your name and tell us what you'd like to say.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Baye, and I would just like to give a little feedback on all the negative that
I don't think
we've
it's
been
necessary.
seeing.
I'll tell you why. We have an agenda item here that says conversion to a restaurant. We're not having a restaurant, we have a donut shop. So I'm going to suggest that we move to strike this item. You open up your donuts, you don't even have to come back to us. If it's anything other than donuts, then you have to come back.
Your Honor, before
Thank you, Mayor.
Your Honor,
yes,
through you, before we move in that direction,
Yes.
I'd like a couple of things on the record.
Please.
To clarify and clean some things up for the benefit of all of us, if
All
that's
right.
with your permission.
Absolutely. Somebody better do it.
This property, members of the council and mayor, has a 2-station nail salon license, a 6-chair beauty salon license. These are all active licenses. A license to sell beauty products. It has an insurance license and a hot dog stand license. I have 64 letters of opposition, and in regards to this variance for parking. There is substantial neighborhood opposition to this application because of the issues ranging from traffic, parking, and illegal business activity on the site. By illegal business activity on the site, Mr. Ayala, you're Sosa, so I get it straight. Code enforcement has been out to the site to deal with illegal car wash, no business license for an accounting business, illegal non-permitted signage, no update to the site plan for the conversion of the employee patio area into makeshift parking spaces that also do not meet code standards. And I'm sure a donut shop can be appreciated by many in the community because it states right here on this petition, I approve of a donut shop. Okay, and I just want to make that part of the record. Now, this variance is for a 33% reduction in parking for a restaurant. Director, am I correct on the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, which is a substantial amount of waiver for these parking spaces. Considering you have all of these other active licenses at this location. Now, you don't need to say a word. With that, Your Honor, I think I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion to strike.
Either that, we move to deny the restaurant, or you move to strike this. Either
Well,
one.
here's something that's significant as well. Planning Commission and staff have already done so, and I would be more inclined, Your Honor, to deny this, follow
Fine.
planning and staff's recommendation for denial.
We're denying the restaurant. That's the motion. Motion to deny. That's what's on our agenda.
But we can have the donut shop.
You can do whatever you want if it's not against the law. If it's against the law, we're going to do something about it. Let's vote on that, please. That's the motion. Post. Motion carries.
Mayor Goodman, if you don't mind.
And we,
I was just going to state that we will be happy to work with the applicant on all of the uses that they are allowed to have at that location.
Whatever's legal is okay. If it's illegal, it's not okay. And if the neighbors see a
That's the way
nuisance
we do
there,
it,
bring
sir.
it to our attention. But if he's doing business legally and
Yes.
doesn't need our permission to do it, do it.
Okay.
All right.
Mayor Goodman.
Thank you,
Yes.
yeah.
Just out of curiosity, Margot, this list of ward numbers and items with the protests and the support, we don't have this item listed, and apparently there were a bunch of protests and support letters on file. I think this is the, who produces this sheet? Beverly?
That list is the addition to what's on your page. So if it's
Oh,
not
okay.
listed on the ASP,
Okay, it's
we
in
add
addition.
to it.
If you
Would you
look
do
at
me a favor? And I got it now. Would you do me a favor and would you put that on this sheet that it's
Sure.
addition? Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Don't even look at me.
No, thank you.
Please.
Can I say something, sir, before I leave? I know everything
No,
is done.
no. It's done. It's
No,
over.
I just want to say thank you.
Don't
thank
thank
you
me.
very much.
Don't thank me.
Thanks.
Just let the neighbors live in peace, please. Okay. 154. 154 is SUP 33755, special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant owner is Douglas B. Kays et al. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed recreational vehicle storage facility with a waiver to allow a 6-foot screening device where 8 feet is required at 1717 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. Yes, sir.
I'm just here for the public comment.
Okay.
I'll be very brief.
No, we can't have public comment until we hear from the applicant.
Are you guys, someone said you were in the public comment period.
No, not yet. No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
a public hearing which I've opened, but we have to hear from the applicant, and then you're more than welcome to talk. Are you the applicant or representative?
My name is Sarah Kopnick. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
That's Doug Kays. With me is Sam Present. He is a co-owner of the property
Okay.
that we're applying to get approval for. What it is that we have an actual, at this point, up until now, we have had a special use permit for this property to store vehicles that were dealer vehicles on the site. That is no longer, that contract has ended. The dealer vehicles are gone. So in order to reuse the area, we are asking approval to place RVs on the same site. The area is already fenced, it's already contained, it's already had a record of having vehicles on the property, but we're asking for the RVs. Now, we have to have a special use permit to park the RVs just like we did for the vehicles, and that's part of our application. The other portion of our application is that we are currently, there's a fence around the property that's 6 foot high. It actually varies from 6 to 8 foot in different parts of it. And we're asking for a waiver of the requirement that we have an 8 foot high fence for the RV parking. So at this point, if I don't know if you can see it on the overhead real clear, because it looks like you're only getting part of it. But right in the, I don't know why this is.
We have like a horseshoe in front of us, a square horseshoe.
Right. Well, the area you're looking at is the RV parking. I just have other things here that I would like the screen to pick up.
Well, you have to move the piece of paper then. Oh, there's something else?
Those are not my pictures.
All right. What would you like us to see?
Here we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at these.
My patience is.
All right, so that you can see the site in question. Right here, we have gone to one of the neighbors' yards on the back of the property and taken a picture so that you can see how high the fence actually is. The properties on the back of the lot where we're proposing to put the RVs are actually at lower level than the RV parking is, so their walls are in effect 8 foot on their side of their properties. On the property side where we'll be storing the RVs, the wall varies from 8 foot to 6 foot depending on what point you're at. Okay, going up to the picture up here. I don't know, it doesn't. This one right here. Okay, this shows the site where the RV parking will actually be taking place. If you look at the houses on the back, you can see that the very rooftops of those houses are visible. These people aren't going to be standing at their back window looking out, looking at an RV parking situation, because their windows don't even view over the top of the fence. And if they're looking out in their backyard, they're going to actually see their own walls, because their walls are usually 8 foot high. The middle picture over here, we're showing where the street frontage where the parking is on the other side of the street frontage. There is existing landscaping right in that area. There's a signage. The fence, you can see the fence along there. That's a 6 foot high screen wall all the way around the RV parking area, and that would block the view. The elevation in the street is, again, lower than the actual site is, so the site is elevated slightly above that. And then this picture, I don't know if you can get over to it. It shows that, you can't see it real clearly, but there is a 25-foot drainage easement between the parking area and the wall. So the RVs are not going to be backing up to these people's houses. They're not going to be backing up to their property line wall. There's actually 25 feet of distance. It's hard to see, but it's right in this area. Okay, and then there again at the very bottom we have another picture of the site itself and where the parking is going to be taking place. So basically what's happening on this is that the entire area is surrounded by a 6 foot screen wall or screen fence that was meant to originally protect it for the cars that were in there, and actually it is a protection. It's not just simply a screen, it's a protection. The neighborhood on the back of that fence, we've actually canvassed that neighborhood, and they are very supportive of it, partly because of the security issues. The security, by having this area fenced back here, and not just a big open parking lot, there is motivation to go ahead and make sure there's security on the site, and people are having less trouble. They don't have children jumping over their walls in the middle of the night and things like that, because nobody's actually accessing that point of the parking lot. And the fence that's the 6 foot high fence is actually on the owner's property, and the owner's building is between that 6 foot high fence and the frontage, which would be out on Decatur. So, and Sam is going to talk to you a little bit about what the actual neighborhoods have said when he's been in discussion with them.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Sam Present. I'm one of the co-owners of the property, and there are 11 neighbors whose homes back to Fantastic Indoor Swap Meet and the area that we're proposing to store RVs and boats. None of these 11 people in residents there are against our proposal. I visited the neighbors myself. I explained to them what we would like to do. 7 of the neighbors sent us letters saying that they support us doing this. And in fact, one of the in particular letters I'd like to read from Robert Kirk, who says, I've owned this property for 10 years. Fantastic has always been a good neighbor, and the 24/7 security and lighting offers a better measure of security for my street and neighborhood. I support the request for an RV storage facility bordering my backyard. Nobody, again, in that neighborhood is anti us having these RVs stored there, and they cannot see them. Our councilwoman, Lois Tartanian, was out, and we've showed her the project. It offers a better security for the neighbors. It gives them a buffer, whereas cars and people cannot access the backyards, the wall that they would access to get into the backyards of these people, so it provides them a security. And in April, when we went forward with this with the Planning Commission, there were 7 cards sent in from people that were notified about the project. 1 of the 7 supported it, 6 were against. Since that time, 2 of the 6 have changed their mind and are now supporting us, and the other 4 live out of the area. They live as far as Hawaii, New Jersey, and they were voting against the project. So at this point, I can see we have the support for it. So.
All right, thank you very much. Would anyone else like to be heard? Public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have to make it really quick. This is the same as the one just before. It's planning and staff both is in denial. Well, I've heard several stories in 6-foot fence, 8-foot fence. If it's an 8-foot fence, then the RV vehicle don't have nothing to worry about. But if it's 6-foot one, then there's a problem there as far as the big vehicle kind of sticking its head up above. So I don't know what it's all about. Is the fence the problem? Or is it the RV the problem? Or is the whole situation out of balance? But anyway, whatever you do the best you can. But your staff and planning, you got to put that on the front burner. Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else like to be heard? There was a gentleman who wanted to be heard. Did you want to be heard, sir? Oh, you went to citizens' participation. Oh, okay, fine. I thought you wanted to speak publicly on this item. All right, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarquini.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't go for giving a parking lot for just a bunch of cars. But before we went through this, the neighborhood was for it when we were parking automobiles, not RVs. And we built the 6-foot fence, we added landscaping, and the residents were very happy, particularly because they have the guard. One thing is that if you noticed, the fence of the residence is here, then you have all this space out there, and twilight and evening, sometimes the gangs would come around, sometimes the skateboarders came around, agitated a dog, and then agitated up and down the neighbors with the dog noise and everything. So I went to as many homes as I could, and I could not find one single person whose home is adjacent to where this storage would be that was not positively for it. So it's an unusual situation for me, but because ordinarily, as I say, I wouldn't think that would be the best thing to do. I feel that I and a member of my staff have gone through and talked with the people. I know you've collected names. I also checked the letters that came through, and most of them weren't even in the neighborhood, let alone they weren't on that street that would be the only one affected. They weren't even in the neighborhood. It was a little further out. It was within the distance of the sending of the mailing if it was on the edges. And, of course, they were the ones who weren't even in the state. So I'm for approving this, but I want to keep the guard there, that 24/7 guard. And I think that's very important. And I also want to ensure, Margot, I don't know the heights of RVs, and there are some RVs that you would only see the skimming of the top. But there might be bigger RVs, and I don't know. So do we need to restrict that? I'm not sure. Does anybody else here know about RVs? Yes, good. Here's an RV man.
What's your question, Councilman? How tall are they?
Well, see, we've got a 6 to 8 foot fence, a wall, block wall behind the homes.
Yeah, I see the photo.
And I went to the homes and I looked. There's a swimming pool in the backyard. You could not really barely see the tops of the vehicles that were there. My concern, however, is you have a gigantic RV, and I think I've seen...
I have one. It's 11 feet tall.
Oh, it's 11 feet tall.
13 foot, 15?
Some are. It just depends on the make. The newer models are taller.
Do we need to put...
And Councilman, I don't know what type of RVs they're going to be storing out there. I have a Class A, which is a 40-foot big bus. So, and just picture a bus as an RV, and that would be a good picture in your mind as to how big they can get.
Well, what class of RV vehicles do you think you would be storing there? I just don't want to have... the way we're talking now with what I consider an RV, it would be fine. But then as we were talking here today, it occurred to me that I'm not an RV specialist, and there are taller ones which might cause a problem.
Well, I think we're talking 11 and 12 foot. Maybe, I think 13, you couldn't clear a lot of the bridges. I think 13.6 or something, or some of the bridges that won't clear. So, I mean, RVs are constructed to meet the transportation laws and what Department of Motor Vehicles. So, I mean, we're going to store any RV we can. But if we can come in on this picture that I have here, what we can see is that, I don't know if we can do that one.
Can we get that picture back?
Okay. If you can come in closer on it, from the wall,
yeah, this
from
is
the
the building.
backyard,
Yeah,
right?
you can't.
You can just see the roof of the swap meet.
Yes.
Okay. This is a 2-story building. It's over 20 feet tall. So from the backyard of this particular resident, you're never going to see a 15-foot high RV, but they're not that high. So I'm not sure why we would restrict the
Well,
height of it.
how high is yours, did you say, excuse me?
Councilwoman, Mayor, mine's 11 feet tall. Quick question, are you going to have RVs parked on that back wall?
No, because the wall, we have a 25-foot setback.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to be 25 feet from the
that wall.
And from this picture, what you see is the roof of the building. So it's 20-some feet in the air. You're not going to see it.
Yeah, and through the mayor to the councilwoman, that's significant. If that was parked against the back wall, you'd see it. But that wall also...
But he showed us at the beginning that space, that dirt space. However, that dirt space is walled in so that nobody can get between your storage and the wall, right?
There is a fence back there, but there's it's a flood basin thing. It's a drainage area. And no, the RVs will not be parked to the wall.
Okay.
And I need to address the issue on the 24-hour security. When Dodge rented that area, that was built specifically for Desert Dodge to store vehicles, and unfortunately in this economy we know what's happened in their life, but they provided the security, the 24 hours, 7-day-a-week security. What we're trying to do here is trying to utilize the space that's been created there. We had to build the fence at a cost of $60,000 in order to fence in the area for Dodge. Now they're not there anymore. Economically, we would like to use the area to provide income, which provides tax base to the city of Las Vegas. But there's not a feasibility of providing 24/7 security. It's not affordable. We're talking about storing maybe a maximum, if we were to gain full RV storage there, we are talking about 70 RVs and at $100 a month. We're trying to come into the market at a low price. We're trying to provide reasonable priced RV storage for people of the area so that they don't keep their RVs on their property, breaking the law, or putting them on the streets. Really high-scale RV places get $150 a month and on up, and they do provide security. We cannot afford to do that for what the proposal is that we're looking at. We will have security, our people there on the 4 days a week that we're open, and we're looking into a drive-by security company visiting the property from 1 to 2 times a night. But that's
I'll
what
tell
we're
you,
looking at.
every person I spoke with also said that the reason why they backed the project, one of the reasons was, well, maybe 1 or 2 didn't, but I would say almost everyone said they really liked the project as it has existed because of the security. And I think the security is important. It doesn't have to be 24/7, but it should be 14 hours, maybe covering the hours that are most dangerous as far as problems occurring. But I do feel you have to have some security. You're asking for a big thing here. And you know, it isn't our fault that the auto industry is where it is today. The people who live there, they don't know what it would be like without security. It could be somebody might want to climb the fence, climb the one side and go to the other. With security and the lighting, it was okay.
Well, the lighting stays, but and there is security in the sense that the fence is there, and they have to climb over the fence, and then there's the RVs blocking the view of their homes to begin with, as far as somebody driving by going, well, there's a home over there, I can go jump over that wall. They won't see that wall with the RVs there. But, I mean, we're looking at starting this project out. We don't know if we're going to have 10 RVs rented there in the next month or 6 months, or what it's going to take to get the RVs in there. We're kind of doing this on an experimental basis, and it makes it unfeasible to do security.
I understand what
really
you're
does.
saying, but we have to have some security there for the most important part of the time, because that's what those neighbors are counting on. I mean, that's what they say. They don't say, hey, the spacing. Well, a couple of them did say spacing away from us, but they... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I didn't
No, that's
interrupt you.
okay.
Just a quick question. Is there going to be an on-site office manager that's going to be renting these spaces or something?
No, we do that. We're going to do that through the swap meet itself, which is open Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And the people will be able to access those motorhomes and RVs only during those days of the week. We're not going to be bringing people in and out during the night, and we're not going to be bringing people in and out Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So,
Is it a gated area?
yeah, it's gated.
Okay, so somebody to have access in and out of this yard will have to punch a code in and the gate will open or
No.
something like that?
The current setup is that there's a swinging gate, and it's padlocked, and our guys, we will have the only key to that padlock, and we'll have to go and open the gate and lead the RV in and help them park. That's our plan. So,
I'll tell you what, let's think this over. Let's obey this until we can think this over during the next 2 weeks. In the meantime, why don't you put feelers out to see how many people would park there? And then see how much money might be coming in. But let's wait on that. I just don't feel good because on the premise of not having the security, because so many people with whom I spoke sort of counted on that. And that's what I feel. Now, understand, this building is the fantastic building, which is sort of far away from where you're parking the cars. You can't get there in 1 or 2 minutes, even if you ran.
Can I ask a quick question? When you're saying security, what type of security? I mean, there's millions of different kinds of security. There's everything from an actual guard on site to security alarms to locks to wild dogs. So if I can get some clarification on what type of security you're looking to see
I'm
on the
talking
site.
about a human being security is what I'm talking about. But, let's look at all of that, but let's take a little more time to look at it, because this is something that I thought you would be having. And you were talking differently today, and I could have, everything we were going through I might have misunderstood. But I do not feel comfortable not having some type of human security there. Maybe you can show me some type of security that would be just as good. I don't know. But I know that Decatur's busy. I know that there are a lot of things that happen around there, and I just want to be sure. So can we do that?
All right, that's a motion then to obey for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. In the meantime, you and the councilwoman will get together and discuss this, okay?
okay, thank you.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
159, VAR 33848, a variance, a public hearing. The applicant is Clearwire US LLC. The owner is Nellis WFT LLC. Request for a variance to allow 26 parking spaces where 27 are required, 1.38 acres at 1511 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, almost evening. Shane Hennessy York, 7030 Smoke Ranch Road, here on behalf of the applicant, Clearwire. Congratulations, first of all. This, as originally proposed and applied for, was a request for a 70-foot slimline 70-foot slimline communication facility. We had.
I think we have, as item 159, 160 together.
Yes.
Okay, 160 is SUP. Thank you. 33253, a special use permit related to VAR 33848. This too will be a public hearing. The applicant is Clearwire US LLC. The owner is Nellis WFT LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 70-foot wireless communication facility, non-stealth design, slimline monopole at 1511 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3, and the approval for a maximum height is 60 feet. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing is now open. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You bet.
Again, Shane Hennessy York, 7030 Smoke Ranch Road, here on behalf of the applicant, Clearwire. As originally submitted, it was a 70-foot slimline communication facility with light standards, with light boxes off the side of the pole. After the Planning Commission and as a condition, if approved by staff, they requested that we take off those light boxes, but Planning Commission also requested that we drop the size from 70 feet to 60 feet. Our intent is to continue with the slimline configuration with all Clearwire antennas and equipment mounted inside of the pole. So it would just be a slimline standalone pole with room available for future co-location by another carrier at a lower level.
All right.
What's the height?
60 feet.
And why do you need variance for the parking?
The reason for the variance is currently there are 27 spaces. Our intention is to put the communication facility and its compound on one of the parking spaces, as well as easiest way to explain it is a dead corner. Instead of being on a perfect 90-degree angle for parking, the parking is actually at a slanted angle, a 45-degree angle. So we're taking one of those parking spaces and then a dead corner for the ground equipment and the ground compound.
Thank you.
Public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Item 159, you want to make a motion for approval?
All right, that's 159.
With all conditions.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, if I might just, before you get to the next item.
160. That's the same, it's a companion.
Okay.
Okay.
I needed to just, could we go then back to 161, which you were obeying, but I have to get something on the record.
Okay, we're not there yet. Fine. 160, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. I move to approve this item with condition change of 60 foot today, tomorrow, next week, and next year.
All right, that's the motion.
If I may just read in that this would be, that the wording would be that the approval is for a maximum height of 60 feet, conforming to the submitted site plan and elevation date stamped June 8th, 09.
That's for today, tomorrow, next week, and next year
Forever.
forever.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman.
We obeyed item 161.
Correct.
But I'd like to put something into the record, please. When I and a member of my staff visited this property...
I better read it in?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a rescission, yeah.
If it's already been obeyed, you have to bring it.
Yeah, we'll have to bring it back.
I would bring item 161 back, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. I'll have to read it into the record. 161 is VAR 33989. The variance, the applicant owner is Sinarp Trust.
Okay.
Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow an existing 3,783 square foot accessory structure, Class 2, where 2,029 square feet is the maximum size allowed, to be 17 feet in height, whereas height of 13.25 feet is permitted, not to be aesthetically compatible, metal, with the principal dwelling unit, and to allow for a 2-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, 1.94 acres at 3018 Ashby Avenue in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open.
Mr. Mayor, I still would like to have it obeyed because it was requested by the applicant, but it's necessary to get on the record that when I and a member of my staff visited this property on June 4th, I suggested the applicant obey his council appearance because he did not have the permits from business and planning to be able to build this unit, and it's almost like a small hangar. It's very, very large, even on an acre-plus lot. And so I would like the record to reflect that I asked on June 4th that the applicant go to Building and Safety Department with plans to secure a building permit and that all work be delayed until that had been done. Now, according to contact from Chris Knight, as of 2 o'clock this date, that has not taken place. And because of concerns we have for safety, I would like the record to reflect that this must be done no later than by the close of business this Friday, June 19th, 2009.
All right.
If I may,
That was just to get that in the record for...
Okay.
and just to clarify, if I may, that if the gentleman comes in and seeks permits, we will not be able to issue them because he does not have approval of this variance.
Right.
So he can't.
But the problem is he's already building without the permit. The hangar's been built.
Right. And he can't get permits, if I may, unless he gets approval of this variance.
Correct.
So he doesn't get the permits first and the variance after. He's already built it.
Yeah, he's built it without a permit.
So this action would be necessary prior to him being issued permits.
You wanted him to have to get a permit by Friday, but
No,
he can't get a permit without there.
he can't. He can't.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's
No
what
problem.
Chris had suggested, so I thought that was the way we
No, that's
did.
no problem.
It doesn't meet-
Right now,
What is it? I know.
It does, because it doesn't meet the zoning code,
Right.
that's why it can't be issued permits. He would have to
So
get the
he would
approval
have
of the
to-
variance, then he is allowed to seek those permits.
But we would not approve the variance. I mean, I would not recommend approving the variance.
So the building would have to be brought down.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then it still has to come, right? And so it's obeyed to the date it will come.
That's your motion, to obey it until, what's the date?
It was 60 days in the original motion, I think.
60
So
days?
it was August 19th.
August 19th.
So what I have to do is change this from them having the permit no later than the close of business is Friday to the fact that we will hear it then on August, is it 19th? 19th.
Okay.
And the reason why we just wanted it in the record is this person has been told a variance is needed.
Right.
And just to protect the city. Okay.
Right. All right, you might, just as a suggestion, you might have your staff go out and tell him that if he continues building, he's building at his own peril at this point in time. Any more expenditures, he's doing it at his own peril.
Just about.
All right, we'll make this a part of the record, too. This was a email sent to me regarding this particular appeal for variance. I received it Tuesday, June 16th. We'll make it part of the record, please. Thank you. All right, so there's a motion to obey until August 19th. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Quick question. If we know that somebody has constructed a building without a permit, and we know about it,
Yeah, we
and
saw it.
it's potentially dangerous, is there anything we can do? Or do we have to wait until we then deny them the variance?
If I may, there's two issues. One is construction without a permit, but that it meets setbacks and zoning code. They come in, they're approved over the counter, and they get their building permit because it meets setbacks and all zoning requirements. A second kind of construction is this type of construction. That is construction without a building permit that does not meet setbacks and height and size standards. Therefore, in that case, they must get a variance before they can get their building permit.
That doesn't answer my question.
Well, Councilman, what they do is they give them an opportunity to cure the defect
That's
prior to
what
the
this-
time that we require them to tear it down if you don't grant the variance. So if code enforcement goes out there, sees a building, they say cure your defect, meaning go and get the variance or go get the building permit. They allow them the opportunity to do that. If they can't secure that, then it's torn down. Does that answer
Okay.
the question?
So we have.
If you see construction without permit, then code enforcement directs them to the building department to get those permits. If they meet code, they get them. If they don't, they have to have a hearing.
Okay.
Already constructed the building.
I think we're maybe beyond the agendized item here. Okay, 162 and 95. 162 is SUP 33973. Special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Laborio Markets, number 13, Inc. The owner is Charleston Vegas, number 1, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed grocery store with accessory packaged liquor off sale at 4440 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. And this is in conjunction with the morning item number 95, which is discussion possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a package license from Blue Gourmet LLC, doing business as Blue Gourmet, non-operational, to Laborio Markets, number 13, Inc., doing business as Laborio Market, 4440 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. And the item to be heard is in conjunction with the prior item, SUP 33973. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Justin Smerber from Rand Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street. Also present with me is Jim Sanchez of Laborio Markets and Lester Paley, who's the architect for the project.
Oh, man. You're not going to ask us to kill chickens, are you?
No, sir. No, sir. We're not bringing that one back up.
Okay.
This is for a special use permit.
Before you get any further, you have any messages from me from Moran and Associates?
I'm sorry.
You have a message for me from Moran and Associates?
Oh, we did have several conversations. Councilman Reese, Mayor Pro Tem, was kind enough to give me a hard time during our meeting. So, yeah. Well, fire away. It couldn't be worse than the other day. He had me sweating pretty bad. As you're aware, this is our application for a special use permit, packaged liquor off sale. The unit or the location itself is 440 East Charleston. It's Charleston Lamb. It is an existing grocery market. My client has a grocery store. The packaged liquor offsale will be ancillary to that. It's a 41,000 plus square foot store. They're devoting only 0.4% to their liquor section, so they're well within Title 19 in that respect. It is service commercial zone, and there was a previous special use permit of this nature issued to the previous grocery store that was in there in, I believe it was 2005. We did receive staff recommendation for approval, planning recommendation for approval, and I believe I was able to answer all of Mayor Pro Tem Reese's questions after he got done making my day difficult. So if there's anything else that anybody would like me to answer, my clients and I are present. We can do that for you.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions to the gentleman or his clients? All right, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard.
Planning and staff is in favor of it. So am I. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard? It's a public hearing. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and ask Mayor Pro Tem, what's your pleasure?
Motion for denial. Just kidding. This young man came in, and he is from Moran Associates, and I did give him a hard time. Laborio Markets has done a fantastic job down at Washington and Lamb, with or without the chickens. I've had a lot of good reports on the market. They have done really well down there, I believe. They are expanding over here. This is an old Vaughn store that's been out of business for a number of years. I hope they go in there and help revitalize that old shopping center. And my hat's off to you for moving over there. And my motion is for approval with all conditions, and I just wish you the best of luck.
Okay, let's vote on 162 then. Post, please. And 95, please. Motion carries, by the way. 95?
Thank you.
Wait, we have 95 as well.
My motion is the same for on item number 95, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell Mr. Moran to give you a bonus, please.
I will.
The hard job
I will
you
tell
had to
him
do.
that you ordered him to do that. Thank you.
All right, now does anybody
Thank you.
have a donut? Because I like a donut and a candle for the Mayor Pro Tem's birthday, which is on Friday. I think he's entitled to a donut with a candle. And let's sing happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gary. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Okay, that was item number 167, by the way. All right, does any member of the council wish to speak to anything? Yes, Councilman Ross. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I just want to thank Star Wars Anthony for coming and bringing us some light here today. It's going to be enjoyable working with you. I look forward to it, and you're a welcome addition to this council.
Very good. Any other council member like to speak at this point? Councilman Reese. Ross.
Is this 167, Your Honor?
It's 167. I'm going to go back to 166.
Oh, okay. Then I'll just be brief. Free movie in the park, Friday, June 26th, 8 p.m. at Centennial Hills Amphitheater. For anybody watching at home, bring your kids in a blanket out and watch a free movie. It is Babe the Gallant Pig.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Yeah, it's a great film.
Love that pig. It's a great pig. Okay,
Mr.
anybody
Mayor,
else? Councilwoman.
I just wanted to go on the record and thank everybody in the city for their really wonderful and numerous words of sympathy on the passing of my father. I was really surprised when I got back. Beautiful flowers, beautiful notes, and I really appreciated it very much, and I want to say thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. All right, anybody else? Okay, then we'll go to 166. Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals for the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. And finally, 168, which is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on for citizens' participation.
My name is Anthony Hodges. I live 123 David. I'm down here to speak to Mr. Reese for the very last time. Y'all need to learn to keep your mics closed when you're not having to be spoken to. You run your mouth a lot. You even say something to a little Mexican girl years ago. See, everything is on the record there. So if I come after you, I got you. So the point is, Reese, you need to watch your mouth. When I come in, you know what you say? Oh, here you come now. Hey, man, give me a break. For 14 years, you've been running over me. It's on the record. When you became a councilman, you know what you told me? You don't even live in the city of Las Vegas. What you doing? For you had your way, you run me off this planet. What? Be careful what you say, sir, because I'll use it against you. And I mean that. I've had enough of you. I'm down here to get for the record straight. 14 years you've been riding me, man. You came in on Jan's second term. Her first term, when that woman first became the mayor in 1991, it was her and Frank Hawkins with the two new kids on the block. That same year is when I went for the extra seats. Please put the picture on the thing. Is it on?
Yep.
Okay, move it. Now here's the next one. Jan's second term is when you and McDonald came on. McDonald beat Frank Hawkins, and you beat that other black fella, Mr. Brass or whoever. What I'm trying to say is, man, look, I got records dating way on. I don't come down here playing with you people, but I've had it with you, Reese. You insulted me, you did something to me you had no business, and me and you met in a certain building, you don't never want people to know about. See, that's the thing about you, you don't want people to know. And I've been keeping your little dirty secrets. But me and you met in the building, we both was shocked. And you know what I'm talking about. So you need to watch your mouth. Shut your mic off when you're not talking.
You know, be respectful, please.
Okay, that's nothing. You said I come down and just screaming and hollering. Today I am. Trust me, Mr. Reese, you need to clean it up. Give me a break. Sir, I am the people's citizen. If you had your way, Ward 5 and 6 would not even be in business. That man, that man right there, the man, met me down at Palm Road. You're not even listening, sir. Some of the most tallest people on this planet have talked to me, including the little president we got now. The president just left, and many others before. Who do you think you are? You are Barber first. You became a councilman, and you really want his job. I told William Robinson that he was not going to be the mayor, and he not. On the 1st of next month, I got to come all the way from up in the mountain to come down to that lady who got to be elected mayor. I said, ma'am, I don't live in North Las Vegas. She said, that ain't got a thing to do with it. If you had your way, you wouldn't have these. Don't you understand, man? I came in 91 and I fought it all the way up till they got it to where the state put it on the, put it before the voters in 98 and 99. That man gave weekly in there. What I'm trying to say, man, if you had anything to do with anything, shut your mouth with right. Turn your mic off.
That's it. Time's up.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, but I'm here to let y'all know I've had enough of you.
Wait, time's up.
You're going to be in front of a jury. And you had a copy of it doing a lot of acting up, too. You need to watch this step.
Time's up.
Bye.
Next, please. I'm glad you got it instead of me.
This is something positive. Is that all right?
All right, tell us your name, please.
My name is David Schwind. My address is 700 Carnegie, number 3424, Henderson, Nevada. But I'm here to speak about the Las Vegas Outlet Center, located at 7400 South Las Vegas Boulevard, zip code 89123. Very briefly, I also understand...
You know, that's not in our city, and technically, it's not permitted because it's not under our jurisdiction, but I'll let you speak.
Okay. It was in regards to the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. Specifically, there's an energy efficiency and conservation block grant of $3.2 billion. And we would like to, I would need to speak to someone, I guess, outside of the meeting because you can't move on these things. But I want to talk to somebody about being a part of the grant submission. Currently, briefly, we have some change-outs we can do in some lighting, both interior, exterior, that could realize an energy savings of roughly 406,190 kilowatt hours per year. And if somebody could direct me to, if there's anyone I can speak to that can help me with this, because
well, as I say, if it's down in the, if it's down outside of our jurisdiction, there's very little we could do. But I think if you spoke to Councilman Ross,
Clark County was who it needs to go to. Clark County, and I think that I believe that's Public Works Director.
I'd say Public Works at Clark County.
But for the ARA,
if you call my office, they'll give you the information. They'll tell you how to.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to...
No problem. Call them tomorrow. Ask for them to provide you with the name of the Public Works Director at the county with the phone number, and they'll get that for you.
Terrific. Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
No problem. All right. Who else?
sir. I was here about a month ago.
I know.
Presented you with a...
Yeah, give me your name, please.
Pardon me. My name is Blake Rothbard. I was here a month ago. I presented you with a problem. Has to do with Mr. Jerbick's city attorney's office.
Right, I read the material on it.
Now, I'd like to know why I didn't receive any kind of response or some answer to the fact that the man committed perjury and obstruction. It's clear in that he did that when the officer admitted that there was a temporary plate and he had no reason to pull the car over. This gentleman has no reason. In fact, I just received a new thing from Mr. Jerbick's office just yesterday. More wasted time and more wasted taxpayers' money. It's not right. There's statements in here. There was no tag on the back of the vehicle. The officer never saw it. The officer's own statement in his own handwriting says, with temporary plate on the back of the vehicle. I'm sorry, but this is not the way things are supposed to go. Now, I did try to file with the state bar against Mr. Orsinelli, but unfortunately his friend, Mr. Baer, runs the ethics department for there and refused to accept the complaint. Now, I pointed out to him that his Rule 104 and 105 say that they will investigate every complaint issued to them, and they will conduct that investigation. Now, I'd just like to have your response to this, sir.
Well, I think you're still in court at this. This has not yet been resolved totally, as I understand what I was.
Here's the thing. It would not be in court if the man didn't commit perjury and obstruction.
No, I appreciate that, but we can't get involved because it is in litigation right now.
It wouldn't be in litigation if the man didn't commit perjury and obstruction.
But we can't get involved because it's in litigation. The city is involved with it. We cannot get involved at this point. When it's concluded, then you could seek legal redress. You could do it one of several ways.
So you're aware that the man's committing perjury and obstruction and
No,
intends to do it on the 26th?
Because what you'll do, and I've seen you do it, and you do it very cleverly, you're going to say the mayor said the man's committing perjury. I'm not doing that. I'm saying I read the material that was given to me.
You've seen me do it?
No, I'm saying...
I think that was your statement just now, sir?
What I'm saying is that you take people's statements and you use them in support of your position. And I don't want you to say that the mayor said anybody was committing perjury.
When did you hear me say that, sir?
I read the material that you had. I'm not going to get in an argument with you, buddy. I'm not going to do that. I heard what you had to say. If you have anything more to say it now.
Well, I think that the council should stand up and say that Mr. Jerbick's office cannot file false information. Now, simply the man cannot have a decision reversed by a district judge simply by entering false information to do it. He made something up and perjured himself in doing it. That's obstruction. Now, I don't want to argue with you either, so I don't even hold you responsible. I believe you to be a very ethical, and I believe you to be a great mayor. I really do. I love the city of Las Vegas, and I believe you run it properly. And I thought by presenting this to you...
And I appreciate that. If I could, I would address these issues. I can't now. When it's all over and you come back to us, I'll be able to tell you what redress you could seek.
And will you take your time at that time to take some kind of action against the man for what he did?
I'm not sure it's within our jurisdiction.
Mayor, I believe this action is actually scheduled for him to go to court on June 26th, June 27th.
And afterwards, you provided me with the information about the case. I read it all. When the case is concluded, one way or the other, please bring it back to me. And then when the gentleman has everything taken care of, one way or the other, I'll be able to give him a phone call and tell him what I think.
Okay.
Okay? Good.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anybody else at this time? Okay, thanks to everybody. The meeting's adjourned. Will you fax that to have something faxed?